Yo, yo, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the end of year tier list stream, the third annual. I am super excited about this. We've got even more albums and EPs to go through than we did last year. By, as you can see, a large margin. We're actually going to fill up this tier list entirely. I guess it's not too large a margin because there's just like a whole row that is new this year. But let's get right into it because I yapped a lot last time and it took 6 hours. So we're going to hopefully make this a shorter stream today, but no less entertaining. let me first just lay down how this stream is going to work. So I listened to about 200, what am I at? Like 236, I think, albums and EPs total this year. We have 4 different sections. The first is going to be the disqualified section. Generally, I'll disqualify an album for a certain amount of or a certain concentration of objectionable content. If you're interested in why I might disqualify an album, there's a video that I posted last year called Disqualified Albums. Explanation. Sometimes my internet just kicks me off the internet for no reason whatsoever. Or maybe it just feels overwhelmed. I don't know. But apparently this is disconnecting and connecting back and forth. Okay, cool. Cool. We're back. Let me know if we're back. Lovely. Yeah, I know. Stream. But am I back? Are you guys hearing this? We love stream issues. Last time I did a stream of this, I tried it on Twitch at first, and it took a solid like 45 minutes before we just moved to YouTube and all the problems were solved. I'm really hoping, I'm not equipped right now to do a Twitch stream. Okay, cool. No, it's on my end. It's on my end. I'm hoping it doesn't do that multiple times. Normally, when it shuts off once in the day and then never again. What's going on, Mastrino? You have come at the right time because I'm about to, or I have been explaining, and I'll start over how the stream works. But the second segment is going to be probably especially interesting to you. So, okay, let me start over. We're going to have 4 different segments. One is the disqualified section. If you are interested in why I might disqualify an album for a certain like concentration of objectionable content, then check out the video. I believe it's called Albums I Disqualified, 2024 Albums I Disqualified. And I explain kind of the reasoning why I do that and the standard by which I might disqualify an album. So we'll go over the 7 that were disqualified this year. Then we've got 22 albums, if I'm not mistaken. John can correct me on this if I've got more. But we've got a speckled segment. If you guys are not aware, I believe normally around this time, like Fridays at 6 p.m. Central, Speckled does a music production stream. And you guys should definitely check that guy out. But he has curated a list of albums that I've listened to this year and EPs I've listened to that are of a special interest. A lot of like bass music albums and stuff like that. So we'll be going over those. Then we may take a quick break before going into our albums. We've got about 98 of those, and EPs, we've got 109, I think, EPs to go through after that. So that being said, the tiers look a little different this year than they did last year. They're still all the same tiers: best of the year, great, good, all right, and no thanks. But we've got a greater concentration of good albums and EPs that I don't think are like great, but I do think are good, and I did enjoy. We've got just the same amount of great albums and EPs, and then the best of the year is going to be a little more exclusive this time around. So that being said, and no thanks, I think we're going to have just about as many tracks in that tier, maybe less in no thanks tier. So yeah, that being said, let's get into this thing. We're going to start with the disqualified tracks or albums and EPs, beginning with Snowblind Legacy. So if I were to include this in the ranking, it would probably be about great tier. Like I was quite a fan of a lot of the remixes in the Snowblind package. There were very few where I was just like, yeah, this isn't it. And they came from unlikely artists. Like Cloud None really just didn't follow through on this one. That was my least favorite remix on the package, unfortunately. But there were several other artists. Callan killed it. Modus and Ahente 07 or something like that. They killed it. 2 of my top 5 songs of the year on here. Yeah, 100%. And not to mention, we could have had a Mastrino remix on this one. And there were some disappointing ones, sadly. Yeah, I will personally recommend anybody who's a fan of this track, go check out Mostrino's remix. It is unbelievable, and it's crazy. Probably my favorite thing he's ever made. I'm a big fan of that. Big Glazer. Heard a little of the Kiro remix, but that's about it. Honestly, I would recommend this one. I think that this one is a really good one. So that's that. Next, we've got American Heart by Benson Boone. This one is, solid 6 out of 10. The like production of it was very like kind of blown out and overly compressed, and but like the vocal performances were, when they weren't like really Elmo sounding, they were all right. They were good. And so I enjoyed some parts of this album. Mr. Electric Blue I thought was a really good track, but yeah, it just didn't really like impress me as a whole album, unfortunately. So but it was all right. So 6 out of 10. So that would probably land it in about all right tier. Next, we've got href underscore V 1.1 EP from Disfing. It's a remix package of href, which was my number 3 album of last year, I believe. So I was a big fan of href. It had some big shoes to fill, and the remixers just like didn't cook, unfortunately. That would probably land it in probably upper no thanks tier. Maybe upper no thanks tier, probably like mid no thanks tier, honestly, because there weren't that many like bad albums or EPs that I checked out this year. So yeah, I just wasn't a big fan of this one. The ones that were haphazard like really just wandered, and yeah, I just wasn't a big fan of this one, unfortunately, but it had its moments. It was at least did something interesting. Beautiful Things, Benson Boone 20V cordless drill cover. I've seen stuff like that, and it's totally understandable. I did enjoy Beautiful Things, though, off of his Fireworks and Rollerblades, and I did enjoy the album. I thought that American Heart was a big step down from it. This one was especially tough. The artists they chose for the remix pack are really good. Yeah, I didn't hear about any of these, but I heard good things about it when we were going through it, and they just they just didn't cook. It's a similar situation with some of the others, like some of the other remix packages we'll get to. Some of the artists just they should have really cooked, and they just didn't come through. So I went through all the Rushdown compilations, and the sub.001 track was one of my favorites out of all of them. Yeah, I'm interested if I ever go down the Rushdown compilation, or the Rushdown discography path. I'm interested to see people arise and really cook on Rushdown. So, all right, next up we've got Not for Lack of Trying by Doty. This one was a pretty nice sounding one. I thought that it was pretty solid. It was very low key sounding, and yeah, just kind of vibey, and there were some a couple of kind of questionable I don't know, kind of questionable, not vocal decisions, melody decisions that just kind of stuck out to me in an unfortunate way. But I don't know that I could put my finger on it unless I listened to it again. So on the whole, I did enjoy this project. I thought it was good, but yeah, it did have some kind of flaws to it. So yeah, I feel like sometimes remixes just don't hit, even if the original track is good and the artist is capable. Yeah, and sometimes people just really phone in remixes. Maybe they're paid to do it, so they just phone it in, or they, I don't know, for whatever reason. So yeah, what's going on, Forever Royalty? Thanks for hopping in. Yeah, this is really hype. We're getting into some good projects, so hope you stick around. Next, we've got Hit Me Where It Hurts X EP by Skrillex. I enjoyed this one. I thought that this one was pretty much bangers all around. I don't think I really outwardly disliked really anything that he did with this. It was just it was solid. He even redeemed a track on, or rather, it could have been Virtual Riot that redeemed this track, but I was not a big fan of one of the VIPs on his album um, that had Virtual Riot on it. I think it was early in the track list, but he had a version of it that was like the original version on this EP. Um, and I was a huge fan of that one. I did really like that one. So yeah, this is a banger EP. Move Ting is amazing. Wish it was clean. Yeah. Unfortunately, but yeah, this whole EP is a banger. Probably would go in good tier, pretty squarely. Next up, we've got For Your Mind by Splitter. For Your Mind EP by Splitter. Whoa. For Your Mind EP by Splitter. My only problem with the EP, if the tracks were clean, I would be bumping this. Yeah, true. Unfortunately, gotta disqualify it based on my system of why I disqualify albums and EPs. Yeah, For Your Mind is a really interesting, has a bunch of interesting ideas. It is a crazy, crazy ride of an EP. Unfortunately, it does just get a little overblown to me. I feel like sometimes it really wanders. It's a bit it's better than by a long shot. It's better than the Href V1.1 remixes, but yeah, it did kind of wander a bit at parts, and it just wasn't really the strongest stuff I've heard out of Splitter. But it had some really interesting ideas. So W for that one. That'd probably end up in probably lower good tier, probably mid good tier. Next up, we got Deep Waters by Zensei. I mean, Zensei does what Zensei do. It's not the most crazy stuff I've heard from Zensei, but it was pretty vibey. It was pretty good. I like the vocalists that he chose. And overall, it's pretty much what you'd expect, I think, from Zensei without much of the experimentation. So yeah, nice vibey EP, would go in good tier. So those are all the disqualified albums. Next, we go on to our Speckled segment. These are albums and EPs chosen specifically by Speckled for your enjoyment. We got 22 albums and EPs that he wanted to in this segment at the top of the hour. So we're getting into it. Starting with the first one in the Speckled segment, that would be USB Point 1 by Affinity. Speckled gang rise up, indeed. I realize that this is going to make it a little... No, it's not going to make it as difficult to go through the master list. I'm doing it the same way. So, yeah, genuinely can't believe Mr. 10 wasn't disqualified. Dude, you are so right. I was listening to that, and I was like, I'm going to give this a chance, but, he's probably getting disqualified for content because, there's no way that he can hold himself back for less than half or more than half of the track list, and he did. He's making the ranking. It was, funnily enough, I listened to too many albums and EPs, and he actually doesn't have space on the ranking, so we've got to figure out what to do. I think I've spoiled where he is in the ranking by this point, but if you've talked to me about this album at all, you should know where Riot 10 is. But we'll get to it. So yeah, USB Point 1, I was going to revisit this one and just never did. I wasn't super blown away by it when I first listened to it, but I enjoyed it. I thought that it had some bangers. Stop, Drop, Roll grew on me. And yeah, it had some interesting ideas. It was cool to see Affinity take a heavier route when I kind of mainly know him for his melodic work outside of when he was with Pixel Terror. So yeah, this is 153, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's right here. Let me double check. Yeah, it's right here. So it's going to go in all right tier if I can find the placed button, which I can. Let me go to the Speckled segment. Okay, here we go. It's in there. All right tier. I feel like it maybe would have moved up to good tier if I'd have given it another chance, but I just never got around to it, unfortunately. So it's going to be an all right tier. All right, next up, on Speckled segment, we've got Between by Chime. This one was a little polarizing, but overall, I thought it was a really good project. I thought there were like portions of tracks that were some of the like best stuff that I've heard from Chime, and some of the like most unique stuff. Like I thought that first drop of Scary Pretty Paradox was fantastic. I thought that him going on a more sort of almost like a pop route in between was really interesting and really cool, and I thought that it was a strong decision. But there were other parts where I felt like where like some of the heavier parts that sounded more atonal, I wasn't as big a fan of the atonal stuff. Yeah, love especially some parts of Scary Pretty Paradox. So Between by Chime is going to go. Where do I have Between? Chime, I have it at 85. So that is going to go pretty near to good tiers, or in good tiers. 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I say 85? I think I did. Okay, so he's going to go pretty handily in good tier. Chime Between. Okay, next up, we've got Lost Tapes by Cloud None. Not gonna lie, I was not expecting much when I turned on this album, because I had heard Rebirth, I thought that it was a nice sounding one. We'll get to it later, but it didn't really like exceed my expectations really at all, and there wasn't much experimentation. I felt like I didn't feel like there was a whole lot of experimentation in Baby or Fading either, although I did like those. So I wasn't expecting a whole lot from this one. And it was really cool how he kind of took a page out of Skrillex's book and did a like career spanning record where he drew on all kinds of like all his eras. I could hear a little bit of Welcome to London in it. I could hear one of the songs, Asleep in Ohio, I think, is basically just Lost and Found. And there were some where I could see like sort of the Elixir and Nectar kind of influence, which if you're going to do a career spanning one like album, you've got to include influence from some of the songs that like really define your career as a forward-thinking producer, and Elixir Nectar is 100% one of those, and he delivered. So I thought that this was a really solid one. Speckled says he really enjoyed the more bass-focused tracks on Lost Tapes, such as Lost My Way. Yeah, that was a real interesting like direction he took, even though he mainly enjoys Cloud None for his more melodic, vibey tracks. Yeah. It was really cool to hear the experimentation. I do think that the vibiness of the melodies and stuff like that is what makes this record, but I don't think that this album would be the same without those like heavier hitting sort of bass tracks. So yeah, solid one. Where do I have Cloud None? Most of this stream is just going to be me trying to find stuff on my own in places where you can't see them. But yeah, it is just barely making it into great tier. I thought that it was a really good one. So next up in the Speckled segment, Convexity and Kiro's Nature Tech. I thought this was a really strong one. I felt like there were parts of it where I wasn't as sold on it, but a lot of the time, it's just fun. It's just, if you're listening to Convexity or Kiro, you should expect to have some fun, or else you'll be disappointed. That's kind of my thing with Convexity and Kiro. If I'm not having fun or like really like audio sonically stimulated by it, then it's not gonna be as appealing a project to me. But Convexity and Kiro, I thought they worked really well together. I just love the direction that Convexity has gone. It has some of that sort of old movie quote kind of vibes that he has had since like 2016 when I first discovered him slash released on this on his record label one time. Not to brag or anything, but like back before people really knew who he was. But yeah, Nature Tech I thought was a banger overall. Being on the receiving end of the yug 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 yug. That is my favorite thing to reference. That thing is somewhere in good tier. Apparently, I have it in good tier. Maybe I have better memories of it than I did when I listened to it. But no, either way, it's just a solid one. So 58, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So it's right here. Upper good tier. Nature Tech. Boom. Next up, we've got I Spy by Cyclops. I was expecting to at least like laugh at this one. Mike Shift collab is indeed insane. Yeah, I don't remember if I like that one as much as the others, but I think that I think he delivered a good performance. And just like, even if I didn't like a track as much, I liked it on that EP. So next up, I Spy by Cyclops. Cyclops is a funny producer. I was expecting to laugh. And like, sometimes I did, I guess. But like, yeah, I didn't feel like it was funny enough to really catch my fancy. And even if you're not like expecting it, I guess, to be funny, I just wasn't as sold on like the on just really anything in this EP. I just remember coming away from it like, okay, this one was like a bit of a disappointment in the places where I was expecting a lot from him, which like wasn't a lot. Like I was expecting just like a fun dubstep EP and sometimes got it, but sometimes I just kind of had my head in my hands with it. So that thing is going to be near the bottom of the list. But where? Yeah, so this one's going to go pretty squarely in no thanks tier. 225 is where I have it. So right here. Apologies to Speckled, who was interested in hearing my thoughts on this. Wasn't a big fan. All right, next up, Henka EP by Devath. Now, talk about an EP that I was a big fan of. I had never heard of Devath, nor had I heard any of Devath's stuff at all until this EP, and I was very impressed. I thought that, like, I just love, well, first of all, Future Rhythm. I mean, I already kind of knew the ranking would be abysmal. Yeah, I mean, you saw the rankings for everything beforehand, so yeah, a bit of a spoiler, but yeah, Speckled knows all the rankings for all of these, and still chose him, so he has his expectations well managed. But yeah, Henka EP, I was a big fan of. I'm a fan of Future Rhythm. I had Sizzy's album, which took a little while to grow on me, but eventually it was like honorable mention for top 10 album of the year. Yeah, what's going on, Swaga? Thanks for hopping in. Henka is so good. I'm a big fan, and we haven't run it on the wheel yet. If you know, you know. But yeah, this one's a big yes for me. But how big a yes? I have Devath solidly in great tier at 35, so 38, 765. It is right here in great tier. Devath Henka. Next up, I think I saw what we have next up, and that's Veggie Cargo by Infect. Historically, not been a big fan of Infect. He occupied both of his EPs that he released, bottom 3 in my opinion of the year. But this one, like, there were parts of it that impressed me and that I liked. And so I thought, um, this one just isn't that good. Yeah. Um, I mean, I think it was a step up from his previous projects. Like, there were times when he was doing something, but in those other projects, I felt like he was giving me nothing. Like, he was just doing, like, all the off drops were just like a drone and then a little yug yug drop and then drone and then the exact same drop. And that was the whole song. And that was like every song on the EP. So this one at least does something. So I'll give it that. That being said, it's still going in no thanks tier, unfortunately. But I'm interested because Infect is such a like crazy sound designer. I'm really interested in like how hopefully he gets better, and he like I kind of want him to go on a bit of a like Half Blood era, like a UK dubstep type era where it's the bass lines and the like grooves and rhythms that really drive it. Because whenever he gets into like breaks and stuff like that, like Elite, I think was a track on Back to Back EP, which was an EP that I just hated. Elite was actually like halfway decent. So yeah, not a big fan of this one, unfortunately, but it's a step up. Before we get into this one, Devath's strongest work outside of a single or two in his track on Exobolt 12. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think I generally liked his singles that he released this year because I've been kind of keeping up with them. And his track on Exobolt 12 was one of my favorites on Exobolt 12. And I was really like, we'll see where I put an Anonymato, but it came out after Anonymato. And I just wasn't as impressed with Anonymato as I was with Henka. So to hear Fantasy, it was like a return to form. I really liked it. Elite was fire. Yeah. I thought Elite was, I mean, easily my favorite track on Back to Back. So yeah, we just talked about two different artists at the same time because I'm flying through this. But yeah, next up, Jeremy James Whittaker, The Last One Standing. If you have talked to me at all about Jeremy, you know how I feel about this album. And it's not going to be hard to find where this album is in my list. It's going in Best of the Year at number 2, Album of the Year. And I'm not going to say too much about it because I want to save it for when I do the video, the top 10 albums video at the end of, well, probably in the next few weeks, maybe closer to the end of the year. But yeah, this one is gorgeous. It has moment after moment after moment of just beauty and like hard-hitting bangers. As you made it at the perfect time. Yes, you did, Andre. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about Jeremy. Unfortunately, not much. I'll save that for the video. But yeah, such a good album. I agree. Forever Royalty. I cannot recommend this album enough. It's a heart-wrenching one, but it is such a good one. Goodness gracious. What a powerhouse of an album. Next up, what do you know? We've got You're Tired, Me Too by Jeremy James Whittaker. This one is also going to make it in Best of the Year tier. This one's going to be at, let's see, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's going to make it in the middle of Best of the Year tier. I was concerned Jeremy was going to cook so hard that both of his full-length albums make it into top 10, and I'd have to talk about him twice. And I like, the thing is, if it was going to be any artist that I would want to talk about twice in a top 10 albums video, it would be this guy, or it would be like Sam Bowman, or it would be like AU5, or just any of the ones that I like point to and I'm like, this is my favorite artist of this genre kind of vibe, or like Jaren or something. But yeah, this thing is another powerhouse. There are a couple things about it that are also heart-wrenching. I don't think it really... Jeremy didn't cook Seth Kelly. What did I say? What did I say that meant anything like that? I was on this album, by the way, one of my favorite albums of the year for sure. Yes, Speckled was on this album. He and Depth Oblivious and Jeremy have a track on this album called Way Out, which is a banger. So many good songs on this album. Tell You and Fall Asleep with Your Shoes On stand out in particular, according to Speckled. Yeah, Tell You really grew on me. Fall Asleep with Your Shoes On, just from second one of my listen. Once that, like, guitar came in, I was immediately just transported. I was afraid Jeremy would cook. He didn't. Seth Kelly. Dang it, Andre. Yeah, but I'd highly recommend this one as well. Empty Chair is such a feeler. This Is Not It is such a feeler. Actually, so many of them are such a feeler. Fall Asleep with Your Shoes On is a feeler. There are a couple bangers on this one as well. Up in the Sky is a big, big banger. I Thought We'd Have More Time is the biggest banger I've ever heard from Jeremy. That thing blows the speakers out. Yeah, it's just such a ride. And I was popping off at several parts while listening to this one. So this one's squarely in Best of the Year tier. Next up, we got Hass EP by Masev. This one was recommended to me by No Clue, who I'd imagine is probably not going to be able to hop in the stream today, but he was able to hop in last year, so we talked a little bit about the projects. Andre just says empty chair. I don't know if he's correcting me because I said it wrong. When talking about it, or if he was just saying that's a really good one. But both of those are true. Probably my favorite EP. It's so insanely good. Yeah, my thing about Hass is there are parts of it that are like crazy cool musically. Has nothing good in it. Andre's just here to roast every album and EP in the Speckled segment and beyond. I'm here for it. Yeah, I thought that this one was a really good one. I remember thinking the drops didn't really carry the same energy or carry the same like quality as the stuff around it. Like there were several like really musically really cool things in this EP, and I 100% understand why No Clue recommended me this. But yeah, I don't think it was the best thing I've ever heard. That being said, I did think it was a strong project. So this one's probably going in good tier. Well, it's definitely going in good tier based on what I rated it. But where in good tier is going to be the question. And here I am just trying to find it. Okay, here we go. It's at 126. 3, 2, 1, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6. So it's going to go pretty solidly in good tier. I did enjoy this one. And if this is the best thing you've ever heard, hey, more power to you. We love it. Next up, we've got Monster Cat and Hospital Records coming together for a compilation album. Hospital Records being a largely like drum and bass label, and Monster Cat kind of becoming a largely drum and bass and rhythm label. But yeah, wasn't always that way. That being said, they came together for a good compilation. I thought that there were some that were like just good, not great. There were some that really like stuck out to me, and overall, just a real solid compilation and a good just mixture of the two labels. So all that's to say, 107 is where I have it. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. So this is going to go like right in the middle of good tier. Just solidly good. I'm a fan. There are some good tracks on here. I particularly like Twerp, Speckled says. Yeah, I think I also liked. Yeah, I think I did like Twerp quite a bit. I liked the more melodic one that Have did as well. I forget exactly what it's called, but it sounded, it had like a really melodic bent to it, but it kind of sounded a bit like it had a low pass filter just on the whole thing. Like it had that kind of vibe to it. Yeah, I was just a real big fan of that one. Uh, with Drea, that was a banger. Maybe so. But yeah, it was a more melodic Have track, and I was not expecting a melodic track from Have, so um, so that was solid. I need water, man. Hospital record because you'll need to go to the hospital after your ears start bleeding. That's probably true for some people, especially those who have drum and bass fatigue. Next up, we've got Mr. Melanzana by Mr. Bill. And I think until just now, I have just like always said it wrong. I don't know how to say this thing. But but yeah, had to step away for a bit, so I'm rewinding and catching up. Okay, the classic. This happened last stream too. And I think you just skipped through all the ones that you um, weren't familiar with, and so you eventually caught up. So heck yeah. Mr. Melanzana is, actually that might be more difficult because there's more things that'll appeal to you, but we'll see. Um, yeah, I had Mechanomorphic in my top 10 of last year. I really thought it was a super strong one. Funnily enough, so he takes um, a chiller direction on this, um, and kind of goes for, I guess, a more plant theme to it. He's very like, yeah, much chiller on this one. Melanzana, more like Melanyanza. Okay, that one was bad. That was a bad one, Andre. Mr. Melanzana, Speckled says, is an incredibly well-produced album. Really enjoyed the sort of IDM and bass music blend typical of Mr. Bill. Bro, Andre, shut up. You don't even know how to spell it correctly. Aye. We've got some beef in the chat. But, yeah, I would agree. I like this one quite a bit. I wouldn't say that it like knocked my socks off, but I did think that there were several tracks where I was like, oh, like it gave me a little bit of like stank face. So, but that's normally a good thing. And in this case, it was a good thing. So, yeah, overall, I think solid album. And that being said, now I got to go find where it is. It is at 71. So it's going to be, let's see, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. It's going to be at upper good tier. I was impressed with this one. Boom. All right. This is what I'm doing. I'm not going to incriminate you, Andre, if the chat disappears. Next up, we got Passerby by Nettie. And ladies and gentlemen, we have unlocked a top 10 album. This thing is fantastic, and I'm a big fan. And this thing is going to be number 6 album of the year. Where is it at? It is right here. This thing, I'm going to talk about any of the top 10 albums. I'm going to save a bunch of my I'm not going to do a bunch of comments for it until the video, and that's going to be true for the EPs as well. But yeah, Passerby, suffice it to say, very, very strong. Very, very strong project. It's been kind of a mainstay in my listening habits in terms of EDM. It's got all kinds of styles. I was just glazing this album to Andre yesterday. And in fact, I showed him like 20 seconds of 2 of the tracks. And one of them that I thought was one of the stronger tracks, and one of them that was like my least favorite track, and he added both to his playlist. So like, this thing is a powerhouse. Speckled says, Passerby has so many good tracks on it. The running use of the same vocal samples throughout the album is so good. I agree. Passerby is a banger of an album. And it takes a number of like different styles as well, as I mentioned. Time Passes Anyway is like this really euphoric drum and bass outro that Blessed by the Clouds Above interlude really leads well into. Um, Sorry for Absolutely Nothing is some of the craziest future bass I've heard in a while. And the other tracks like Soul and Strangers Division Isolation, they really do well to lead you through the progression of the album to get to a really strong ending. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of this one. Next up, we've got Mercy by O2 Solace. This one kind of falls relatively in line with spoiler, I guess, the other O2 Solace project. I'm trying to check if I remember this being better. Yeah, I remember this being a step up. Actually, this was a significant step up. And now that I'm remembering it, there are several tracks on Mercy that like gave me stank face. Like Bitter was one that really gave me stank face in a good way. And I felt like with Garden, he really like, and I'll talk about this later, he really set up a lot of like really promising musical decisions, and then just kind of pivoted on them for the main part of the album. And Mercy, I felt like he didn't pivot as much to something that I wasn't as big a fan of as like each of the intros. So ultimately, I think Sam cooked on this one. So this one is going at the very, very top of good tier. So yeah, props to Sam for, first of all, coming out with, I want to say it's an album and an EP. They're pretty similar in terms of runtime and like track list length. But yeah, this album's a banger. I'm a fan. Let's see, Drift is nasty. Oh, I completely forgot about Drift on Passerby by Nettie. Yeah, that one is a banger. That one was crazy because the way that Nettie set it up, I was not expecting a track like Drift that was gonna be like a big banger. Yeah, but I wouldn't have it any other way. In terms of Mercy, I remember listening to this album with Jeremy and stanking up. Really well done. Yeah, agree with Speckled there. This one's a strong project. Next up, I gotta get some water. It's already beginning. Okay, next up we got The Machine by Riot. This is the long-awaited sequel to Dogma Resistance, which was a very glazed album, and I think was a really, really strong album. I was a big fan of several of the tracks. It probably would be, actually it definitely would have been like a disqualified album in terms of content if I was doing rankings the same way back in 2019 when it came out, or 2018, I don't remember, around there. Speckled says, honestly, The Machine is not one of my favorite albums, but not bad either. Back to Back is quite good. Yeah, I'd agree. It's I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's very strong. But I think that, I don't know, I wasn't expecting a Dogma Resistance 2 in terms of quality. The Andre rage bait is generational. We also send each other a lot of like good griefs, like reels, like the calc guy, you know who I'm talking about. He's got just all kinds of good stuff. By the way, he recently posted something where he was like, guys, we started selling merch, and I'm just going to be serious for a moment. This may sound like a joke, but it isn't. I'm really disappointed in you guys. Like, you guys were not buying merch at all. And he just like went on this whole tirade against people who weren't buying his merch. But all of it was like, we made 60 orders, or we made 70 orders for you guys, and only 60 of you like bought them. We had 7 items and only 6 of them, or we had 6 items and only 7 people came through. It was something like that, but the whole thing was just like 6 7 6 7. People still didn't get the joke in the comments, and so his audience was rage baited. It was fantastic. But yeah, all that's to say, the machine has its moments. It has its just not moments. I thought Metalicious was a particularly weak track on it. It seemed like they were really trying to go back to do a sort of Overkill ending, but it just didn't work nearly as well as Overkill. It was really obnoxious. But there were several tracks. Like, I thought Back to Back was strong. I think Hurricane, I remember being a strong one for me. And they got into some interesting territory, like sad breaks and stuff like that. But yeah, overall, it wasn't near the best thing that I've heard, and it doesn't touch Dogma Resistance. So that's going to be, let's see, 186. That's going to go in all right tier. 9, 8, 7, 6. Boom. And I'd agree. It's all right. Next up, we've got From a Certain Point of View by our Simulcats boy, Rocket Man. I say our Simulcats boy as if I'm a part of Simulcats. We have a Simulcats person in the chat. But yeah, this one, like, however good the EP was going to be, this was just an extremely hype release for Monster Cat. Just knowing that Rocket Man was like a fan of Monster Cat and then got more recognition through like the mix contest, I believe it was, and then ended up getting like hired on to Monster Cat and doing like a bunch of stuff with Call of the Wild and even doing his own podcast. That was a really good podcast called Mixdown that they're not doing anymore. But yeah, however good this EP was going to be, it was a hype release. That being said, this is a good EP. I really enjoyed this one. And the more I listened to it, the more solidly I just really enjoyed this one. I thought that Rocket Man cooked. Sure, it's not the most groundbreaking stuff, but I remember listening to some of Rocket Man's old tracks and just wasn't as impressed. I figured like this guy's an amateur producer, so he'll get better. He kind of dropped off my radar for a long time, and then he came out with this EP, and I was like, okay, super hype. I'm interested to see how well he's improved, and he improved significantly. So yeah, proud of Rocket Man for this. Speckled says, I was very impressed by this EP. Not a lot of tracks I come back to regularly, but the intro to the EP is fire. Yeah, and I just think the EP as a whole is fire. I thought it was a very solid project. So Rocket Man goes in, it's going to go in good tier. 60. Let's see, where's Nature Tech at? It's just below Nature Tech, so here it is. We're putting Rocket Man there. All right. Next up, Speckled is once again forcing me to show my hand. But we've got Atlas by Sam Bowman. Once again, not going to talk about this much, and that spoils where it is. But here it is. #1 album of the year. This thing is a spectacle. This thing is an absolute ride. And I have so much to say about this, and I'm realizing that no thanks tier is currently no Hanks tier because of the way that I have... Okay, there we go. Now it's better. This thing is unbelievable. Holy crap, Atlas is so good. 100% Speckled. 100%. Atlas is fire, 100% Beowulf. I think I'm just going to let the chat speak for itself. And if you're interested in like my further thoughts on this album, first of all, you could just talk to me about it. And if you ask me any question about Atlas, I'm going to be like fire hydranting you on it. But yeah, Atlas more like at last place. Oh my goodness, keep cooking. Some of Sam's best work, best album, absolutely goated. 100%. I think I'll just let the chat speak for itself. We love this album. Next up, We Rise the Collection by San Holo. This has the disadvantage of being a remix package in 2025. There are some tracks that blow me away. There are some tracks that are like, what are we doing? Why are we here? And there are some tracks that are just kind of in the middle. But ultimately, definitely, I think a solid net positive for this album, or for this remix package. It's just like pretty much what I said. Let's see, it's at 164, 159, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's right here in all right tier. Because there are parts of it that are like, whoa, and parts of it that are like, and parts of it that are just like, okay, this sounds good. And those are my thoughts on it. A lot of really solid remixes on here. I particularly like the Sonata remix. The Sonata remix was wild. It was wild. It was, I was particularly a fan of that one too. But yeah, definitely going to be a polarizing one because that thing is crazy. But yeah, I was a fan of that one. Next up. F you, Skrillex, you think you're Andy Warhol, but you're not, by Skrillex. In case we get into some copyright disputes, the smiley face is not a part of it, of the actual cover art, but I did some magic on it. So not a good remix. Oh boy. This thing, I have a similar opinion with this one than I did with We Rise the Collection. Some things were nuts. Some things were nuts in a different way, like in a bad way. And some things were just like good. And for a 34 track album where like the average runtime is going to be a minute 10 or minute 20, something like that, you're going to get that kind of like polarizing thing. I don't know, polarizing reaction to it. But yeah, I think overall, no matter how good or bad any particular songs were, it was a fun experience. It was a fun album. And I came out of it thinking, man, there were some real funny parts. It's like a comedy movie kind of, where it's like not everything is going to be top of the line, but if you have some good jokes on there, then you're going home happy. And this one was a comedy movie for sure. But I think not in a so bad it's good way. It was just in a solidly, this is a funny album, but yeah, there are several solid tracks. All that's to say, there's just a lot to unpack with this album. But this one is going to go in, let's see, 108. It's going to be in good tier, and it's just below where I have Hospital Records. So yeah, this one's good. This one is funny, and it's fun to come back to. So that's that. This album has some good tracks on it, Speckled says, but not my favorite body of work. A lot of it felt like it lacked polish. That's true, and you'll get that with a lot of like career-spanning IDs. But yeah, Def didn't have the uber insane mixing and mastering of Quest for Fire. That is true. I felt like Quest for Fire was one of those eras where whenever he went back to it on this album, I thought that it was particularly strong. And whenever he went back to like a Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites, like, or Bangarang type vibe, then it really shone. But anything in between was just kind of like, what are we doing? Or just good, not great. Yeah. So what am I doing? I'm going to the next one, which is Half Blood by Skybreak. This one is a really strong one. I'm a fan of this one. This one, let's see where it's at, because I think, yeah, it just barely falls. No, it doesn't just barely fall out of great tier. Actually, it is at 40, so it's in the middle of great tier. This one I kept coming back to. Like this one, um, is a really solid body of work. I felt like maybe it was a little weak as a whole body of work at first, and then I listened to it more and I was like, okay, I get it. I get it a lot more. I thought that the Half Blood era was going to be just this album and nothing else, and it was kind of because everybody says they're going to do a whole new era, and then they just release an album and then the era is done. But it looks like Skybreak's continuing to go on this. So, and I'm not complaining at all. Have blood pouring out my ears again. This is so bad. Oh gosh. Oh, Have Blood. Oh my goodness. Half Blood didn't blow me out of the water, Speckled says, but it had good production and strong tracks such as Anxiety. Anxiety, yeah, is a strong track. I do also, let's see. The sort of like red light disqualified tracks, if like that would disqualify this album if it went crazy with it. I actually thought were largely like really solid tracks. Stone Cold is actually my favorite track from the album. It is a supreme banger. But yeah, he goes into some really different territory than normal. Like he still kind of pays homage to that old color-based style with tracks like World's End, Remember, and even Chrysalis. But yeah, some of those like really bass heavy tracks like Stone Cold or Star Cannon for me are like really, or Can't Let Go for me are like really solid tracks. So this one is just a really good project, and I don't know that like many people are disputing that. This was a pretty well-loved project. Let's see, yeah, I was just gonna say Stone Cold is my favorite. Yeah, I think that's based. Mostrina is still at the Rocket Man EP, and he says having seamless transitions for the Rocket Man EP was very cool. I agree. I thought that it was done very well in the Rocket Man EP as well. To like really tell a story and have a full experience. So yeah, strong decision. That's where I put Half Blood. We got 2 albums left before we're going to take a little break. One of them is the remix package for the Monster Cat remix package for Undertale for its 10-year anniversary. This one has the disadvantage of being a remix package in 2025. Some strong tracks. Let's see, Mostrino, is Sam Bowman the first artist to get 2 100s from you? Yes. Yes at first, but I actually moved Ghost down to a 95. So, Ghost is no longer at a 10 out of 10. But yeah, he at one time had 2 10s for me, or 2 100s from me. Okay, this one has some kind of like weaker tracks. I thought that the One Heart one was kind of weak, but it's kind of what you'd expect from One Heart. I guess I was expecting him to just do a little more than he did. But there are some where like I liked the Sands remix. Boo. I liked the I'm trying to remember the ones that I really liked. I liked the VGR remix. I thought that it was good. Andre says Ghost is way better than At Last Place. I just disagree. I just think Atlas is a better album than Ghost. I think the Chime remix, he's probably talking about We Rise collection, ended up being my favorite from, the We Rise remixes. I remember that one being strong, yeah. Mostrina says, I agree that the Sonata one has some cool moments too, though there were a couple parts I weren't crazy about. Yeah, that's true. Speckled says for Undertale, some strong tracks on this remix comp, such as the VGR remix, but also some really underwhelming ones. Yeah, I agree. I agree across the board. So, Undertale remixes are going to be... I will say also, I don't have, like, the nostalgia for Undertale. Like, I never played the Undertale game, so I don't know much about the music, so I couldn't really connect to it on that front. But some of the music is like cool. I like the sound of Sans, and I think Tokyo Machine treated it pretty well. So yeah, this is gonna go in all right tier. Okay, the final one before we take a little break. The remixes for Stealing Fire by Virtual Riot. Mostrina says, though I must say I was so underwhelmed by the Boonshin remix. I can't believe it ended up sounding like that. I didn't even remember there was a Boonshin remix of We Rise. XO says, Undertale remixes was probably the most disappointed in a compilation I've been on Monster Cat in a long time. For me, it might have been the Stealing Fire remixes were the most disappointed I've been in a compilation, because and that being said, this is another one where it's like it's kind of on the level of We Rise and Undertale, specifically more toward Undertale, but there were hardly any moments that really blew me away. I think the first drop of the Everin Maxwell remix was the only one that really blew me away. The Half-Blood remix was like, or the Skybreak Half-Blood remix was good, but it wasn't like crazy. That's kind of the whole Stealing Fire remix package in a nutshell. It was good, but it wasn't crazy. Stealing Fire remixes was probably the most disappointed for a remix album I've been in a long time. Yeah. Speckled said really loved the Reconnect remixes off this comp from More Kismet and Everett Maxwell. The More Kismet one was interesting. It was an interesting idea. I wasn't crazy about like the execution of it. I know that More Kismet can absolutely cook, but they just haven't like been cooking as much. So like in recent years. So it's just, I don't know. That being said, it was all right. It was a fun enough experience. So Stealing Fire is going to be at 177. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right here. It's all right. Boom. Oh, I gotta edit this a little bit. I gotta make this a little bigger. It is a small boy. Boom. Okay. We are going to take a little intermission. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves about the albums or whatever you do when I go away. And I will be back shortly, and we'll go over all of the albums that I listened to this year. So, BRB. Hey, what's going on? We are back, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that Speckled segment and Speckled's picks about about 4 albums and EPs for me to look at. We have scattered the tier list so far and kind of gotten an idea of where everything might fall on the tiers and what that might mean for each album. And that being said, we are going to get into the albums. Let me actually take the Speckled segment off. And we're going to get into the albums. So here we go. First album we're looking at is a great one to start on. It is A Cloudy Sky, This Won't Be the Last Time. A Cloudy Sky made it into my top 10 last year when I was introduced to A Cloudy Sky through There Must Be Something Here, which was a fantastic album. And this one, I think, is an even better album. This one's my number 3 album of the year. So that's why I say it's a really great one to start on. The rock direction, I think, was just gonna happen with A Cloudy Sky. And it, like, I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, this shoegaze style is fantastic from A Cloudy Sky, and I'll say even more when I get to the video, but big recommend for this one. It's got some heart-wrenching moments, especially in the end, but it's got some really fun moments throughout. I just love this one. Love this album from A Cloudy Sky. Mastrino says he had the most No Matter listens on SoundCloud this year, which was fire. True. That's another way of saying, Andre, that he's my number 1 fan. And you need to step up your game. Oh yeah, the Prototype Raptor remix for Undertale was cool. I do remember enjoying that one. But yeah, A Cloudy Sky, top 3. We'd love to see it. Next up, here we go. The Greatest Compromise by Adam Paddock. It's even number 1 in chat right now. That is true. Mastrino is number 1 in chat. Andre needs to roast people more. He's not even, like, ranked right now. He's got no crown next to his name. Come on, Andre. But yeah, I was a big fan of Sweet Ohio Light, which was Adam's project last year. Had a lot of really great... I'm realizing I need to talk a little quieter because I am yelling into this mic and it is straining my voice. And it kind of destroyed my voice last year. So let's talk a little quieter. The Greatest Compromise was a bit of a step down, I felt like, from Sweet Ohio Light, but I did enjoy it. It had a couple of, like, really cool ideas, especially lyrically interesting and different ideas compared to his other projects. And yeah, if you're just looking for some Adam Paddock, this is gonna satisfy. So, because it's his style. We'd love to see it. Mastrino says he agrees with Swaga. He was pretty let down by the Stealing Fire remixes too. Like having Colbrate, Skybreak, and Everin Maxwell on the lineup could have been generational. Yeah. But unfortunately, it didn't fall through. Andre, that sounds like an excuse to me. It sounds like an excuse. But yeah, Adam is going to be where? Good tier. 64. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Boom. He's going to be right here in upper good tier. I did like this one. Okay. Next up, we've got one that I listened to very recently, and it's Wave Priest, the album from Asaph, who also actually one of the albums from Asaph. Later Winter Season is going to show up. So Wave Priest, he had kind of, so he had three projects. One was like a very much like a heavy dubstep project. Um, and one was like a very vibey sort of hip hop beats album that sounded really spacey and really vibey. Wave Priest kind of goes on both of those sort of sides of the spectrum. And I think when he goes more the winter season side of the spectrum versus the systems side, that's like a heavier one, I feel like he succeeds more. So that being said, Wave Priest wasn't my favorite project from him, and yeah, I wasn't extremely impressed by a lot of it. Um, but I mean, I know the potential that Asaph has to create really vibey, really nice sounding stuff. So you'll definitely see him later in a better light. I just felt like Wave Priest wasn't really the best representation of what he can do. So that being said, I'm gonna unfortunately put Wave Priest in top of no thanks tier. But yeah, all that's to say, we got another one. Wave goodbye to this trash album because we aren't gonna listen to it again. In case Asaph tunes in here, Andre is like rage bait roasting albums. So he's not actually saying his true thoughts on this thing. So all that's to say, Winter Season by Asaph. I was just talking about this because I forgot that I often group since I'm doing it alphabetically, I often group the albums together by artist, just by virtue of it being like happening that way. But Winter Season, I thought was a solid beats album. I thought that it was quite vibey. There were several parts where I was just kind of like transported, and it wasn't one that like as a project full of songs like blew me away. And he wasn't trying to do that. He was really trying to kind of like kick off, hey, I'm selling beats now in case you're interested. And I say if he's selling these kinds of beats, that is a big W for him, and I wish him all the best because those are some really vibey beats. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is gonna go right here at the bottom of good tier. I feel like if he had like done some vocal work on this, but like some really just spacey kind of airy vocal work, not the like Wave Priest style of vocals, then it could have been maybe even higher. But yeah, it kind of is what it is, and I think it's good for what it is. So that's that. Big ups to No Matter for letting me put in a section in his ranking. Yeah. Oh, Speckled, I thought the segment was very cool. Thank you for putting it together. Yeah. Big. So for context, Speckled normally streams around this time. If I'm not mistaken, you do stream Fridays at 6 p.m. Central Time generally. And so we worked it out to where we could have like a Speckled segment and I could shout my boy out. I suggested this because I would highly recommend his music production streams. They're a fun time, and he just has a lot of fun with like sound design and building out dubstep songs and drum and bass songs and whatnot. This one feels like you're about to win turd that season. Win turd that's seasoned. Oh gosh. That is correct. Yes, every other Friday at 6 p.m. Central. I have got to take this sweater off. Okay, but yeah. Banger segment idea by me. Did I put Winter Season? I did put Winter Season in a place. So we're gonna move on to a generational album, Walker World 2.0 by Alan Walker. I don't know what I expected from this one, but I wasn't a fan. I mean, like the songs generally sounded nice enough, but they were just so like they were so safe, and just the whole thing just like reeked of being phoned in. And yeah, there were some tracks that I like just straight up didn't like and wasn't sold on. So unfortunately, this one just didn't do it for me. There were a couple tracks that were like I mean, I liked like Creator Circle, for instance, but the like Better Off Alone cover I really just didn't like. And there were a couple tracks that were just like, I don't know. This was not my favorite project at all, unfortunately. Did I have? Wait, hold on. 28, 7, 6, 5, 4. What? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Where did I have Alan Walker? Yeah. I'm right. We're all good. Next album. The debut album from All Best Wishes, Letters Unwritten. My favorite album, so unique and creative. I love that. I love that the first one that you didn't roast is the Alan Walker album. Okay. This artist, I've had the privilege of at least in one year kind of competing alongside her for back when I did stuff for the Doxa Literary Festival, and submitted some of my No Matter songs like Float and My Eyes Betray Me, and songs like that kind of fit the vibe that they were going for. And one of the years, this person who ended up debuting as All Best Wishes, she was performing some of the songs that she had written for this album, songs like A Song for the Seeds and Unrequited Lullaby, ones that I would go on to listen to and just be enamored by. Like, there were several tracks where like I heard them and I thought they were beautiful, but when she came out with like a studio version of it, I was expecting just like guitar and vocals, which would have been just fine by me. But they fully produced this thing out, and they actually told a story throughout the whole album. Sort of, it's not like they told like a straightforward narrative, but it felt like a whole progression throughout the album, and it's just gorgeous. I'm just a big fan of this album. So, All Best Wishes is does it make it? Yeah, it's in Best of the Year tier. I was about to throw hands if I with myself if I didn't put it in Best of the Year tier. But yeah, fantastic album. Another kind of heart-wrenching one. Can you see a theme for the ones that are in Best of the Year? Yeah, big fan. Next one up. My boy, the roast master himself, comes out with his debut album. We've got Wake Up by Andre Delaney. This one, No Matter drop kicks himself. Yeah, you're about to see a spectacle on the stream. Speaking of a spectacle on the stream, this thing is fun. This thing is thoughtful. This thing is, I feel like I'm saying affirmations to it, like affirmations you'd say in a mirror. But yeah, I was just a big fan of this. I was a bigger and bigger fan. I had the privilege of seeing this as it developed, and it just got better and better the more they worked on it. And they could have overproduced this thing to heck. But it could have sounded very not cohesive having a bunch of producers on it, but it sounds, to me, it sounds very cohesive. It sounds like a full work that really makes sense. And it's just got like bangers on it and feelers as well. It's also got a lot of great remixes on it. I realize that it kind of may seem like I'm glazing myself because I have a remix on it, also produced one of the tracks. So if you're interested in checking out this album, if you're not, get interested. But if you are interested, I produced Up at Night and remixed Nightmare. But other than that, I mean, we have Forever Royalty in the chat who also did production work on Paradise and also remixed Feel Ashamed. So 2 a.m. is the best song on the album, Forever Royalty. I highly agree. 2 a.m. is a big, big feeler. Andre says, "Wake up, the best album is here." Indeed. Yeah, this one I'm a big fan of. I thought it was a very strong debut from Andre, and so it's going to go in Best of the Year tier. It's going to go right here. Where is it at? It's right here. Boom. Props to Andre for a fantastic album. Next up, Creating Space by Asher Postman. This is another fantastic album. Let's see where I have this. I have this right here. Once again, I'm going to save some of my comments for the video, but this thing is also gorgeous. The percussion work, as you would expect from Asher Postman, is groovy. It's fantastic. There are parts on it that are really raw, and I feel like you wouldn't necessarily expect from Asher. I mean, he's always been kind of like pretty honest and transparent in his lyrics, but I felt like he was vaguer in other projects, and Creating Space was really like you could tell it really came from his heart. So yeah, what a great album. Highly recommend. Next up, we've got In the Bittersweet Time by Astrail. I feel like any ranking I give this album is probably, well, any ranking that I'm going to eventually just end up giving this album, based on how strong I think it is not going to do it justice for how much I listen to it. This is, let's see, this is just above Hanka for me. I think it's a great album. When I first listened to it, I was not that impressed. I thought, yeah, okay, this is kind of good, but it kind of wanders, and yeah, Asher created too much space. This one was a bore. Oh, let's go. Mostrino's caught up now. But yeah, Astrail, this is my first time listening to a whole Astrail project. And yeah, I felt like it kind of wandered, but then I just found myself listening to this album over and over again. Like I was, it's kind of, it's a bit of like the, it's almost like the Geico commercial where the two raccoons are like, "Oh, this is awful, try it." Where it's like, but I don't think this project is awful. I was just like, yeah, this is a pretty good, not great project, except for I've already listened to it like 10 times through in the past month. So like, how do I justify this, right? And I came to terms with the fact that I just think this is a supreme vibe. I think this is a great album. I think that the writing is solid on it, and like transparent and raw. But yeah, he goes into like a lot of different cool territories, not as much in the EDM space, but just in the acoustic sort of vibe space. So yeah, I think that this is a solid one that ends super well. I think it has a really strong ending and a really strong start as well. But yeah, next up we've got Something's Got to Give by Atlas in Motion. This one is, I don't know if Enderon's going to show up, but this is an Enderon recommendation. The artist is an Enderon recommendation. And so I checked out this album, and I thought it was pretty good. I thought that it had a couple moments that were like super, super strong, and there weren't any moments that I like remember disliking really. It just wasn't, I guess, as crazy as I was expecting it to be, in quality or in direction. But I mean, I was pretty satisfied with what I got in general. So this is 3 above Hospital. So this is going solidly in good tier. This was more acoustic than I was expecting, but yeah, I thought that it was a solid one. Next up, Feel It All by Audrey Assad. This may have been Audrey Assad's first project after kind of falling away from, or rather, like walking away from her Christian faith, where she really got like a lot of attention for her music. It was through her worship music. Um, and so I was interested to see how she would write, right? And it was a lot of like take care of yourself type messages that I thought were pretty solid. I don't think she really went into like much theological material, which might be a surprise for some people, but honestly, I do think that this was a pretty solid album. It was pretty vibey. It had some catchy melodies. I think if I remember melodies from an album, then that's actually points toward it, because a lot of these albums I don't remember a whole lot from them. But this one, yeah, I thought that this one was solid. It had to grow on me a little bit, but yeah, it's a vibe, um, and it has some good messages in there as well. Even if maybe not all of them like hit the nail on the head, I think it's pretty solid. So this one's going in good tier. Next up, we have got Fluorescence by Big Gigantic. I don't remember like what brought me to this album. I think that I was listening through. So I was listening through a lot of artists' discographies and going through. And one of them was I was listening to a lot of Monster Cat albums. So it wasn't really like an artist discography, but it was sort of like a label discography specifically for albums and EPs that I thought were like, that I remember liking a lot. And one of those was the Kill Paris album on Monster Cat. And now I'm not like as big on the Kill Paris album, although I still think it's good. But one of the tracks I was huge on was this one called Fizzy Lifting Drink that had Big Gigantic on it. And so I was like, if they've got more stuff like this, then they'll have me. And they did have more stuff like that. It wasn't always like, it didn't always hit the nail on the head, but I thought that it was a fun experience listening to it. Thought it was a fun project. So, hey, 6K's here. Let's go. I think I listened to like 10 albums this year. This is insane. You are like, no need to feel bad about that at all. Cause like, I remember people were coming into my chat and they're like seeing that I listened to 230 plus albums and EPs total. And they were like, man, I didn't listen to as many albums as I should have. And I'm like, there's no, like, I feel like you shouldn't be listening to 100 plus albums in a year. Like it's kind of crazy. But yeah, that being said, here I am. I've done it. Welcome to stream 6K. Yeah, getting too cold. Hands can no longer type. Entering silent mode. Silence from Andre. Well, at least he was here for the Sam albums, the Jeremy album, or the Sam album, the Jeremy albums, and his own album. So yeah, you're making a beat, so you missed the notifications. Okay. Well, thank you for hopping in. I'm sorry we had to disrupt your beat making. Gotta cook up for real, indeed. I'm disrupting Speckled's beat making as well. But yeah, this one was fun. This one was solid. And I enjoyed the listen quite a bit. So, Big Gigantic Fluorescence. That's going to be right here in great tier. Okay, next up, we've got Clouds by Bloomer. That is another late addition to the whatchamacallit, the list. It's not on SoundCloud anymore right now. They're still trying to figure it out, but it's probably mid-December. It's going to go back up on SoundCloud, but I got to find it on YouTube and listen to it. Bloomer made quite a good album last year, and so I was expecting quite a good album, and I got quite a good album. There were some things where I was like, I'm not as, I don't know, it felt a little empty at parts, but I think there was a lot of intentionality behind this album that really like was like it gave it points for me. I always love to see it with an album, and I think it was done well, so I think that's points to it. Oh yeah, we did have a Speckled segment. Need a break from the cook up. Yeah. sometimes you do. You need to give your ear a break a little bit. But yeah, there was a Speckled segment before this where Speckled picked albums for me to tier list that I listened to. So that's where a lot of these that you're seeing currently on the screen came from, because we're kind of on the front end of the albums, like going through the rest of the albums. So yeah, Bloomer made once again some really just solid shoegaze, and I was a fan. So let's see, that's one above the Greatest Compromise in good tier. Here we go. All right, next up, we've got Sable Fable by Bon Iver. I don't know what I was expecting from this. I know that there are several artists that were like heavily inspired by Bon Iver that I like their style quite a bit. And this one, most of the time, it was pretty good. It was pretty solid. I think that, so it had two different discs to it. Disc 1 I thought was particularly weak. I wasn't a big fan of that one, but that's only like 4 tracks long, and most of them are short. And disc 2 is where it really shines, especially I think like the middle of disc 2 is when it really starts to get super kind of euphoric and really cool. Because of disc 1, I can't rate it too highly, but I think if just the whole album were disc 2, it would be better. Even so, it was good. I enjoyed it. So it's at 136. So 4, 5, 6. Right here. Good. Whenever I say that something is good or all right or great, I get a little nervous that I'm about to put it in like a different tier than what I said. But we cooked this time. We did it. Next up. A crazy album cover and album name and artist name. Which one? Clouds, Bloomer, Big Gigantic Fluorescence. Oh, and that album cover? Are we talking about Fluorescence? You can catch me up. Next up, Bongo Chico by Bongo Chico. This one I don't know that I was expecting a lot, but I was satisfied. I thought that this one was quite a good one. Bongo Chico is is one half Bony Bear. Bon Iver, spelled B-O-N, and then second word I-V-E-R. Not Bony Bear. Have you never heard of Bon Iver? Maybe not. I didn't really. I guess I did kind of hear about Bon Iver, but I didn't like check out his music until this album, which is unfortunate because Bon Iver is like not a thing anymore. That was his last album. So Bony Bear. Yeah. Anyway, Bongo Chico, yet another crazy. Yeah. Bon Iver. B-O-N-I-V-E-R. I still don't. I couldn't tell you what that means either. But Bongo Chico. The lead singer of Bongo Chico is one of the people from Switchfoot. And so I was expecting some solid like John Foreman type vibes. And you get that, but you also get a little bit of like a different style, a folkier style than John Foreman, I would say, normally does. But actually John Foreman has a pretty folky style outside of Switchfoot. So I just think it's a really solid one. So Bongo Chico is going in good tier, question mark? No, actually great tier, I think. It's at 51. So it's 55. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. It's going in great tier. I was a fan of that one. All right, next up, we've got New Skin by Camoufly. This was my first Camoufly project, although from like the really high recommendations of Camoufly, I probably should have checked Camoufly out before. Even so, here I am. I've checked it out. I think that this is a really great like house slash. I don't know if he really goes a garage route, but because I don't remember, unfortunately, a lot of this, but I remember really uh, liking this one a lot. I think that is really groovy and really vibey, um, and just exactly what I was hoping to get out of a Camoufly project, if not with some more experimentation. But yeah, solid one. This is going in great tier. All right, next up, we've got the third compilation from Chompo, Chompo 3. Dang, you guys can hear that. That was loud. Chompo 1 got honorable mention in 2023 for top 10 albums of the year. Chompo 2 it was a little more polarizing. It had some that I just didn't like, that I'd like actively disliked, and some that I really was crazy about. This, funnily enough, is just like all really just like good, not great stuff. It's just the most solid 6.5 out of 10 project that I could think of, probably. It's just, and for that reason, it's not high in the 6.5s, because like, I don't know, there just wasn't a lot that like stuck out to me about this, but it was an okay enough time. So yeah, unfortunately, I think it's a step down from both Chompo 1 and Chompo 2. So it's probably going to go somewhere in all right tier, maybe A tier. We'll see. 182. No, it's going in all right tier. Where are the Stealing Fire remixes? Okay, 177. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boom. Where are we at? We're at Chompo 3. It's going right here in all right tier. Next up, we've got The Unknown by Christian Singleton. Sam Bowman produced this project in full, I believe, and there is a Sam Bowman collab where he's more on production. Does he have vocals on it? He might have vocals on it. I don't remember. This one was good. This one was solid. Like, most of the time, Christian Singleton doesn't like blow my socks off, but she produces some like really solid output, and does a good job with the ideas that she has, and stuff like that. So solid music, solid album, and I'm going to put it in, let's see, 128. So 21098. Right here in good tier. Christian Singleton, The Unknown. Next up, we've got 4D by See Me, a hyperpop project from a pretty like expressly hyperpop artist. This is another artist that like doesn't often blow me away, but he does do some interesting stuff. And he has some really like he has some production highlights in really any release that he puts out. And so this one is no exception. This one I think is a solid project. I think it flows well. I think it has several solid tracks on it. It has a nice progression to it. And if you're looking for a See Me project with See Me vibes, you've got it. It's right here. And that's really the extent of my thoughts on 4D. And it's going to go right below The Unknown. So, good tier. That's not it. Okay, there we go. Good tier. Next up, Fake Moon by Cleopatra. I had no idea what to expect. I heard a track from this from an Instagram ad and was kind of it piqued my interest because of like the kind of bit crushed rock style, not rock, the bit crushed kind of indie style to it. from a band that apparently was more of a rock band before this album. Um, and it's just like a solid vibe. I think that the songs sound nice. They don't really like stick out to me really wholesale, but they are a nice solid vibe. So Fake Moon is going on 142. So let's see, 142, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boom. Going right here in good tier. Good album. Next up, we've got Aura Park by Dabin. This was kind of what I expected from a Dabin project. I think I was expecting something more solid. Like, I wasn't expecting to like actively dislike a couple tracks, but I did. There were a couple tracks where I was like, yeah, I'm really not sold on this. A couple tracks that were like, yeah, this is pretty good. But most of it was just kind of existent to me. And that's unfortunate because Dabin's put out some stuff that I've been like really impressed by. And unfortunately, I just wasn't that impressed by this. So, 201, let's see, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. It's going in tier. I scrolled down way too much. Where am I? There I am. Boom. All right. I hope 6K is still in the chat because we've got Frames by Depth Oblivious and 6K. I had the privilege of sitting with Depth Oblivious while listening to this album once it came out, and I thought it was a solid vibe and had like some interesting ideas. I wasn't, I guess, it's not as much my style of music, and I wasn't that familiar with 6K before. Like, I don't know that I'd listened to any of his music before this, so I never really knew when he was trying to be serious and when he wasn't, because there are some parts where like clearly this guy's just like doing some, I don't know, some bravado for the sake of like satire. And I thought that those moments were funny, but yeah, even though it wasn't as much my style, I thought that it had some interesting ideas, and I feel like whatever place I'm gonna end up putting this in is probably not gonna do justice for just this album being as fun as it is. It's a fun project. So, but that being said, it's gonna go in tier for me, unfortunately, just because as a whole, it just wasn't. I wasn't as big on it as I was hoping to be. But it be that way. It be that way sometimes. That's okay. Next up, Singularity by Different Heaven. I mean, talk about an album that I was planning to get back to and never did, because I remember being like expressly disappointed by some tracks, but like really it really hit the spot in other places. Different Heaven is an artist that I generally enjoy quite a bit. And I remember like going back to some of the tracks that I like didn't enjoy and being like, okay, this wasn't as wild and crazy and strange as I thought it was, because I thought that there was some like serious whiplash moments in this album. And now I think they're not as much whiplash, but I can't really confirm it because I didn't go back to it. So ultimately, I remember this album just being a little confusing to me, but there were some solid parts to it. So Singularity is going to go in, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to go in all right tier. All right, next up, we have got Dr. P and Flux Pavilion by Dr. P and Flux Pavilion. Again, I don't know what I was expecting from this, but like, I don't know. I remember having my head in my hands at a couple points. I was not a big fan of this. It just it had some really low points, and the highest that it ever got was just some like, okay, this is all right. Like when the best that you've got is all right on an album, it's not a recipe for like succeeding in impressing me. So this one wasn't my thing at all. This one's going to go in 228. It's going to go near the bottom of no thanks tier. Where is it at? Dr. P and Flux Pavilion. Apologies to two classic dubstep producers. They just did not cook on this one. All right, next up. Hopeless Romantic by Drinks on Me. I'm going to make this point because I never made this point on video. I don't know why this is his debut album and not Freedom, and Freedom was his EP that made my top 10 last year. This thing is the same amount of tracks. Both of them are 7 tracks. And this one runs like 2 or 3 minutes shorter than Freedom EP. But this one was like, oh yeah, this is my debut album. Was kind of Drinks on Me's, I don't know. It's just like, is this your debut album? Either way, it sounds nice, like cuz Freedom had a lot more of a progression and a lot more of kind of a musical narrative to it. So I think if anything, that should be his debut album if we're going to make a 7-track album that runs like 23 minutes, a debut album. Either way, this one sounds nice, but it doesn't blow me away. The theme isn't as like he doesn't treat the theme with as much, I don't know, as gripping a direction than I was expecting. So that being said, it sounds all right. So, or it sounds good, I guess. I'm putting it in good tier. I just did the thing that I swore not to do. This thing's going 146, so 2 1 10 9 8 7 6. Boom. Bottom of good tier, but still good. Okay, I realize we're in a bit of like a dry streak here, but next up we've got Dark by Eden. This one's probably gonna break records in some people's books, and like some people are gonna love this one. I thought it was good. I thought it was pretty solid, but not anything to like write home about. It had some cool kind of like Latin vibes to some of the tracks, which I was a fan of. But yeah, this is gonna go in good tier under Hopeless Romantic. It just like it didn't blow me away. But it had some moments. Next up, Daydreams by Effin. I was expecting some nasty stuff, and I didn't really get nasty stuff on this one. It was more just like, it was more chill and like melodic stuff than I was expecting from Effin, which like sounds cool. Like he doesn't do much on the album in my opinion, but I don't know. There are a couple of moments that I enjoyed. I just was expecting more from it and didn't really get it. But it was all right. So 184. Where's the app I'm looking for? It's around where Chompo 3 is. Yeah, so it's 2 below Chompo 3. There It Will Lie in all right tier. Let me get a drink of water. And in the meantime, I'll go to the next one. Okay. Next up, we got Park Songs 2 by EJGSTY or EJ Gasataya. I'm not sure. Um, but yeah, this is the first like full project I've heard from, I'm just going to say EJ. And uh, this one was a vibe. Like this one had a lot of really, he's seems to be primarily a beat maker. Um, but he makes some like really nice like lo-fi type beats and stuff like that. And it's just a fun little like lo-fi slash kind of vibey hip hop beats project that um, has some nods to his faith that are I think cool, and even to his family in some ways. I wasn't a big fan of the Skibbity Toilet track that he did for his cousin, for his little cousin, but I like the family like shout out where he was probably making that beat with his cousin, and cousin loved it because Skibbity Toilet, and so he was like, I gotta put this on the album for my boy. So yeah, so you do that, but yeah, overall I thought that this was a pretty solid one. So 82 is where I have it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boom. It's going to go solidly in good tier. Boom. All right, next up, Victory Lap by Elevation Rhythm. I was introduced to this because of the lead single called Goodbye Yesterday. I thought was like one, so it came out last year. I think it was probably the best worship song of last year that I have heard that came out last year. It's got so much energy to it. It's got such a like, I don't know, it's such a contagious energy to it and vibe, and the lyrics are cool and well written. I think that I just think that Goodbye Yesterday is a very strong song. That being said, I was expecting for Victory Lap to carry the same energy or just to be as effective, and it really wasn't. Like Goodbye Yesterday was far and away the best track on this album. But yeah, it had some solid highs, and the lows were just kind of like, I felt like they were kind of mid. But yeah, overall, I thought it was all right. It definitely just has some glaring weaknesses, but other than that, I mean, it has Goodbye Yesterday. So like, how bad can it be? So it's going to go at the bottom of good tier. Here it is. All right. Next up is an album we've been talking about a little bit, and that's Exobolt 12. So Exobolt, every time Exobolt releases a compilation, there are always tracks that I love, tracks that I kind of dislike, and tracks that are in the middle. And so this one, no exception. There are tracks that I wasn't as big on, and I feel like the tracks that I wasn't as big on actually have a greater concentration on this album or on this compilation than other projects. So even so, there are some that like blew me away. Glacier's track on it is beautiful, gorgeous. Devath's track on it is a banger. And even like Electric Dad cooked, even though Electric Dad I felt like did not cook on I want to say Exobolt 11 was the one where I didn't really like his track on there. But yeah, super strong openers on Exobolt 12, but the rest of the album kind of wasn't it. IMO. I agree. And that's kind of the summary of my thoughts on it. But I did think also the Complexive track was quite solid. I do like me some Complexive. So that being said, it's going just above We Rise the Collection for me. Was that all right tier or good tier? It's an all right tier. Yeah. And it's all right. Okay. Next up, we've got the 1st of October album from this year. 1 week. This one, so it had an interesting idea. It was filmed in a guitar center. If you're not familiar, 1st of October is a 1 day-a-year band where on the 1st of October, these two music YouTubers slash musicians in their own right, Andrew Huang and Rob Scallon, come together to make an album in 1 day, normally 12 hours. And they write and record the entire thing, and then they spend the next maybe 2 or 3 weeks mixing and mastering it and getting it ready for distribution. But all of the recording and writing, everything is done on the kind of pre-production end in 12 hours. Very impressive stuff. 1 week is definitely not my favorite Foo album. Definitely some cool ideas, but not quite there. IMO, Speckled says. I agree. I think that it had a really good concept, like filming in a guitar center, being able to use whatever. But at the end of the day, you also have to make an album in 12 hours. So no matter how many resources are at your disposal, there's no way that you can use all of them to the greatest extent. And they didn't, but yeah, it served its purpose. It had some tracks that really grew on me. But it's not the best Foo project. So I would actually say it's probably one of their worst projects. But they are an extremely consistent band for having to make all of their albums in 1 day. So, yeah, I think I might have put Bon Iver in the wrong place. 136. Wait a second. Did I put some stuff in the wrong place? No, I did not. I'm okay. I keep like second guessing myself for no reason. Because I'm just doing it right. But anyway. Foo peaked albums 3 through 5 IMO. Foo peaked with album 3, album 5, and album 6, I would say. I thought Round 6 was a very strong album. I thought Abbey Road, or what is it called? You can't call it Abbey Road. Across the Road, I thought that was a really strong album as well. Didn't take as much of the rock direction, but I thought that it was still a very strong album. In fact, the direction that they did take probably was points towards its strength. And 3 was more of a metal album than those two that I mentioned, but to its strength. So it shows that they can really they're really diverse musicians. But I wasn't as sold on the 4th album. It had some really strong tracks, like Jangly Bones was quite a strong track. And Love to Say I Love You, I think, was one that I enjoyed quite a bit. But yeah, that's what I'd say about Foo. I always love watching them every year, though. So next up, we've got... I did put Foo in a place. We've got Child of God 2 by Forrest Frank, who has come under more and more scrutiny as of recent. Child of God 1, I thought, was an extremely strong album and was one of those ones, kind of like Matthew Parker's album and a couple others, where I really wanted to talk about them, but they weren't making honorable mentions, but they were really strong albums. So yeah, October 1st is always something to look forward to. Yeah, October 1st, by the way, in case anybody's listening and doesn't know about 1st of October, that's the day that they record and perform the album every year. And then it comes out, I think, on the 26th of October generally, with some exceptions. So, yeah. Child of God 1 was a really strong project, and I was very impressed by it. Child of God 2 wasn't near as strong a project. I do think that it was, good in its own right. I think that what carries it is the testimony near the end. of the album, but most of the time it's kind of just like Forrest Frank doing what Forrest Frank do, and and not being like super creative, I think. But like I think generally it's all right. It's pretty good. Um, okay, so 131. Where's 131? It's right here. Boom. So it's going to go in the kind of lower-ish echelons of good tier. Okay. I'm going to go halfway through all of these albums and then take an intermission halfway through. So we're about 17 albums from the halfway mark. So just so that you guys know, there'll be an intermission coming. All right, next up, Sunk Cost Fallacy by Fox Stevenson. This is another one that I'm going to save for a particular video. Because this one, I think, is a wonderful album that falls right here, I believe. 4, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Best of the year tier, not the best album of the year, but best of the year tier. This thing is super fun, super jumpy, super creative, and it takes a really interesting lyrical direction that he's never taken before, in my opinion. I've never really seen it come out at least this strongly. Basically, in a nutshell, he kind of makes a lot of like philosophical claims of like from like a place of, these are the answers I've figured out and I've got answers for you. And this is a lot more questions and like insecurity and like I don't really know all the answers. I think that was really cool to hear from Fox Stevenson, and this is kind of a humbler album, even though it's just as much of a spectacle as his other works. So Fox Stevenson is right at home in my in the upper echelons of the albums that I would rank high. He was my number 1 EP of the year. Would have been like my number 4 album of the year or something if it was an album, but apparently it was an EP, so handily a number 1 EP of the year in 2023 when he released Enemy Brain Entertainment Suite. But yeah, Sunk Cost Fallacy, really strong. I'll talk about it a good bit later. Okay, next up, Photo 4 by Frequent. Let's see where I have this one. I had to listen to this a couple times to kind of get it, but this one is a solid one. This one I think is a really cool, like, I feel like I'd expect from Frequent a lot of like sound design craziness and coolness, and I think that Frequent delivered. Like, this is quite a spectacle of a project if you look past the kind of low-key nature of it. Like, if I were to recommend an album that captured what water sounded like, this is the first one I'd go to. Like, this is a very watery, kind of nature-y type album. And I think that it does very well. So, yeah. I don't know that I have that much more to say about it. I just think it's a great album. And I like vibing out to it. Next up, we've got one of the boys, Geovac, with, I think this is I'm Sad to See You Go. Yeah. This is I'm Sad to See You Go. This one, I think, took a little bit to kind of grow on me, especially in the intro song, like the first songs. But this is a really nice kind of like dreamcore album that I think does a good job of kind of capturing, without having to use too many words, the nostalgia of a time that once was, while currently experiencing like a really hard time where you can't hide behind that nostalgia anymore to cope with it. And and that's kind of, I guess, how I interpret this album. I think it does quite a good job. It sounds really nice. It's a cool concept as well because he went to a lot of places that were important to him in his childhood and just sat there and made the tracks, and often named the tracks after the place that he was at. So I thought it was a really solid idea for an album, and I thought it was executed quite well. So I was a fan of this Geovox album. Where is it at? It's at 115. So it's gonna go here in good tier, because it didn't it wasn't one that like blew me away, admittedly, but it was one that I enjoyed, and I thought that the ending was really like the ending was really honest and kind of like spoke to my heart. So I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. Next up, we've got the other Geovox album that released recently, called "Sometimes I Wish I Go Back." Sometimes I wish we could go back, and it takes more of a lyrical direction and more of a vocal direction. There are some tracks on it that I just like sit back and vibe to, and it's not gonna like knock my socks off, but it's gonna be a solid vibe. And there are some that are like vibes I wouldn't I guess expect from Geovox, but yeah, I just enjoyed this project. I enjoyed listening to it. I thought it was quite a solid project. So wherever the Atlas in Motion album is, it's gonna go just below that one in good tier. There we go. Okay, next up, we've got Big Epic Nothing by Grabbits. If never you were expecting a largely rock album to come from Grabbits, then I don't know that you were listening too closely. And to be fair, I think Things Change was a pretty like rock centric record, although admittedly I haven't gotten to it yet. But this one I really liked. I thought it was a great album. I wondered why it didn't have two of the tracks from that EP. That was my number 2 EP of the year last year. But hey, out of the 3 tracks it could have picked to be on this album, In the Dark is a fantastic choice. In the Dark is a banger. And probably the most EDM-ish that this album gets. But yeah, Grabbits is just like in strong form with this album. And he cooks with the catchy melodies and the like driving bass lines and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that this one is a win for Grabbits. So 43, 38, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Boom. So he's going to be in great tier. Grabbits. All right, next up, we've got Eyes Renewed by Graham Jones. This one also had a little bit of involvement from Sam. There was a collab on it called In the Arms of a Loving Father. This one had a nice like folky style to it, and even had some like really interesting topic choices, like Henry Molaison. There's like a whole kind of documentary style history of Henry Molaison, who has a really interesting story that is communicated well on this album in the song Henry Molaison. But yeah, there are just several like just vibey bops. Eyes Renewed, In the Arms of a Loving Father is a bop. I'm a big fan of Come Harvest Time at the end, the outro. When the strings come in, it is heavenly. But yeah, I am a big fan of this Graham Jones project. So that being said, that's going to be number 17. So that's going to make it into Best of the Year tier. I highly recommend this album. It is such a supreme vibe. All right, next up, this one is Blind Faith by Great Milk. I don't have much to say about this one. It felt just kind of nothing to me. There wasn't much that happened. I was kind of expecting stuff to happen. So this is going to go in no thanks tier. I don't know. I was expecting Great Milk Great Milk is a very creative producer. I was expecting Great Milk to do some crazier things with Blind Faith and really didn't. So yeah, like I said, I don't have much to say about this one other than it wasn't it for me. But it had some nice moments. It just had a lot of nothing. It was a pretty long album too. I remember it being. Next up, we've got Red Acid by Great Milk. This was a lot more of something. And there were parts of it that I liked and parts of it that I didn't. And I think I like this one the tiniest bit better than Blind Faith, but I don't know. It was not the return to form that I was expecting from Great Milk. It just had some parts where I was just like, like that, and some parts where I was like, ooh, that's really cool. But ultimately, yeah, it wasn't much of anything, unfortunately, for me. Next up, Hello World's Heart Piece. This one it had its moments where I was disappointed by it, but I think most of the time it was a really strong album. And ultimately, I think it has the really beautiful moments and really cool moments on this album very much outweigh the moments where I was not sold on it and didn't really like it. So ultimately, this is actually going to be in a very strong place because I was very satisfied by this Hello World project. Even despite the couple moments where I was like not as sold on it, I think it's a strong project. So this is going. Where did I have this? Okay. I don't think I had this positioned here. There we go. 25. So 21, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going in the sort of upper echelons of great tier. I thought it was a really solid project. I think big ups to Hello World on this. Next up, we've got Heights and Gardina's Anthem of the Dying. So Heights made my top. I think Heights was like number 5 or number 6 album of 2023, and Gardena was number 2 album of 2024. So these two teaming up, I thought was going to be just like an explosive combination. And they were telling a story too, like in a sort of post-apocalyptic, or rather a mid-apocalyptic type story that I thought was a really interesting idea. And ultimately, I thought they told the story well. And it had some really like catchy moments. I came away from this thinking this is a pretty strong project. But yeah, it's probably not making it in my like top echelons, but I did think that the two of them came together very well for this project, and came out with a pretty satisfying project. So that being said, that's going just above Lost Tapes at the bottom of great tier. So I quite enjoyed this one, even despite the parts that I didn't enjoy as much, that were honestly still pretty good. All right, next up, we've got Unsaid by Idealism and Lucid Green. If you know Lucid Green's style, this is just pretty much a like solidly lucid green type album. A lot of like lo-fi. I think that this one is like particularly smooth and particularly vibey, but it's not as like not as immersive as I as I often like to hear. But even so, I thought that this was a pretty solid album for the two, and and a nice vibe. Um, Kind of serendipitously with the album title, I don't have much to say about this other than it's a nice vibe. So this one's going in bottom of good tier. All right, next up, Jacob Collier's album, The Light for Days. I was not at all expecting an album from Jacob Collier after like last year closing his Jesse series that took him years and years to finish. But like here it is. It's really interesting. So Jesse Volume 4 was my number one album of 2024. And this album was like it was made in 4 days. It was really just Jacob and a guitar. And that, I like just it being Jacob and a guitar is often what really like was strong about Jesse Volume 2 in terms of the foundations of the tracks, although the way that he built stuff up in Jesse Volume 2 with all kinds of different instruments, I thought was especially cool and really like really brought it over the edge. But what am I trying to say? The foundations of the tracks have got to be there. So yeah, a fire emoji from the description. Welcome, Aaron. Thank you for hopping in. Yeah, Jacob Collier's album is a really good one. I really enjoyed it. There were a couple of... So it has a mix of covers and original tracks. There were a couple of tracks where I wasn't like huge on them. Norwegian Wood cover. I mean, I don't really like the lyrics of Norwegian Wood. And so it's like a fun vibe, but like I kind of leave that song feeling yucky. But other than that, everything else just sounds real nice. Especially the last couple tracks are real nice, and the first track is a really great start to it. So The Light for Days is going to be near the top. It's going to be at 23. So 21, 2, 3. Boom. Top of great tier. Okay. Next up, we've got Learning to Love by Jake and Shelby. If you're not familiar, Jake and Shelby made as an honorable mention for top 10 EPs of the year in 2023. I think it was 2023. With Just Us. It might have been 2024. Either way, they've made my honorable mentions before. This is an artist this is a duo that was recommended to me by my mom. And we've always said that like she has fire movie recommendations, but we just never believed her. And then we kept getting proven wrong whenever we watched a movie as a family that she recommended, and it was like a banger. So turns out the same is true for the music. This was a banger music recommendation, Jake and Shelby. That being said, this album was a bit of a weird one for them. I liked it ultimately. I thought that it was a pretty strong album. It was just a kind of a different direction for them. It was a little less optimistic and a little more dismal in the storytelling than they normally go into. And I think that is a like strong decision for music, I guess, as a whole. I'm not sure that I want Jake and Shelby to continue on this path, because like I think that what set them apart was their very optimistic, like real, raw but optimistic view of love and how you can like push through and stuff like that. This one was just a little dismal. So, and like that's okay. If you're feeling that, then that's like I was listening to this and I was a little bit like, are they breaking up? Have they broken up? Because they're, I believe, a couple. But yeah, quite catchy, wholesale, and just fun vibes all around. I just don't know that I would want I would like to see them continue on this like lyrical path, but they can do what they want to do. Um, they don't need my permission. That being said, this is making it to top of good tier. Really catchy album. Next up, we've got Light Years by Jaren. This may have come up before, but Light Years technically was not released this year. It technically was released last year, but I'm starting something new this year. And I should have mentioned this at the top. I was going to, and I forgot. But I, from now on, and I am including December albums in the following year. So I've sort of inaugurated this through several albums that came out last year, specifically in December, that I didn't get to last year, that I'm giving another chance to be on this ranking this year. So that being said, Light Years was one of them, released in December 27th, 2024, after I had done all my end of year stuff. So I wasn't going to go back and change it. That being said, I mean, it's Jaren. This thing has fantastic moments. It has a couple moments, and this is the first Jaren project that really does this, but it has a couple moments where I'm like not as sold on it, I guess. And that I think is a common sentiment. Like he goes a very kind of like a lot of bravado, a lot of like kind of rapper swag type, I don't know, like pride in the first half, and then kind of breaks that pride down with some insecurity in the latter half of it, which I think is the stronger half. But funnily enough, actually, Once, which was my least favorite one, and probably the only Jaren song where I would say I don't really enjoy it, that's in the latter half. So even so, I mean, you've got Butterfly on this thing, you've got Icarus on this thing, you've got Spinning on this thing. Like, this thing is a spectacle. Not as much of a spectacle as Everything in Between EP or his album that I've given a 10, It's Hard to See Color When You're So Impossibly Far Away. Probably would have been my favorite album of 2022. So yeah, this is probably his weakest project, but the thing is, when Jaren releases his weakest project, it's still stronger than most projects that exist out there because he's such a stacked musician. So that being said, Jaren is going to barely make it into best of the year tier, which is funny because technically it didn't come out this year. But yeah, just a great album. Big fan of Light Years. All right. Next up, we've got a few more before we're going to take a little bit of an intermission, but Night by Jonathan Ogden. I didn't really know what to expect. I know that Jeremy James Whittaker was involved with one of the tracks, but I wasn't sure really what to expect. And it kind of takes a similar route to In Bloom by John Foreman, which was one of the ones that I kind of wish that I could talk about, but it didn't make like even honorable mentions for my albums of the year, but it almost did. This is a similar kind of vibe. It's very vibey. It's very sort of indie and like it has a very much an acoustic feel to it. I just really like this whenever it's on. It's such a vibe. And it's got some great messages as well. It's got some really sweet it's got a really sweet tribute on it called Flowers that I think is my favorite track on it and is a standout track for the year. Yeah, just such a great album. So this one is going 3 places below Light Years for me. So 1, 2, 3. This is making it at the top of great tier. Big ups to Jonathan Ogden. This is my first project of his that I've ever listened to, and I'll probably keep him on my radar because it's great. All right, next up we've got Paradox by Josh Adams. I want to say Josh Adams was shown to me by Andre this year, Andre Delaney, who you'll see up in Best of the Year tier if you're not tapped in. Just 2 spots above Jaren, 1 spot above Graham Jones. We've got Andre's album, but he showed me this album. The writing is really, really great on this album. The lyrics are fantastic and really interesting and thought provoking. The problem is the production is just kind of weak. I feel like it doesn't really carry it like it should, and it doesn't really do it justice. But the writing on it is just like fantastic. So it's a bit of like a head scratcher, but ultimately it's a good one. It's just not crazy. So wherever Champo 3 is, it's 2 spots above that. So I have it in all right tier, which I think is true. It is all right, but man, it would be so good if the production really like carried its weight. So last one before we take a little break is Archived by Just a Gent. If you weren't aware, Just a Gent released an album last year called The Answer Is. It was like a 22 track album or something that was giant. It ran like an hour and a half. It felt pretty long too. So, but it had some really good tracks on there and some that were just like, eh. And that's kind of Archived. It has several really good tracks and several just like good, not great tracks. So it makes for a good, not great album. That's kind of the unsaid things from, it's kind of like Jessica Baio's Unsaid from last year. That was a bunch of songs that didn't make the EP that she had released before. This is an EP of several songs that didn't make The Answer Is. So yeah, it's pretty good, but not crazy. So 161. Okay, where's Exobolt 12? Exobolt 12, maybe that's not the best indicator. Oh, USB 0.1. It's 2 spots below USB 0.1. So it's right here. It's an all right tier. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of an intermission, and then I will be back with you guys shortly. Hey, welcome back. Uh, Forever Royalty says you've listened to significantly more albums and EPs than I have this year. I mean, yeah. Not a bad thing. Once again, every time somebody like says that, I have to specify listening to like 230 plus albums and EPs is crazy. And I don't recommend it unless you just really like to do that. You kind of trade off not listening, not really spending time sitting down and spending time with a lot of music. But I will say that doing something like this does reveal to you the it reveals to you a lot of different kinds of albums. You've got albums that you never want to listen to again, but you've got albums that you know if you sit with it, then it's going to be like the best music you've heard. And so I think it made me more confident with some of the music that I was really like sitting down and spending a bunch of time with, and it opened my world to a lot of the music that's out there. But yeah, I wouldn't put a number on it. And I never do. I just end up listening to this many albums and EPs and just not sitting with most of them. But the ones that I sit with, I really know are like ones that I love. I did not expect Jaren to make it into the best of the year. I didn't really either, but the album really grew on me. It like really grew on me. And but I think proportionally. Like Once, for instance, didn't really grow on me, but at least I kind of get it now. And the other tracks like really grew on me. So the ones that were really good at first grew on me even more, and the ones that I didn't like as much, I understood more. So yeah, I wonder how many of your minutes this year are just from these albums. Like 99%. I mean, other than like some Release Radar singles, and every once in a while I'd pull up like some Monster Cat singles and stuff like that. But yeah, the vast majority are from these albums. All right, let me show you the next album and then get some water. Oh, we've got a doozy. Oh, okay. This is Necrosis by Kaiwachi. Um, Probably what you'd expect from Kaiwachi. There are some like really like headbanger type tracks that are really clearly supposed to be that, and some more melodic tracks. Um, I think that like it's pretty polarizing. You get some tracks on both sides that are like on both the heavy and melodic sides that are not as good or are more mid, and you get some tracks that are like really bangers. And overall, it just comes together to be just like a pretty good project, but not a great project. Just pretty good. Lol, Kaiwachi, my goat. Yeah, I wasn't sure about going through this album too, just because like I know how polarizing he can be, but overall, I got some tracks out of it. I thought it was a fine experience. So this is going in all right tier. Let's see, where is it at? Boom. All right, next up, we've got an interesting case. We've got No Limit by Knock 2, which is one that I was also surprised wasn't disqualified. I think that it's probably more likely that the Riot 10 album would be disqualified than this one, but this one had a good bit of like content concerns for me. Even so, I mean, it was just like, well, I guess that's not a point to it. I was going to say it's a long album. That doesn't necessarily mean you get more objectionable content if it's longer. But but like there are some bangers on this thing. And there are few tracks that I didn't really connect with. I don't remember any tracks that I didn't connect with. I thought that it was a really solid project. It just I don't know. I came out of it feeling the tiniest bit. It was almost like a dark chocolate situation where like you feel a tiny bit of bitterness in your mouth when you're done eating it, but there's a good amount of sweet. So that being said, this album I think is really solid, and I really enjoyed this one. Really fun. I think not too cooked with this one. So this one is going just below O2 Solace in good tier. Top of good tier as well, because it is quite a good album. All right, next. I'm realizing this is a bit of a hot take. We've got Moments in Everglow by Coven. I enjoyed this one. I think that I probably enjoyed more off of Butterfly Effect, but I don't think I've taken a focused listen to the entire thing from front to back for Butterfly Effect. For this one, I did. And it's a bunch of drum and bass. It's a bunch of what you'd expect from Coven drum and bass, but I generally like Coven drum and bass, and I felt like it was fine. I felt like it was good. And I even actively like enjoyed the album as a whole. So so this one is at 119. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boom. It's in good tier. There it is. Next up, we're taking a little bit of a pivot. It's the soundtrack to K-pop Demon Hunters. The absolute like it's not a cult classic. It was like it exploded on the scene, seemingly against all odds. Like it's a very different. I mean, I haven't seen the movie. It seems like a very different like. It seems like a concept that would be appealing to very much like a niche of people, but it like was a global sensation. So that's kind of crazy to me. The soundtrack was recommended to me by my sister-in-law, and I thought it was pretty good. I thought it had its weaker moments and its stronger moments, but ultimately, I think it's a solid project. I didn't like know really the narrative behind any of it because I hadn't watched the movie, but I thought that on its own it stood pretty well. So this is going in the middle of good tier, um, because it's pretty good. Next up, can't go anywhere without hearing those songs, especially Golden. Funnily enough, I like Golden. I think Golden is a bop. But I also have not been inundated with it. I I don't feel like really anybody's talking about it where I live, but um, but maybe in the bigger cities in the U.S., like everybody's talking about it. It could be that. Um, so that being said, I don't have the room to get tired of it, because I don't really get inundated with it. All right, we've got "Look Through Me" by Leslie. Leslie made my top 10 EPs of the year last year, I believe, with his EP with Tennyson called Dolphin. Um, this one was, I think, not as strong as Dolphin, but the thing is, Dolphin was so strong that I wasn't gonna expect this one to like blow me away. Even so, there were a couple of like really cool moments. The percussion on this is fantastic. Leslie's just great at that, I've discovered. Um, and yeah, just overall, what a strong project. It grew on me, uh, and but I thought it was pretty good at the beginning, and it just got better and better with more listens. So this is going just below Big Epic Nothing in great tier. Leslie, Look Through Me. Next up, we've got Godspeed Fantasy by Low Swimmer. Low Swimmer was a topper on my list in 2023. His album Red Eye Effect made number 10 on my top 10 of 2023. And he actually released 2 albums this year. This one was a spectacle for sure, at first, and didn't really stop being a spectacle upon further listens. Like, this is just a really strong project. It's a different direction for Low Swimmer. So if you're expecting more of the Red Eye Effect, like very acoustic style, you're gonna get stuff that's a lot more kind of electronic or groovy, or more high energy on this one, even though it still has that emotional weight that you would expect from Low Swimmer. Really interesting direction for Low Swimmer, and honestly, I would love to see him build on this. On this style. The melodies also are just fantastic on it. So this is going just above New Skin. This is going in great tier. Low Swimmer. Boom. All right. Then we got the other Low Swimmer album, World Over. This one actually is technically less of an album, and it's more of a soundtrack, because he released a short film about touring. And I watched the short film. A lot of it was just like kind of establishing shots and vibe shots. That was a lot of the short film, but it was interspersed with several different thoughts from, like, almost journal entry type thoughts from Low Swimmer about touring and how grueling it is, that I thought were really interesting and really insightful. You don't get it as clearly in this soundtrack, but you do get some really like nice sounding tracks that are more in line with what you'd expect from Low Swimmer. The thing that's interesting about this one too is it's in 2 parts. You have 8 tracks that are pretty standard Low Swimmer, but they do sound really nice, just as you'd expect if you're a Low Swimmer fan, as I am. And then the other 10 tracks are basically its own little ambient album. Which I thought it was really cool in 2022 when I heard Novo Amor do a full-on ambient album. No vocals, no lyrics, nothing, except for just like ambience that he created on a trip to Antarctica, I believe. And it was called Antarctican Dream Machine. Big fan of that album. Great ambient album. This one I think was not quite as effective, but I think that it has some very, very beautiful moments. And yeah, this is just a great album. I'm a big fan of this one. Not as impressed with this one as Godspeed Fantasy, but I do have high praise for this album. So that's that. That's going just above Bongo. No, it's not. It's not going just above Bongo Chico. Wait, yes, it is. Wait, where's Godspeed Fantasy? Godspeed Fantasy is a lot higher than I said it was. I was wondering. Okay, so Godspeed Fantasy, let me do some troubleshooting here. Godspeed Fantasy is just below the All Best Wishes album. Yes, that's where Godspeed Fantasy is going to be. So significantly higher than I had it. And then World Over is going to be right here. There we go. All right, that's more accurate. Next album up, we've got Buzzkill by Lynn Lapid, who released a very, very strong EP called The Outsider back in 2022, I want to say. I was a big, big fan of that EP. I also liked the In My Mind EP a lot, which was her debut EP. Her debut album, To Love in the 21st Century, had its moments, but it wasn't like... It wasn't as crazy to me. It kind of like wandered a little bit to me. This one, I think, has a much stronger concept and a, like, musically speaking. And it takes more of like a bossa nova kind of style / like a really low-key pop style that I wouldn't quite expect from Lynn Lapid, but it makes a lot of sense that she went that direction. And yeah, I think lyrically and vocally, I like this one better than To Love in the 21st Century. I think it's a step up. So yeah, I'm a fan of this one. Lynn Lapid, gonna make it just above World Over. Right here in great tier. Lynn Lapid right here. Okay. Next up, we've got Roxwell by Matilda Mann. This, I believe, was an artist that I found through Instagram. And there's always like so I discovered Lizzie McAlpine in some year, I think 2022 maybe. Well, I don't remember what year it was, but I discovered Lizzie McAlpine, and then I discovered like another artist that was similar to Lizzie McAlpine, and then I discovered Abby Holiday, which was had kind of Lizzie McAlpine type vibes to the lyrics. Matilda Mann very much has a Lizzie McAlpine vibe, even more than Abby Holiday, because Abby Holiday went a more like electronic direction. But this is just like nice and vibey, super strong melodies and ambiance. It's the writing is very tight and very clean, and very honest and like entertaining. And I think that this is just a really, really solid album that was that I listened to quite a bit this year. So yeah, Matilda Mann is going to make it in great tier. All right, next up, Side Quest by Michael Clifford. So this is one of the guys from 5 Seconds of Summer who I was like not familiar with at all, except for I knew that they were a boy band that like got a lot of the middle school girls like loving them around when I was in high school, maybe like later middle school, earlier high school. But this guy collabed with Porter Robinson for a track, and that's where I discovered this album from, because it was one of the singles. This thing, it has its moments, and it but ultimately I just don't have much to say about this one. It was all right. Um, yeah, and I really have nothing else to say about it. So wherever Paradox is, it's right here in all right tier, which is fitting because I said it was all right. Next up, we've got Michigander by Michigander. This thing is like, it's quite catchy. It's quite interesting in the writing department. It's got a nice like acoustic feel to it. It's got a good mix of energy and like taking it back and vibing out. And I think this is just a really strong project. So I'm a fan of this one. I had not like tuned into Michigander really at all until this album, but I'm interested to see what else he has up his sleeve for later. So that's where Michigander is going to be, at the top of good tier. All right, next up we've got Before Everything Changes by Mr. Fiji Ouija. This is pretty in line with what you'd expect from Mr. Fiji Ouija. Some nice like chill out beats / garage kind of tunes that are slower. I think have some like vocal chop work. They're basically, when you think of Mr. Fiji Ouija in his current state, that's what you get with this album, front to back. And I'm here for it. I think it's good. It's not going to blow me away. So that's going to make it just above Child of God 2 right here in good tier. Nice vibes from Mr. Fiji Ouija. All right, next up, we've got Space by Munti. Let me get some water. Okay, Munti got an honorable mention for top 10 albums of the year in 2023. His album Our Burning Butterflies was, I think, a fantastic album. Super groovy, super catchy, and just super vibey. Big fan. This one I thought was pretty in line with the quality of Our Burning Butterflies. It's probably not going to get an honorable mention. I didn't listen to as many albums in 2023, so it was a bit of an easier, I guess, pool of albums to get honorable mentions. But this one has a really interesting concept of like having space, from like making space for yourself to move on from somebody that you were once in a relationship with, purportedly, / giving them space and kind of being in that awkward in between after a breakup. So it's a really interesting perspective on it. It's a really interesting just album in general. So I listened to this quite a bit, especially when I first discovered it. I think that it's quite a strong album. I think Munti hits again. And I wasn't really expecting him to like really blow me away with it. And it's not like he necessarily blew me away, but although there were parts where I was extremely impressed. But yeah, he cooked with this one. The sound design in some of his like ambiance is crazy. Even though he's like primarily kind of a pop producer / a bit of a rapper, like some of his sound design is crazy, and I have no idea how he does it. So yeah, I recommend that. All right, next up. Oh, I didn't even know Mr. Fiji Ouija dropped a project this year. Yeah, he did. I don't know how I discovered it. Probably Bowtied Media. Whenever Bowtied Media posts something on YouTube, like he does like a weekly post where he goes, hey, these people dropped LPs, these people dropped EPs, these people dropped singles. I think one of them was Mr. Fiji Ouija LP. So I was like, oh, I might check that one out. So this is another December 2024 project. It's called All the Things I Couldn't Change, I believe. Let me check. It's called All the Things I Couldn't Change by Meat. So this one, I think it's interesting. I really, really like this project, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a super strong project. I just really like a lot of the tracks on it, and I think that like in terms of the quality of the songs, it's pretty solid. Um, the thing is, I think the lyrics just get a little samey in terms of topic, and it can get a little dismal, which like it's okay to have a dismal album and to have dismal lyrics. I realize sometimes I'm knocking points off for being dismal, but there's a certain way, I guess, to like treat certain mental health topics that I'm like super on board with, and I feel like there's just not a lot of redemption here. There's a lot of acknowledgement of the issues, but it's more of like an internalized uh, issue than it is really saying anything of note to people who are also going through that, other than just, hey, I'm going through this. um, that being said, the instrumentals are kind of crazy at times in parts or in ways that I really like. There are several collaborators on here that I really like to see. Dobie's on a track here, and I really like that track. Yeah, the guitar work is cool. The electronic sort of rhythms and stuff like that, those are super cool. Just a super cool project. Although it doesn't really like go in much of a direction. I do like what it does. So that being said, that's going right below Henka in great tier. Okay. Next up, we've got All Joy by Natalie Lane. This album I think is a great album, and I initially rated it an 8. The only problem is I never really felt like going back to this. So I eventually moved it down to a 7.5 out of 10, because it was on that line anyway, and I actually didn't have any tracks rated at an 8 anyway, so it would just like make sense for it to be a 7.5 and almost make it to an 8. The reason it moved up to an 8 originally was I thought it was a really strong progression through the album. And yeah, I just didn't go back to it that much. But it's got like some great energy to it. It's got some really full and interesting like vocal ideas, and it's also very well written on in the lyrical department. So there's not really anything bad I have to say about this, other than I just didn't really return to it that much. But it is a very strong project. So overall, this is actually going to go near the top of great tier, even though I really only listened to it once. It's still a very strong project, and I gotta give it props for that. Also, this image is a little small, so we're gonna do that. Nice. All right, next up, Nettie Online by Nettie. This one, curiously, was not picked for the Speckled segment. Even though both the Jeremy James Whittaker albums were picked, only one of the Nettie albums was picked. So if Speckled is still here, then maybe he can tell us why that's the case. But yeah, Nettie Online, at first I was really sold on the first 2 tracks, and the other 6 tracks just kind of went downhill and downhill and downhill to the point where it was like slightly downhill. There was only one track where I was like, get me out of here, but all the others were like just like increasingly good, not great. And as I listened to it more, just more of the tracks grew on me, to the point where I actually think this is quite a strong album. That being said, it does not touch Passerby. But I do think that it is a very strong album. So got to give it credit for that. And for that, it's going in great tier. It really grew on me after a while. All right. Next up is a bit of a late edition and an Andre Delaney recommendation, but Eternity's The Story album by Northwest Stories. This is one that's going to top the list, and therefore I'm going to wait to really explain what the album is until I release the the video where I go through all top 10 albums. Because by the way, my top 10 albums and EPs videos, I'm going to be on camera this time, like talking about it, and not just the screen, the like text on the screen. So that's hype, I think. I'm going to get to kind of share my excitement for them more than I could with just text on a screen. That being said, this is the idea of a story album, and the way it's executed is unlike anything I have ever heard. And I really hope we have more albums that try this. Like, I hope the story album becomes a thing. I don't think it will, like, really catch on in the mainstream, but this is kind of like something I would want to do. Like, I love this idea of a story album and the way it is presented. If you are interested in like what it is and you don't want to wait until the video comes out, listen to this album. It's feelsy, it's vibey, but it's also like the story part of the story album just like hits me right in the heart. So this one is one of my favorite albums of the year, and for that it's going I think just below Sunk Cost Fallacy. Yeah, it's going right here in Best of the Year, which I wouldn't expect from, like, generally the genre. It's like a very folky type style. I normally wouldn't expect the direction they take to really like blow me away, but it really did. Yeah, that thing is gorgeous. All right, next up we've got OK Go with And the Adjacent Possible. I don't know how I discovered that this album was a thing, but apparently they hadn't released an album in like 10 years and then released this album. And if you're not familiar with OK Go, they are most popular for their like Rube Goldberg machine music videos. And they have like really interesting ideas for music videos, and they kind of like, rather than telling a narrative, like the narrative of the song over a music video, they have a really specific idea that is like really complex and really kind of hard to put on, and involves a lot of machinery and a lot of people working on it. And it's really a spectacle to see. But all that's to say, this album was a pretty solid kind of like anthemic pop album that had kind of an acoustic flair to it, but it really like carried a good amount of energy. Even so, it's like, as a whole, not really going to blow me away, so it's going to be in good tier, but I think that it's quite a solid album, and I'd recommend it if you're into that style. I'm going to have to check out that story album. I really think you do. I highly recommend the story album by Northwest Stories. Eternity's the story album. By the way, I don't know if you're familiar with Studio C. I really like that show. One of the people from Studio C is one of the sort of actors in the story album, specifically Mallory. I don't know if you're familiar with Studio C, but if you are, she does a great job with that album. It's a performance unlike I've ever seen from her, so, or heard, I guess. Next up, we've got One Big Family by One Big Family, which is a collaborative effort from a bunch of people. If you're familiar with What About Strangers, which is the kind of collaborative group that I'm a part of, that may or may not be having stuff come out in the near future. But it's kind of a similar thing to that. Or if you're familiar with the Young Pop Renegades, yeah, this thing, it has some tracks that are like ultimately there's really nothing offensive about this album. It's just all some nice vibes, but it rarely like really sticks out to me. So it's kind of an unremarkable album to me, but I do think that it's like, it's all right. I think that they I think that some people make like come together to make better tracks than others, but ultimately it is a little like um, homogenous in quality for the most part. So that being said, this is going an all right tier. One big family. All right, next up, we've got Song of the Saints by Phil Wickham. Oh yeah, I think I've watched a few Studio C vids before. Okay, so if you're familiar with Mallory, yeah, she's in there. She does a fantastic job. Okay, Song of the Saints by Phil Wickham. I hear a lot of kind of like displeasure / dissatisfaction with Phil Wickham's music in the kind of worship music fans, like, I don't know, circles. But I really feel like the instrumentals that he makes are like really, really strong. Like I think maybe he has some like corny ideas for tracks, sure, but the music just sounds so nice and so full. I think the problem with Phil Wickham's music is the first time most likely you will hear a Phil Wickham song that is new is in a church with a worship band that is volunteer worship band and is not like trained to really like put on a show, or in a church that doesn't like necessarily want to put on a big show. So the spectacle is just lost on the Phil Wickham tracks when they're played in a church. But when you actually listen to the studio versions of Phil Wickham songs, I actually think it's really strong. Like I got pretty sick of Living Hope after a while because I was just like always hearing it. And then I heard the studio version of it for, I think, the first time like I actually sat down and listened to it, and I liked the song. So yeah, I like Phil Wickham's music. Me too. Like, in fact, his Christmas album from last year, Hallelujah, It's Christmas, I thought was fantastic. Like, it really kind of told a musical narrative like so well. It had the Christmas vibe to it and rarely felt like super corny to me. I thought it was just a really strong album. So yeah, Song of the Saints, I think, is no different. I think that it is a very strong album. I think that maybe it runs a little long. Like he probably could have ended the album at about track 12 maybe, and it'd probably be a stronger album. Because I think the weakest tracks were probably in the last like quarter of the album when it could have already ended. But even so, this is just a strong album. And I'm a fan of this one. So I am unabashedly a Phil Wickham glazer. So Song of the Saints is going to go in great tier. Once again, Phil Wickham cooks. To the disagreement of many a worship fan, apparently. But what can you do? I'm just going to let you process this while I get a drink of water. All right, you processed that? Good. Well, we got Phineas and Ferb season 5 soundtrack in this one. Another one I am unabashedly a fan of. This thing is a banger. I'm hoping, because I haven't watched, this is another soundtrack where I haven't watched the film. The film, what am I talking about? Well, most of it was a film, I guess. The soundtrack to World Over, I did watch the movie. K-Pop Demon Hunters, I didn't watch the movie. I haven't watched season 5 of Phineas and Ferb, but the music, I mean, bangers. All throughout. I think that it really captures the fun nature of Phineas and Ferb from previous seasons. And I mean, trust me when I say they go into some experimental territory on this album. The song Watch It Burn, I cannot believe that is a song on a Disney soundtrack. I cannot believe that. Not to mention, I cannot believe it is on Phineas and Ferb soundtrack. Like, Um, you just gotta listen to it. It is unbelievable that that exists, but I think in a good way. I think that just like overall, this thing banger. Um, and for that reason, where's it going? It's going just below neat, right here in great tier. I've always been an unabashed Phineas and Ferb Glazer, uh, and the music is always one of the reasons why. So this thing is also a little small, so I've got to enlarge that. Boom. All right. Listen to Disney's Super Kitties soundtracks this year. I was not tapped in. Are they good? I have no idea. Let me know if the Super Kitties soundtracks were good and if I need to include those in my ranking. All right, next up we got Fizz Volume 1 by Phonon. This album is just as crazy as the cover art, for better and for worse. There are some tracks where I feel like they're really strong in the way that like they're really creative, they're really like groovy and fun and nice and do some really cool musical stuff. And there's some where I'm just like, this song has zero direction. It has zero idea where it's going, what it's doing, what is happening. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But ultimately, it's just like it's gonna end up being just like an album for me. So where are we on the ranking? This is gonna be 3 spots below Aura Park. So 1, 2, 3. This is going in A tier. But some people like this quite a bit. It seems like the kind of album I would like a lot, but I didn't connect with it. More Phonon later, maybe, that I'll be more sold on. You thought the Super Kitty soundtrack was good. They got stuck in my head a lot. Okay, cool. Maybe I need to tap into Super Kitty's soundtrack. All right, next up, we've got Lavender by Primal Rights. This was another one that I was thinking may grow on me if I gave it another listen. I just never got around to it. It was rhythm unlike I've ever heard rhythm before. It was very like kind of a relaxing, like it was kind of relaxing rhythm. Yeah, like it had that filth to the classic rhythm style, but it was kind of vibey. Even so, that combination didn't work for me a whole lot. And so for that reason, it was like an okay listen, I guess. I just wasn't that sold on just the concept in general, so I probably wasn't going to be sold on the album. Now, if it ended up sounding good, then I was down, but it wasn't that much my thing. So this is going to go just above Fizz Volume 1. Where are we? Boom. Okay. Next album we have up is Missing Places I've Never Been by Prof. And this thing really surprised me. This thing was like I generally enjoy Prof quite a bit for the kind of melodic house / organic house style that he generally goes for. But he doesn't really go for that often on this album. He goes for more ambient styles, and when he doesn't go for more ambient styles and it's more like beat-centric stuff, it is very like kind of an acoustic drum sounding vibe. It's a long album. You gotta kind of strap in for it. But it's a really vibey one, and I was a big fan of it. Some of the ambience was like some of the most beautiful things, like most beautiful ear candies I've heard in ambient albums ever. So this one is going just below Light Year. Is that right? Yeah. just below light years. This is sneaking into best of the year. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this one. Missing Places I've Never Been by Prof. Okay, next up we've got Victory by Puppet. I am actually, like, I'm not gonna lie, this water goes straight through my system, and after this album we're gonna have to take another intermission. In fact, this is gonna be a pretty intermission full stream, and I feel like I need to speed up if I'm gonna get through all of these albums, because we're already at like 3.5 hours and we haven't even gotten through the albums yet. So that being said, Victory, before we get into this intermission, I guess I knew what to expect going in. I knew to expect like Puppet doing his rock thing, and you get that quite a bit with this album. You get a couple of like different ideas that are even more hip hop centric or more pop centric, that are cool, and I think what is strong, especially strong about this album, is it's a bit of a step forward in his mental health journey, a bit more of like a victory for him. Whereas he was a little more dismal in his other albums, he kind of gets more optimistic in this one, which I think works well. I think that that Puppet really like does well with that. So to speak, in cliche terms, a smile looks good on him, but he still definitely like acknowledges those like struggles that he has in a way that I think is quite effective. Overall though, it's not one that's like gonna be crazy to me, gonna knock my socks off. I'm using the same phrases over and over, but I'm, reviewing 200 plus albums, so you're gonna get that. But ultimately I enjoyed this one. And probably would return to it, honestly, and have a couple times. So, Victory. All right, we're going to take a bit of an intermission, and it'll be a shorter one, but I will be back with you guys very shortly. So, see ya in a bit. Okay, I am back. Um, we're going to get right into the next album. Yes, I did put this one in. All right, cool. Next album, we've got Vanisher Horizon Scraper by Quadeca. That is a great one to come back to because this one is also one I'm going to save some of my comments for. This one is easily best of the year. I don't think that anybody who is like tapped into Quadeca, which I'm not that tapped into Quadeca. I've never like this is the first album that I've really listened to from him because like most of the time it seems like he's pretty easily gonna have a disqualified album if I like listen to an album of his. But this one was generally more clean, so I was like, hey, I'm interested in this one. And man, the story it tells, the vibe it sets, yeah, I just suffice it to say one of the best albums of the year. I'm gonna be talking about it later. All right, next up, I Heard That Noise by Quickly Quickly. Um, Quickly is an artist that I discovered through an artist called Imagiro, um, that I thought had quite a solid album that like uh, really served as a mainstay in my listening habits for a little while. This one didn't really serve as much of a mainstay in my listening habits, but I do think it's quite a solid album. It takes a couple listens to like really kind of understand what it's doing, but but I think once you kind of get a grip on what it's doing, the listening experience is a lot more interesting and just cooler. So that being said, I Heard That Noise is a very strong album. I'm a fan of it. So that this is gonna go right here in great tier. Um, yeah, props to Quickly for an album that had a lot of music I wouldn't expect from him. I would expect a lot more like a lot chiller tracks, and it's kind of chill, but it has more of like an indie folk type vibe to it that I wasn't expecting, but quite liked. So props to him. Oh boy, this album. We're gonna have to do something a little different with this album. Um, this album is my least favorite album I think I have ever heard. It is actively hurts to listen to it. It's just so ugh, to me. So I don't have this is my least favorite album of the year. Oh boy, that's not what I meant to do. So I don't have like room really for this album. So I'm gonna have to put it like in a special little place by itself over here. Um this thing, there's a lot of problems I have with this thing. It changes keys without seemingly knowing that it's doing it. Um which is but like not in a way that sounds very musically like inept. Um the drops are like actively just hurt to listen to. There's so much I could say about this, but I think you guys get the idea. I really just really it's a strong word, but I hate this album. It's not good. But there, like I said in the review, on album of the year, which all of these are on album of the year. If you're interested in like a bit of like the content warning, but also the what I think about the album, my thoughts on it, feel free to go on to albumoftheyear.org and I'm on there as no matter. And I'm a little less scathing on this one than I am right now. It's just like there's an audience for this, and I'm not it. I'm not in it. I'm not the audience for this. And hey, serve your audience. but it's just not going to get, big points from me. That's okay. But yeah, for me, solid 1 out of 10 album. Next up, we've got Forevermore I'll Always Exist by Ryan Leahan. This one was one that I discovered from an Instagram ad, and it really like stuck out to me on the sound design level. So I checked out the whole project, and I thought that it was a pretty solid project. It had some really cool ideas. It clearly has some like EDM influence to it, but it's a hyperpop artist. Hyperpop artists generally have a lot of sort of EDM influence. So yeah, the sound design is really cool in a lot of it. He goes into some directions that I'm not as sold on, but overall, I think it's a pretty solid project. So this one is going to go right here in good tier. Ryan Leahan. I may be butchering these names. I have no idea, but I'm just kind of going with what I think it is. So often it's phonetic. All right, next we got Closer to the Sun by Said the Sky. This one, I think this is one of the few cases where I think it would be a stronger album if he had played it more safe. He goes like more of a house direction on this album with a lot of it, and I was really hoping that he would go halftime more than he actually did. But even so, it sounds nice, and overall I do think that it's a solid album. But yeah, it's not gonna like break records for me. So that being said, 91. Where's the 91? 95, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's going right here in good tier. Said the Sky. Because ultimately, I do think it's good. I do think it's quite a solid project. But it could have been in like great tier if he had gone more halftime with it. Discovered so many songs from Instagram the past few months. Yeah, I discovered quite a few artists that like made my top 10 last year through Instagram. Last year I discovered a punk rock artist named Sam Hauge, who you'll see in a while on this stream, but he made my top 10 albums of the year last year, and also the soundtrack for the How to Dance in Ohio Broadway musical I also discovered through Instagram, and that made my top 10 as well. So and there are several other cases of this happening. So yeah, Instagram's honestly a great place to find new music if you know where to look and if you give people a chance. But yeah, you get the full spectrum of quality on Instagram. So yeah, next album up. I did put the Said the Sky album in there. Yeah. Okay. Anywhere Here Is Perfect by Sam Galeatri. I'm going to say Galeatri. This was a vibe. This was some like new disco type vibes that I had not heard in a solid while. But I thought, yeah, this was quite a strong project. This is going 2 spots below Knock 2. So right here in good tier, top of good tier. Because yeah, this thing, I don't know what else to say. I guess you just need to check it out. It is a supreme vibe. Yeah. Love the groove of it as well. Worst of Sam Greenfield by Sam Greenfield. I appreciate the modesty, but nah, this thing is a banger. If this is the worst of Sam Greenfield, then he's a generational musician. This is going right in the middle of great tier. There are some tracks where I would not be surprised or disappointed at all if it was just a straight up Mario Kart track. He uses the saxophone very well, and in each of these tracks, and it's just such a bop all the way through. There are some places where I was just loving it. I was loving this project. Great project by Sam Greenfield, who I think was also somebody I discovered through Instagram. So definitely go check that out if you're into some real like saxophone-ish vibes. All right, next up we've got A Forgiving God by SEU Worship. You'll see SEU Worship a bit later, quite a bit later, but this one is, if I'm not mistaken, the best worship album I have heard this year. It takes some really interesting. The thing about SEU Worship also. Hold on, let me take it back. I'm getting ahead of myself. SEU Worship's A Forgiving God takes a number of really cool, interesting, unique for the worship space directions with this album. A lot of it is like worship music, like you might expect, with actually some probably more thoughtful lyrics than a lot of the worship albums I've heard. But it also has a couple of like almost nurture type moments, especially with the sound design in some of the interludes and shorter tracks. But yeah, this thing, especially the track Fruit Takes Time, is gorgeous. I am a big fan of this album, and I think it's SEU Worship's strongest work that I have ever heard from them. So that being said, SEU Worship's A Forgiving God is going to go into best of the year tier. I love that we are getting innovation and really strong artists in the worship space, because people are getting a little like fatigued by the seeming like lack of inspiration within the worship space. There are bands like SEU Worship killing it in the space. So love to see it. Next up, we've got Scars in Stereo by Sippy. This is someone that I always wanted to really like kill it in the space, but like she doesn't always hit. With Scars in Stereo, she does something a little different. Like Scars in Stereo, the track is a spoken word piece to open the album. I love SEU Worship, Forever Royalty. I love that you're tapped into SEU Worship. If you weren't, then I would tell you get tapped in. Especially that album is fantastic. A Forgiving God. Love that one. So yeah, Sippy has like a really funny, interesting style. She doesn't take much of a funny route with this, and that's okay. She also takes like a more melodic route in some of the tracks, which is cool to see from her. And the spoken word thing was really interesting to open up the album. But like, she set up this really personal album and then didn't really deliver on it with the tracks that she chose to fill the track list. So ultimately it just kind of fell flat for me and wasn't I don't know, wasn't much for me. So I think I might be overloading Photoshop. But we'll place this in here. I hope I'm not overloading Photoshop. But it's not showing me the... Oh no, it's free. It's wigging out. Wait a second. Okay, something's happening to my document right now. I'm gonna do this. And it's still wigging out. So let me troubleshoot a bit. I'm gonna save this as a picture just in case. But I think we might be having a bit of an issue. Okay. I think that this should be pretty easy to fix. I was gonna say that. and then it seems like maybe it's not gonna be as easy to fix as I thought. Well, this is an unforeseen issue. I'm gonna take a little intermission and try and troubleshoot this thing, and hopefully we'll get it fixed. Hey, I am back. I have fixed the Photoshop problem for now. Hopefully, I will not have to restart Photoshop again, but that's what I had to do. But yeah, Scars and Stereo is now an A tier, and we're moving on. Next up, we got Hollow House from 6 Feet Deep. And this one I was pretty impressed with. I felt like I had heard one track from the album before and was like, yeah, okay, this is like kind of a vibe, but I wasn't like that impressed. But when I listened to this whole project, I was pretty impressed. I thought that it was pretty solid. So it went to some interesting, like, some kind of, it gave me like 21 Pilots vibes that I really enjoyed. So this is going just below Said the Sky, who is where in the like 90s. Here we go. In good tier. 6 Feet Deep. Props to 6 Feet Deep for quite a good album. I did really enjoy this one. All right, next up, We've got Even in Arcadia by Sleep Token, which was introduced to me by Sam Bowman um, months and months ago, but I didn't get around to it until yesterday. Um, this thing is a pretty like widely hated album, frankly. But I guess the people who hate it generally think that it's just like mid. I thought it was pretty good. Like I enjoyed uh, the kind of the cleaner style of mixing for metal and for rock. I think that generally it's not meant to be that way. Like you're meant to really like get punched in the face with it, and he kind of takes it back a little bit at parts. Um, but yeah, some of those metal switch ups, some of them I quite liked. Some of them were like not my thing, and the key changes sometimes really just didn't hit. But overall, there were some like really beautiful, gorgeous moments on it, especially when he got behind the piano. Um, Overall, I thought that the project was just fine. I thought it was good. Um, and I understand some of the like hate behind it, but I just don't really agree. I don't hate this one. So this is going in all right tier. Uh, Here we go. All right, next up, we've got Chrysalis by Slushy and Sapient Dream. Um, this one was this one came on the heels of a Slushy project called Operation Overload that I'm probably gonna cover next, but I wasn't as big a fan of. This one, I was a big fan of. Like it sounds vibier and like more beautiful than anything I've ever heard from Slushy. It even has like the Cloud None debut really hits. But yeah, Slushy just like really cooks. Every once in a while there's a moment where I'm like, I don't know that he needed to do that. I think on Chrysalis, like the title track, there's like a bit of a heavier switch up where I'm like, you didn't need to do that. um, and it doesn't really work. But most of the time, this is just such a vibe. And this is one of those where I'm disappointed I'm not going to get to talk about it um, in video form. But yeah, this thing has been a mainstay in my listening habits for quite a while. So this is the biggest dub for Slushy that I have heard in a long while. So this is going just below Netty Online in great tier. Slushy, by the way, and Sapient Dream are the same person. Sapient Dream is just a more like vibey, more melodic alias of Slushy. But yeah, it's a really vibey album, and I'm a big fan. All right, next up we've got The Leftovers from Spaghetti, which is another December 2024 album I didn't get to. And this thing has what you'd expect. It has it's a bit of like a career spanning album for Spaghetti, but it's got some good stuff. It's got some not so good stuff. It's got some mid stuff. It's got some just pretty good stuff. It's got a nice mix of quality, just like Leftovers. So all that's to say, it doesn't make for that strong a project, but I mean, it's all right, and that's why it's going in all right tier. There he is. All right, next up, we've got a recommendation from Andre Delaney from earlier on. We listened to this one together. It's called The Inner Work by Saint Finnegan. I'm probably going to talk about this one a lot. This one is one of my favorite albums of the year. But it has a bit of it's what he calls a non-denominational spiritual album. And it has a bit of like a syncretist premise in terms of like its religious affiliations and its spiritual claims and stuff like that. So I'm not as big a fan of that, and I'm going to talk about kind of more what that means for the album later. maybe in video form. I've been kind of wanting to do a full review of this, kind of focusing on that. And I may make that sort of a specialized video at the end of the year, just as I talked about some of the disqualified albums last year in a specified video. I may just single out this album. So, in terms of spiritual claims, tread lightly, but this thing goes into all kinds of different vibes that are just so cool and so nice. And it's a spectacle of an album. So, but it's more of a low key spectacle. It really just like, it's a really nice kind of self-help type, like mental health growing type album that I'm a big fan of. Saint Finnegan really cooked on this one. That album cover is making me want to eat some leftovers. Oh, I thought you were talking about this album cover. But yeah, Spaghetti, 100%. So yeah, big fan of this one. I will talk about it later at length. Next up, we've got Trust Fall by Stephen Stanley, another Andre Delaney recommendation. I thought that this one was a really beautiful one, and a really like strong album. This one's going in the very, very tippy top of great tier. This thing is a powerhouse at times. It is it doesn't really let its foot off the gas at any point, and honestly, to its benefit. Like, it really is meant to kind of get that desperation across. And it has like a sort of redemptive arc. Trust Fall is probably the most beautiful song on the album. And it's the last song. So yeah, Stephen Stanley absolutely cooks on this. He is the main vocalist / only vocalist for like the entire album, but has one Flurry feature. And I wasn't sure how it was going to go. And it ended up like really flowing well and really making sense. Kind of like, I didn't talk about this with Creating Space, but it was all Asher Postman except for one Michael feature. And I wasn't sure how that was going to fit in. But Michael did a great job of just kind of like, Asher did a great job of organizing the album so that it made sense, and Michael did a great job of performing in such a way that he didn't like take all the spotlight from Asher in a way that would have been kind of whiplash for a really personal album. Flurry did the same thing here. Fantastic job, but also did her job as a feature to kind of be more kind of let Stephen Stanley shine on his own album. So yeah, all that's to say, fantastic album. Big recommend. Next, we got Dirt Bike Money by Sven Johnson, who I never expected to release an album. I thought it was like super cool that he was releasing music, because he was primarily like a comedy guy, but he was releasing some music that's like has a little bit of that comedic edge. I feel like it's not comedic, it just has the Sven Johnson like charm to it. But it takes like a more serious, more emotive direction with it. And I think that even though the songs don't necessarily like blow me away, I think it's a vibe. I think that he does pretty well with it, and it's pretty all right. So this is going just above Exobolt. And I can't find Exobolt anywhere. Where's it at, man? Maybe I need a new 160 range. Here it is. So it's going right here. In all right tier. Okay, next up, we've got Made to Worship, the compilation from Tapestry Worship, which has a number of different artists that I've grown to know and love. People like Sam Bowman, J Steph, Xander Sallows, Oaks. It's got some powerhouses on there. Katie Reynolds, people like that. This thing, I think, overall, it had its strong tracks, it had its weaker tracks, but the strong tracks really, I feel like, carried the compilation. So ultimately, it was like a net positive for the compilation. It was pretty good, but but yeah, it wasn't maybe as crazy for the amount of just star power it had on it, to do it justice. So um, that being said, I still think that it's a very solid work. So this is going above Coven's album. All right, next up, we've got AKA by Tennyson. I was expecting more from this thing, honestly. It's interesting that Tennyson and Leslie came together to produce such a fantastic EP last year, and then both came out with their own projects this year. But yeah, Leslie, I think, cooked more. Like, Tennyson, he has his percussion prowess. He has his, like, really interesting vocal style that I like, but ultimately it was just a little bit of a weird one that I wasn't as sold on. Even so, it was all right. So this one is going along with archived, I think just above archived. Yes. So it's going in all right tier. But I was expecting more from him. So that's that. We've only got 6 albums left, I believe. This one's Heaven on My Mind by Toby Mac. I went through, this is a cool year for him to release an album, because I went through all of Toby Mac's albums. And you might see on Album of the Year, if you're checking in, that I ranked his Portable Sounds album at like at my favorite album from him, and a 10 out of 10. We'll see if that continues. But man, he has produced some absolute bangers, and his rise to the top of like CCM charts, it is very well deserved. He's a fantastic musician. That being said, Heaven on My Mind is a good album. I really enjoyed this one. Now it wasn't as much of like a stunner as like Life After Death was. I really liked Life After Death. I think it was probably the best modern Toby Mac album. And Heaven on My Mind, I just think, is a very solid project. Toby Mac, the only song I listened to on that album was Can't Stop Me. Interesting, because I was more of like a Heaven on My Mind / Lord It Feels Good enjoyer. Like the ones that are more, I guess, poppy and a little less rocky. But Can't Stop Me I thought was good. I don't think it was one of my favorites from the album, but yeah. This one, oh, but if you mean that the only song, I guess I thought you meant the only song you returned to was Can't Stop Me. But I would recommend this album if you really have only listened to Can't Stop Me. I would recommend this album. I think that it's a really solid album, and I'm a big fan of Heaven on My Mind and Lord It Feels Good. But there are a couple of others, like A Goodbye for Gabe, I think is quite a solid track, and I think he bases one off of a psalm, and I thought that was really cool too. So yeah, overall, quite a solid project. And that is going to go just below Moments in Everglow, which is right here in good tier. Okay, whenever we get to the EPs, I've got to blow through those EPs. Next up, we've got Breach by 21 Pilots. I'm going to talk about this album more later. This thing is one of the best of the year. In fact, it's right here. Middle of best of the year tier. I was expecting like trench level stuff, and because I think that like the highs, like a lot of people think Scaled and Icy is like trash and Trench is like a masterpiece. I don't think it's that polarizing for me. I think that 21 Pilots has been very consistent throughout their whole discography. Um, so for that reason, I do think that Breach reaches Trench level for me. And Trench was my favorite album from them. Trench is maybe probably still my favorite album from them, but Breach kind of reaches that echelon. Um, and yeah, I just think it's a really great album. Guess I should try to listen to more than a few seconds of them, of each of the. Oh, I listened to like the first few seconds of the other song, but wasn't feeling the vibe. Yeah, I think that I would personally recommend Heaven on My Mind and Lord It Feels Good. And also specifically the one that's based on a psalm. I forget what it is, but those are the three that I think were the highlights for me on the Toby Mac album. But yeah, 21 Pilots album is fantastic. I'm a big fan. Next up, Volume 1 by Twin Ivory, a duo that I've gotten introduced to this year and got actually like formally introduced to one of them, one of the guys in Twin Ivory. I thought that they produced quite a vibey album, and that had some really strong points. So this one is going just below the Rocket Man EP, which is right here in good tier. I thought it was some really solid garage. So go Twin Ivory. And there are a couple times where it's like really beautiful stuff in the sound design. Okay, next up, The Shadow Realm by William Black. If you know William Black, he kind of delivers what you'd expect. He goes a little bit of like a heavier route in some of the tracks. That's interesting and works sometimes and not others. But yeah, it's all right. I was kind of had the same opinion of this one that I did the other album that he released in 2023. But yeah, it's all right. There are a couple tracks that stuck out to me and a couple tracks that stuck out to me in a bad way, but yeah, it's pretty all right, but not great. Next up, we have Onsen by Zoophoria. Zoophoria just like strikes again with a really nice ambient album. Because it doesn't do much else besides just a pad, it's not gonna like be super high, but I do think that it is a really, really nice ambient album. So it's going in good tier. It gets a little samey, but it really carries that like relaxing vibe that it's supposed to carry, being based on the sort of Japanese bathhouse onsen thing. Like that is what an onsen is. But yeah, really relaxing vibe. I'm a fan. The last album that we'll be going to before the EPs, that's Snow Angel by Zorro. You'll be seeing Zorro twice more because he released 2 EPs and an album. I thought that this was like a bit of a step down from Intergalactic Train Station, but I still think that it's a strong album. I think that he goes into some like some interesting territories lyrically, and I think that the instrumentals sound very nice. It's kind of in line with what you might expect from Zorro, but I think it sounds nicer than a lot of the other stuff that he released this year. So Zorro, I think, releases a nice album, and that goes in good tier. Boom. Okay, while we move to the EPs, let me get some water and let me show you the first EP that we've got going into the EPs section while I get this water. Okay. I'm going to try and kind of speed through these because it is getting late and we still have a lot of EPs to get to. So Welcome to the EP section of the stream. I was going to have an intermission here, but we've had so many intermissions, and I feel like we'll have a few before we're done. So I'm just gonna power through. My voice is already going, but here we go. The first EP we're going into is Systems by Asaph and Dawn Patrol. This is a very short, like 4-minute EP. I think this is the shortest EP I've ever listened to. 3 tracks, 4 minutes ish. More of like a dubstep style. It's a bit like a mixtape style thing, but it wasn't really my thing. Like it wasn't that style of dubstep is really hit and miss for me, and I feel like they didn't really hit that much for me. So yeah. This one is going to go into 19. So it's going to be a no thanks tier. 1, 2, 3, 4. Above Veggie Cargo. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I will say, first of all, I was talking about this. I know that this guy can produce some really great stuff. He's got a really great heart for the Lord as well and for music. So I'm really interested to see how he evolves as an artist, and I generally like his melodic stuff more than his heavy stuff, so this kind of makes sense. Now is a good time to talk about the sponsor of today's video, water. If anything, Speckled is probably the sponsor of this stream, but it's an unofficial thing because we had this whole Speckled segment. But honestly, yeah. Water is the cause of all the intermissions, so technically it's a water-sponsored intermission, and I am always drinking water. So not enough, though. So yeah, that is the first EP, and I've already not sped through it. So second EP, Shoulda Known Better, I believe is what it's called, by All Night. This one is a really solid one. It's more solid than I was expecting from All Night. I was expecting just kind of like a straightforward just house EP, and it kind of is what it is, but I thought the vibes were like especially immaculate with this one. So honestly, I think this is a very strong melodic house type EP, and so it's going in good tier. Next up, we've got Doing Nothing Going Nowhere by Almost AM. I feel like that's a pretty fitting title, unfortunately. Like I feel like all the things that it does, I guess it's not doing nothing. It does some stuff that is like interesting, but it's not really that appealing to me. This is gonna go in no thanks tier. It's like a bit of a boy band style situation, but it's not very effective to me as an EP. Just like I'm not a big fan of the music in general. I feel like it's a little obnoxious at times, and yeah, just no thanks, unfortunately. Next up, we've got Nonfiction by Alon Moore, who came out with a real interesting like classical style album last year, and he takes like a real Halloween style situation on this one, and I think that it is normally it's pretty effective, but not always. Sometimes it kind of misses the mark, but it's a real interesting style, and some of the like spooky vibes really got to me. So there's something to be said about that. Ultimately, it's gonna land in. I think I put it in good tier? Question mark. Did I put it in good tier? It's like 149. Yeah, I put it in good tier. Bottom of good tier. Okay. Next up, Altair's Exec Bypass. This thing is real polarizing. There are some like gorgeous moments on this thing, and some just like really grating moments on this thing. So I never really knew what to think about it other than this is um, which is just kind of the average of whoa and like ugh. Um, but yeah, ultimately just to me. Next up, Earthwave by AU5 and Sayuri. Hype that AU5 has released 2 EPs. But yeah, Earthwave was like not the craziest thing I've heard from AU5. I know that he can create some like really crazy stuff, and he has. This is going in good tier. The reason why this is going like near the top of good tier, but I'm not like saying a whole bunch of good about it, is that I just know that AU5 can do so much better. And Earthwave just like it was good, but I know that AU5 can like consistently do great. So he's set the bar very high for himself. Even so, I thought that there were some really interesting ideas. I always talk about how he side chains the tempo to the kick at one point, in a sense, which I think actually does effectively do what he wants it to do with the vibe of the song. And I also think Paradigm's a great track. So yeah, it's good. Next up, we've got AU5's Emberwake. This one is more in line with what I was expecting from AU5 in terms of like blowing me away. This thing I think is a great, well, more than a great album. I think it's best of the year tier, and it's the highest EP. It's the #1 EP of the year for me. So now we have our best of the year tier all filled up as well. Every other album is going to be great tier or below. Emberwake I'm going to discuss more because it's, you know, it's #1 EP of the year. So of course I'm going to talk about it. But he goes in some different directions that I think really work, and he gets more personal with this EP and I think it really works. I think this is a big return to form after Earthwave just kind of being just good. So next up, More Like You by Believers. This one was really strong, and I'm also going to talk about this one more because this does make the upper echelons of my my rankings for EPs. So this one is going to go just above the Astral album in great tier. I'm a big fan of this one. Big glazer of like I think Believers just comes out with great stuff. Owen and Jordan come out with great stuff. Best of the year tier is finished indeed, which is a great triumph, but also it means that we don't have any best of the year projects left. You'll also notice that all of those projects are albums except for the AU5 project. So that kind of tells you where the EPs are at. There weren't a lot of EPs that like blew me away, but the albums eventually really came around. It's just the EPs were just, I don't know, they didn't blow me away most of the time. More Like You was one of the really strong ones though, and I'll talk about it more later. But yeah, big ups to Jordan and Owen for this. Next, we got Worship Pop EP by Believers, which is a series of 5 covers of worship songs that take sort of a Believers vibe to it. And this one I wasn't as sold on. Like generally, I mean, it's a good EP. Generally, it was good. It was a nice vibe. I think Holy Forever, I think that was probably the weakest thing I've heard from Believers, unfortunately. But I think that that's an opinion that's probably not shared very much. So I think the other tracks really like carry it to good status. Like Counting My Blessings is a bop. I'm a Counting My Blessings glazer. I also think I Still Believe is quite solid. Yeah, Worship Pop EP, it's pretty good. Next up, Step Bro Step by Boogie T and Mr. Bill. I was expecting some like groovy stuff. I basically got what I expected with this thing, but I there was like one track that like really I thought was really good. One track that was like not, I didn't think it was good, and one track that was like in the middle. So ultimately this is going an tier. So at least Mr. Bill stepped it up with Mr. Melanzana later, with a really good album, but this one just didn't do it for me. Yeah. So coming up next, we've got Party Like It's 808. It's unfortunate that Mostrino is no longer here, but we've got Party Like It's 808 by the third season of Car Sounds. Here's the thing about this. If you're familiar with Car Sounds, you know it's like purely a comedy, like SoundCloud account. And the compilations that they come out with are like really wacky challenges. This one was to make the worst 808 possible, and they really delivered. So it doesn't sound good. Like the album doesn't sound good, but if you know the concept and you're ready to like laugh, then I think it's a fun time. For that reason, it's actually going to get ranked above a lot of stuff than it has any right to be. And ultimately, like, let me see, where are we at? This is 3 spots below Almost AM. So 1, 2, 3. This is going in no thanks tier, even though I enjoy this one technically. Like there are times where I don't really enjoy it, but it's a funny project. It's just I wouldn't listen to this for regular listening, but it's funny. It's a funny project to go through. Next up, we've got Big Ugly Headlines by Chester. So this was on Abby Holiday's story. She kind of recommended this band and this album, and I think maybe had something to do with it. It had some moments, but I don't really remember where they were, and I don't really I was just very on this. It had some moments where it had like a bit of like a rhythm change or like a key change where I just didn't think it was effective. So it's going in tier, and probably won't return to it. Next up, we've got Boys and Breakups by Christian Singleton. This one had its moments and had its moments in either way. There were a couple tracks where I was like, I don't know, not very impressed, and 1 or 2 tracks where I thought they were pretty solid. Overall, I think it's a pretty good EP. Definitely not near the best thing that Christian's made, but it's all right. So this is going in all right tier. Okay. Next up, we've got Pretty Race Girl by Chill. If you're into some Speed House, this is the thing for you. This one is, for me, it's going right below Boys and Breakups. I thought it was just all right, but there were a couple tracks where it really like stuck out to me. Like Make Believe, I thought was I remember thinking that was a strong track. And there was one other that I thought was particularly strong on it. But other than that, yeah, it's Speed House and varying levels of effectiveness. So Christian Singleton, my twin. Indeed. Next up, we've got Hear the Hallelujahs Roar by City of Light. This was the first like City of Light project that I've like listened to and addressed in this forum. I thought that this one was quite solid. I can always count on City of Light to make some really solid worship music. The City of Light, by the way, is a band that, like I was talking about, some people have like real fatigue in the worship space because sometimes there's a bit of like dissatisfaction with certain worship artists. City of Light is a strong worship band, I think, and so they do a good job. Hear the Hallelujahs Roar. I thought was a solid one. It wouldn't break records for me. I think that SEU worship does a better job of making, I think, a worship album that's really going to speak to me. But this one was quite solid. This one goes in good tier. So I was pretty satisfied with this one. Next up, we've got Come See by Civilized Creature. Here is one that I am going to talk about later because this one's a great one. Does it go in great tier? I think it does go in great tier. Just below Look Through Me. Right here in great tier. I was really impressed with this one. It's vibey, it's real like groovy, and it goes through some interesting musical directions. It's got some nice call and response vocals. It's Civilized Creature in tip-top form. So, fan of this EP. Next up, we've got 20 Something by Claire Leslie. It's a little polarizing to me. There are a couple tracks that I'm not as sold on. Falling at the Thought of You has kind of grown on me. I used to not be a big fan of that one. There's one that I think it's the one after Falling at the Thought of You. It's the one that's like more energetic, I don't know, and like groovy. I wasn't as big a fan of that one, but 20 Something, the title track, is a great track. And 24/7 also is a bop. Actually, every other track is just a bop. So I think this is a solid project for Claire Leslie, and it's going in 101. Where's the latest album? It's 2 spots above Something's Got to Give. Boom. It's going in good tier. W for Claire Leslie. Next up, we've got Cloud Cages. I actually really like this EP. Me too. It grew on me after a while. I think that they're... Oh, Passenger Seat. I forgot about that track on Claire Leslie's EP. Is a really strong one to me as well. I really like Passenger Seat and 20 Something. And then as for 24/7 and the first track, which I've forgotten, Scared, I think that those are really solid tracks as well. It's just those two in the middle that kind of like didn't appeal to me as much, so they kind of bring the album down or EP down a little bit. But yeah, I do think this is a really solid EP. Next up, Under an Orange Sky by Cloud Cage. This is a similar situation to Onsen where it sounds really nice, but it's probably not like breaking records, you know? Like, let me see. It is at 97, 20 something's at 101. So 0987. This one's going in good tier. I do quite like this one, and I regard this one highly when I think back on it. It's just a real nice like melodic house / organic house EP, and I don't remember much from it, but whenever I listen to it, it's a nice vibe. I like it, so this one's good. Next up is Rebirth by Cloud None. Cloud None, didn't he release 2? Oh yeah, he released Lost Tapes. I was a bigger fan of Lost Tapes than I was of Rebirth. I felt like Rebirth, I talked about it earlier, Rebirth was very in line with what I'd expect from Cloud None. But like, I guess the lower expectations that I'd have of Cloud None. So this is good. It sounds nice, but it doesn't near the heights that I might expect from Cloud None. Especially considering like Kazuki's on it. They just kind of produced 3 Cloud None just kind of produced 3 Cloud None tracks. So yeah, what's going on? No clue. Thank you for hopping in. We've already gone through several whatchamacallit of your recommendations. You'll see Haas is somewhere in there if you can find it. And I think one other that you might have recommended to me this year. But thanks for hopping in. We are in the EPs right now, and we have about 90 EPs left until we're done with the stream. So I'm kind of trying to breeze through these, but feel free to give whatever thoughts you have, and I'll interact with you on that front. But yeah, Rebirth, I thought it was good, but it wasn't great, especially for what I know Cloud9 can do. Okay, Codeco's Glow EP. This is a different direction than I was expecting. Codeco goes like a faster direction. I think ultimately I actually think it's good. It's just kind of the nature of the tier list requires me to put this in all right tier, but I do think it's a good project. It's just that it doesn't like dazzle, you know? But it's pretty good for what it is. Next up, we've got Fine by Colby. And it's almost a fitting title. Like, it, I guess, is fine, but I don't know. I felt like it was a real step down from Dead Giveaway EP from last year. This one, it takes a darker turn, kind of to its detriment, because I don't feel like Colby... no, Colby can do dark well. Colby can do dark well. It's just that she didn't do it as well on Fine EP. So this is to me. I wasn't as big on this one. Loving the Top Tier. Which one did you say I recommended, lol? I think you recommended Haas by Masev to me, which is like the drum and bass album or EP that had like the kind of some crazy off drop decisions that were cool. And I think I put it somewhere in good tier. Maybe? I think it's right here. It's very hard to see though, because Masev made a very dark cover art. But yeah, loving the top tier so far. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're done with best of the year tier now, so everything else is great album or below. Forgot what the EP was called. Oh yeah, it's called Haas. Yeah. So did I think I put Fine somewhere? Yeah, I did. Okay. Next up, Real Life by Courtright. This guy has kind of like marketed himself as like dad pop, which I think he does well. I feel like his voice gets a little obnoxious at times, but the music sounds pretty nice most of the time. This one is just like, it's not super impressive a project for me, but I did enjoy parts of it. So that being said, 183, so it's around Champo. Ooh, okay, it's right here. Right here in the bottom of all right tier. It has its moments, but it also has its moments, if you know what I'm saying. Nothing like crazy bad. But there it's going to be. Okay, W Netty with Jaren with Camoufly. Yeah, where is that? Oh yeah, Netty near top of best of the year tier. Jaren near bottom. And Camoufly in great tier. Sam Gellatree is in good is kind of tragic. I'm curious on your thoughts on that one. Yeah, oh that was the other one that I think you recommended. But I mean, I think it was good. The thing is, I guess what he did, it's a really solid album. I think I put it near the top of good tier, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I did. It's almost great tier. Um, uh, I feel like maybe what holds it back from greatness is I have heard a lot of that style from going through Monster or early Monster Cat. Um, so I have some of that nostalgia, but of like the new disco style. But the nostalgia is kind of fulfilled by me having done a bunch of televisor listening. Um, but he does definitely take it in some different directions and has some really interesting sound design that televisor wouldn't touch. Um, and so yeah, I thought that it was a really good project. I guess I don't know what to say about it. I will say also I haven't had as much time to like for it to grow on me. I've had one listen to it and it was really close to when I was doing this stuff, like this ranking stuff. Um, so that's my thing on it. But I think that it was a banger recommendation and I really did enjoy listening to the album. Um, so yeah. That being said, let's go on to the next one. Cosmilks from One Point to Another. This is a real nice ambient EP. And it's kind of similar to Onsen where I don't have much to say about this other than I enjoyed it and I thought it was a real nice vibe. So this is going solidly in good tier. Um, and I thought Cosmilk did a great job with this one. Real vibe. Cool, glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I definitely did. All right, next up, David Kushner's 20 Years From Now. Yo, what's good? No clue. Welcome back, Mostrino. I feel like I was mentioning you some other time before because we were looking at an album that you recommended or something. I don't know. I remember there being like a specific reason why I was like, oh man, Mostrino's not here. But either way, no matter, as I like to say, for many reasons. David Kushner never really like stuck out to me, but I figured that I would like I checked out his project from last year and wasn't that impressed, but I checked it out. And it had some solid moments. This I think was a step up from it. So I may go on to continue to listen to David Kushner's stuff, even though his style doesn't like stick out to me that much. It had a couple of just like things that I wasn't as sold on with kind of the regular David Kushner style, but ultimately, I thought that this was a solid album or EP. So this is 4 spots below Undertale. Where did I put Undertale? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is going in all right tier. Whereas I probably put David Kushner in like an tier last time. I don't think he made it to No Thanks. But yeah, this one's all right. This one is a step up. W Emberwake greater than Earthwave also. Yes, I'd agree. I think that Emberwake. Well, you'll notice also in Best of the Year tier, there's only one EP. And that is Emberwake. Most says, dang, I had the opposite take. I definitely preferred Earthwave. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. Like, I think I don't know that I'd expect either to blow your mind really, but I do feel like Earthwave would be more appealing to you than Emberwake would, just because Emberwake goes like much more of a pop-ish route, which like you like pop. Like we've gone through whole, tier lists of pop tracks that you thought were bangers. But yeah, it's not as EDM-y, and when it gets more EDM-y in Emberwake, then I can see why you wouldn't think it's as strong as you'd hope it would be, especially for AU5. I also haven't listened to the AU5 track, the new AU5 track, but I'm excited for it. And he's got a bunch more. I think he might actually be dropping like an EP before the end of the year, because he's talked about how his year was like 72% done before he released this track. So yeah, that's the gossip I've got for you. You know that the Bible loves gossip. Just realized FUS is in the middle of good, which is honestly valid. Yeah, I agree. I agree that it is valid. Next EP, we've got Let the Flowers Bloom by Dawson Shorman. There were so many false alarms for like what was the album, like or the EP. I thought that when he released the fourth single that was the EP, but it turns out the fifth single was actually the coming of the new EP. But I thought that this was a really solid one. This is going just below Earthwave. I thought that the melodies were really nice. I thought that the lyrics were very well written and honest and catchy. So Dawson Shorman strikes again. Yeah. Also, I might be 90 minutes behind on the stream, but I'll catch up. Trust. No, I trust you. There's a good bit of projects that wouldn't necessarily catch your fancy that you're free to skip through. So next up, we've got Last Night I Had This Dream by Demo Tapes. It wasn't as crazy as I was expecting from Demo Tapes, but it had some really nice vibes. Like if you're ready for some Demo Tapes, this will give it to you. It's very in line with his style, but I thought it was solid and I liked it, and it grew on me more with every listen. So yeah, this is 2 spots above Hass. Boom. Demo Tapes. All right, in good tier. Next up, we've got Anonymato EP, but bro's not live, SMH. I joined 10 minutes ago. True. The scrub. Next up, we've got Devat's Anonymato EP. Wasn't a part of the speckled segment from earlier, funnily enough, and I mentioned that. But yeah, this one, I think it makes a lot of sense. I mentioned yesterday to some people, maybe Mastrino also. It makes a lot of sense, the different labels that these were released on. Hanka was released on Halcyon, and it took a more melodic route that I thought was a lot stronger. Anonymato was released on Disciple. I thought that the melodies were even better than Hanka, and the off drops were like absolutely like some of the best stuff I've heard in dubstep like in a long time. So creative, so cool. But then the drops came, and I felt like he just like discipled all over every track. Like the drops were just not my thing. I felt like they really deviated from everything else that he had built that was fantastic, and just kind of did the most discipled Devath that he has ever done. Like, he really locked in for the melodic sections and then just made a pipe sound effect drop for the rest of it. So that's my thing with it. That's why it's very, very polarizing to me. And it's hard to rate, honestly. I have really no idea where to rate this, but I'm settling on putting this, let's see, 3 spots below Frames. So 1, 2, 3. This is an ad tier. Really wish it wasn't, because it had the potential to be in best of the year tier. But yeah, it just really didn't. Listen to the Primal Rights album, but low-key forgot how it sounds completely. So the Primal Rights album I wanted to revisit and then just never did, because I felt like maybe I was being a little harsh on it. It sounds like it's pretty much all rhythm, but it sounds like very like chill rhythm. Like, it's almost like the whole thing is on a low pass filter, and it's got some like sort of sparkly ambience around it. I felt like the combination didn't work that well, but I think that there's something there in the idea that could be done well. I just felt like Primal Rights didn't necessarily do it as well as I would have hoped. So next up, I did put an onomato somewhere. Yeah, A tier. We've got Drifter and Aether with Arcade Rush. Not what I would have expected from Aether at all. I'm still a little skeptical that the Aether that is on this EP is the same Aether that was like on Odyssey with Direct and on Anne Friends EP. Like, I'm not sure, but this is some pretty solid stuff. It's more of like a beats album for like a video game situation, and so for that reason it's not that crazy, but it's some cool beats. So this is going in probably all right tier. Where's Sippy? No, it's going in A tier. This is one of those EPs where I would probably put it in all right tier if I had room, but it's just got to go into A tier. But I actually thought it was pretty nice. So DSP moment. What do we mean by DSP? Define DSP. Digital signal processing. I'm wondering if something is happening to the stream because you said that. But I'm going to keep going and let you explain it to me as we go. The Point Between Rage and Serenity by Dyadic is next. I'm realizing with the trajectory that we're going on, I think we've got another 6-hour stream on our hands. I was hoping that maybe I would not yap as much and we would have like a 4 or 5 hour stream, but we're there. We're there already at 5 hours almost. So we're just going to go for as long as we go. Yeah, this one had its strong moments and had its weaker moments. And the strong moments didn't blow me away, and the weaker moments didn't like super offend me or anything. But honestly, I felt like I came out of it liking it. Like it was a pretty strong project, all things considered. Just not as strong as like The Third Kind, like he really set the bar high for The Third Kind, and then The Point Between Rage and Serenity was not as much of a like stunner. So yeah, 144. Boom, just below unsaid. Oh, what have I done? Hold on, let me place this album and then let me put it back where it was. Boom. Okay, it's in bottom of good tier. Okay, I am going to put the tier list back. Boom. We're good. We're saved. Meant to say streaming service. Oh, sorry, lol. Okay. Cool. Next up, Hard to Admit by Eli Patterson. This thing was pretty good. I was impressed by Eli's writing ability. As a plus size person, he writes about the kind of issues that come with that, and finding love with kind of seeing that as a hindrance in a very raw and honest way that I think is whenever he touches on those topics, I think it's really strong for the EP. And it's really it is really unique. It really kind of sets it apart, and it makes it not just a standard breakup or heartbreak album, because it kind of has that added element to it. So I feel like that would be really helpful to somebody that's going through that. But even outside of that, I think this is a pretty strong, honest project. So this is going in good tier. This is a good debut project from Eli Patterson. All right, next up, we've got Turn It Up by Eliminate. I was expecting a lot more from this. I felt like this one was trying to take like a more serious route, and kind of to its detriment. I didn't feel like it had the charm that Eliminate normally does. So this is going in A tier. Um, and I know for a fact that some people disagree with me on that, and that's like, hey, more power to them. If you are satisfied with an Eliminate project that I'm not satisfied with, then I love that for you. Unfortunately, I just wasn't as sold on this one. So, but like, it had some all right moments, and it didn't really have any moments that were like actively so it just kind of eh. Next up, we've got Dark Star by Eptic. This was another one I was expecting more from, just because like I've liked Eptic's style in the past. His Monster Cat EP I quite liked. This one just wasn't it for me. This is a no thanks tier. It's just, there were a couple tracks that I thought were all right, but a couple tracks that were just like, ugh. But yeah, I wasn't a big fan of this one. Tragic, I thought the Eliminate EP was fire. Dang, you called me out. Lol, I just got to Requiem for a Riot. Yeah, if you couldn't tell, Requiem for a Riot is like, I didn't really have room for it on the tier list, it being in last place, so it's like squished up next to Dr. P and Flux Pavilion at the bottom of no thanks tier. But yeah, I think No Clue we were probably talking about the Eliminate EP and kind of like our disagreements on it at some point in VC, and so maybe that was kind of subconsciously what I was addressing, but hey, more power to you for being satisfied with that. I'm not going to take that away from you. But yeah, Dark Star wasn't my thing. I don't think it was strong for Eptic. I was excited to see Space Laces on a track, and I feel like that was my least favorite track. Just not really my thing. All right, next up we got Exobolt Worlds Volume 3. This one I think had a similar sort of Exobolt syndrome, where like all of the Exobolt Worlds compilations just like kind of average out at about a 7. And kind of barely a 7, because there are like parts that are really strong, parts that are just like and then everything else in the middle is good. That's where I'm at with this one as well. But I will say that out of all 3 Worlds volumes, I think this was the most consistently good. So this is probably the best Worlds compilation, in my opinion, out of all 3 of them. So that being said, this is going just above Under an Orange Sky in good tier. I thought this one was quite a solid one, probably the best Worlds compilation. Crazy. Oh, Speckled's back. Let's go. So I just came back. Goodness, you're still going. Dude, I told you it was going to be a long stream. So for context, Speckled was going to do a stream at 6 p.m. tonight, but instead he posted on his story and was like, hey, what if instead of doing a stream tonight, we all crashed No Matter stream, as he ranked the albums and EPs. And I thought that was a cool idea, and I reached out to him and I'm like, hey, what if we did like a special Speckled segment where you chose like the albums that I reviewed for that segment? That was in part to like shout him out, because super cool guy, and he has some great production streams as well. But it was partially because I knew this was going to be a long stream, and there's no way that all of his viewers were going to want to like stick around for the whole thing, because it is a long stream. So yeah, I'm still going, and I'm going to be going for a little while here. We're on EP 30. We're about to be on EP 34 of 109. So but I'm trying to breeze through them more. Crazy how the most listenable song on the album was half samples, and they were all from one sample pack, and that was actually the best part of that song, and the parts that he added made it worse. I think we're talking about Requiem for a Riot. Can't imagine what the worst tracks on the album could be like. Yeah, I'm gonna let you speak about Requiem for a Riot. I'm not gonna talk about Requiem for a Riot in video form. I feel like the Album of the Year article does it enough justice, and the fact that I think it's a 1 out of 10 album does it does my thoughts on it enough justice. So, yeah, that thing is handily my least favorite album I've ever heard. So we'll go for one more EP before it's been 5 hours, and just gauging how this is going. I imagine you still have an hour or two more. I hope to only have like an hour more. Holy smokes, this stream is about to be even longer than last year's. Yeah, I told myself I wasn't going to yap as much, and then I yapped more. Yeah, which is so funny because I remember you saying you wanted it to be shorter. I know, I wanted to yap less, and then I just started yapping, bro. The yap just, it pulls me in. Yeah, this is probably going to be another hour, maybe another hour and a half. We'll see. No matter how many people are in here, I'm gonna keep going until I'm done with this thing. That being said, actually, I think now will be a good time for an intermission. So we're gonna take a little break, and then I'll be back to cover the rest of the EPs. So sit tight, and I'll be back in a bit. Hey, hey, I am back. There's a Sven Johnson album in here. Yes, there is. He did make an album called Dirt Bike Money. Um, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed listening to it. VBS 2025. Um, is that in there? I don't know if I. So I have both of the VBS album or EPs coming up. I don't think I got to them yet. So I will be talking about them a bit. Only music I've heard from him is Benson Boone, Beautiful Things, 20V cordless drill cover. Okay. I didn't know he released that at all. But yeah, I guess that did come from him. Yeah, funnily enough, he goes like a more serious direction with it, but it still has that like Sven Johnson like charm to it, to the music, but in a way that is interesting because it's like, oh, it's in the album cover rotation. Yeah. Okay, so I played my hand there, but yes, it is there. Um, so it has the Sven Johnson charm without really the comedy, but I actually think it works. I think that he actually does come out with a pretty all right album. It's just not like it's not gonna blow your mind, as it didn't blow mine. But yeah, that being said, let's get through the last stretch of all of these EPs. I don't know if you were tapped into this, Mastrino, because it was kind of under the radar. But Faint came out with an EP called Undertow. And it was probably the weakest project I've heard from Faint in quite a while. I just wasn't. I was expecting at least some like middle of the road Faint stuff. Well, like just stuff that is like as good as he normally is. For whatever reason, I just didn't connect with this one. It wasn't a big W for me. So this one's going in tier. It just felt emptier than I feel like Faint normally does. Like sometimes Faint will come out with something that feels kind of empty, but I know that he can release stuff that feels really full. So, and he just didn't really. So it was unfortunate. But he'll do better. Which is such that is such a faint pun. I just realized because he has a song called "Do Better," but he will do better. Probably gonna call it a night. Thanks again for shouting me out and letting me have a segment on your stream. See ya, bro. Thank you so much for joining Speckled. And yeah, go check this guy out. We love production streams and such things as that. And fire album picks. All right, next up, we've got Firm's Appointed Heroes, Trials and Challenges. Firm tries something different here in trying to create 5 story songs that tell Bible stories and have music, like mainly kind of more like NCS type melodic music to back it up. And I hate to say this because I know that Firm listens to my music, and so this seems a little like, I don't know, seems a little wrong to do this, but I'm no matter whether I like know somebody or like no matter who they are, if I'm listening to an album of theirs, then I'm going to be honest about where to put it in the ranking. And I have no idea if he's even going to watch this. But if he does, just know I think he makes good stuff. It's just that this EP was not my thing. I didn't really like this one. The thing about this one was I thought that the production, on the production side, I'm going to put this in no thanks tier, by the way. I think that on the production side, it was probably the most, the strongest stuff. Like what he did for the album was the strong part. I think the storytelling was not that strong whenever the vocalists were telling the story. I felt like the only vocal performance that didn't feel kind of phoned in was Trellick's. And yeah, I I wasn't a big fan of the storytelling style. So, um, and so yeah, I for that reason I wasn't a big fan of this EP. Um, but should he come out with another project, I would imagine it'd be better. I thought Restored was better as an album than this one was as an EP. So I know that he can make some good stuff. Just this wasn't it for me. Next up, we've got Listen While Driving Late at Night by Glitch Boy, which is a new alias of Kid. This one was vibey. I enjoyed this one quite a bit. It had some real like groovy, interesting moments that I was on board for, and it just sounded real nice. So that one's going in good tier. And I can totally understand why it's called Listen While Driving Late at Night. It has a very late night like vibe to it, and I bet it would absolutely hit driving late at night. But I have to admit, I did not listen while driving late at night. I listened in the middle of the day while making food in my kitchen. So, unfortunate. Next up, we've got Thoughtless by Glitch Cat. This one really surprised me in a number of ways. It is a wild ride. I've actually got more to say about this because I think it's one of the best EPs of the year. Specifically where this is, we'll see. This one is at 29, so it's 2 spots below Roxwell. Right here in great tier. I was a big fan of this one. It is so fun from second one to the last second. It doesn't slow down. It it keeps the humor. It keeps the fun. It has a number of just like banger moments. It is an absolutely wild ride. So this one is a great EP. Next up, we've got Everything You Ever Wanted by Grace Graber. I am giving you guys everything you ever wanted. Man, my voice is going out. This one, this one is, I liked it. I thought it was a solid one. It was probably as a project stronger than Breakthrough, although I think it was maybe just as it's probably just as polarizing as I ended up thinking the Breakthrough was, even though the Breakthrough ended up being less polarizing on second listen than it was on first listen for me. But yeah, I thought that this was quite a solid project. I thought it was catchy. I thought it was fun. I thought that it was well written. Just a good entry from Grace Graber. So that's going to go in good tier. Next up, Suspension of Belief by Gyrofield. I had not listened to any of Gyrofield's stuff before this point, so I had no idea what she was like, what she did, except that she did some like weirder stuff in the like IDM space. Wow, I didn't realize that Alon Moore dropped an EP this year. He did. He dropped Nonfiction. I thought that it was, where did I put it? I think it was in good. Yeah. So it kind of on the line between good and all right. I thought that there was one track that like really just I didn't connect with, but everything else set a real spooky vibe that I thought was really effective. But there were few things that like really stuck out to me about it. So yeah, less than Within. Suspension of Belief was not one that I was sold on. So this one is near the bottom. This one is going just above Dark Star. I didn't really get it. I was kind of expecting more, I guess expecting better from Gyrofield, because I know that she's a very creative producer who can do a lot of like really cool stuff from what I've heard. But this one felt like a strange techno project. And and I didn't really get what she was going for. I didn't really like what I was hearing that much. It was just a real head scratcher. Yeah. Okay, just got to Earthwave. I agree with your placement of it, even though I'd have it over Emberwake. Yeah, well, I also just enjoyed Emberwake that much more. So, yeah, there are certain things about it that I really connected with that would disqualify it from being anywhere near Earthwave for me. But yeah, I think it was very consistent, but I don't come back to any of the tracks. Yeah, I'd agree. But I think if I were to come back to any of the tracks, it'd probably be Paradigm. And maybe Muted. But yeah, I agree. But yeah, Suspension of Disbelief is going in no thanks tier. I didn't really get it. Next up, we've got From Within Part 1 by Habstract. Also, dang, Emberwake is the only EP in Best of the Year. Yeah, it's the only one. I felt like the EPs didn't cook as much as they did last time. Last year, I had 6 EPs at a 9. Now I only have 1 EP at an 8. Everything else is below an 8. So the albums just cooked so much more than the EPs, unfortunately. But it'd be that way some years. This is like, I've voiced this before. This is the last time I'm doing part 1, part 2s, man, because like, there's no part 2 to this. I forgot to do part 2 to Alter by Milk Blood. I forgot to do part 2 of Fibonacci by Subtronics. It's just like, it's so much to keep up with, and there's no part 2 to this right now. But all that's to say, I thought that it was pretty good. It was pretty short, but I enjoyed it on the whole. So this one is going 2 spots below Rebirth, or actually 1 spot above Glow. So where are my jellyfish? Where are the jellyfish? Tell me where the jellyfish are. In fact, let me just look at the number. 152. Oh, here it is. Jellyfish. Okay, so this is bottom of good tier. Boom. Okay, next up. We've got Nouveau by Headphone Activist. I have no idea if I pronounced that right. But Nouveau by Headphone Activist. Pretty in line with what I'd expect from Headphone Activist, which is good, honestly. Like I had him lower in my tier list for October, which is what he did with, I think, 7 Lies or 7 Lies in 2023. But this one I think just sounded nicer. It was a real nice ambient project. It just didn't do a whole lot, and there are some ambient projects that just did what this did better. But I thought it was good. So where's Pretty Race Girl at? There we go. This is an all right tier, even though I just said it was good. But hey, it be that way sometimes. Okay. Next up, we've got somebody who released 2 EPs. Really funny that technically the one track I made in this entire list is that Cursed 808 car sound from that comp, True, which I think is my first and so far only appearance in any of the projects you've ever rated. That is true. Oh, you mentioned, let's go, I just got to Party Like It's 808. You mentioned that it's unfortunate that I'm not there, but don't worry, I'm here in spirit now. That's what it was. It was the Car Sounds project that I was like, oh man, Mastrino's not here for this. But yeah, I mentioned, actually, I don't have to repeat what I mentioned. I don't think you're even watching this part yet. But now you are watching this part. Now that you are watching this part right now. That time is crazy. But yeah, but that is your only appearance in any project I've ever rated. So, but yeah, funnily enough, it's the only one in No Thanks, the only project in No Thanks that I think I enjoyed. So, do I have it in No Thanks? Wait, where is it at? Yeah, I do have it in No Thanks, but it's the only one that's like kind of thanks. But yeah. Embody by Hex Cougar. Hex Cougar released 2 EPs this year. I felt like Embody was the stronger of the two, in my opinion. I really, really glazed this one at first, and then it kind of grew off me a little bit, but I do still like it. I do still think it's at top of good tier. It's got some real nice, like, trap tunes that have a bit of like a darker edge to them, but have some catchy melodies and some interesting ideas. And that heavy track at the end, I think, is the highlight. I think that that's filthy. I think that that's really really a cool track. So that's Embody in top of good tier. Next up, we've got Visions by Hex Cougar. Maybe I should make it my goal to keep the streak going and make sure whenever a track of mine shows up in a tier list again, it also makes it to no thanks tier. Please, no. Please do not fall off. After like releasing the Snowblind remix and releasing Calling You and releasing like All in My, I need you to not fall off. But yeah, next up, Visions by Hex Cougar. I don't think there's that much of a separation in quality. Okay, well, never mind. Apparently, Embody was at 60 and Visions was at 123. I think there was one track that I wasn't sold on this one, and on Embody there were no tracks like that. Like, I enjoyed every track. In Visions, I think I didn't enjoy one track, but the tracks that I enjoy, like, it reached lower lows but didn't reach as high highs, and I think that's what's kind of giving it points against it. But I think this is a really cool natural progression to a different style that I think works for him. So I'm interested to see more of that if he's so inclined to do more of that. So this is 2 spots below Onsen, which I cannot find anywhere. It's in 120 something. Oh, there it is. Okay. And it is Visions. So it's going to go also in good tier. Or actually, I think Embody was in great tier. No, it was in good tier. So both of them are going in good tier. Also, you're the only one watching the stream, keeping you company as I catch up. Indeed. We love that you're coming through. Actually, apparently there's a second concurrent viewer. Might be me, but if it's not me, say hi in the chat. All right, next EP up. This one is, I don't remember whether this is fall or, I don't think this is spring or summer. Which one is this? This is by Hole in the Wall. This is Fall by Hole in the Wall. So Hole in the Wall had 3 EPs this year, and he, I think, just barely, the winter EP was outside of December. I think it might have been like November 30th or something, 2024. But I've had the privilege of meeting this guy, and he's got a super cool heart for music and heart for the Lord, and I love that. And he's got a really cool thing happening with his music. Like, he's got a story kind of developing throughout his music, and this is a part of it. I think that this is the strongest part of it. If I remember correctly, this was the most recent one, and it. I'm gonna put it in the tier list before I get too in the weeds about it. But this is above Park Songs 2. So right here, this is in good tier for me. This was my favorite one of his. I think that that first track is really catchy, and the last track really, it's a longer track and a more drawn out one, but it tells more of like a bit more of a story and really like sits in the emotion of the song, and the vocal performance that he puts forth in that is um, super like raw and unlike anything I've heard in any of his other projects. So it was really cool to hear him just like pour out into something like that. So yeah, Fall was my favorite one. Um, Not gonna lie, Rebirth to me feels like if you took your average 5 track Cloud None EP and got rid of the 2 best tracks. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, you're still watching Forever Royalty? Let's go. Yeah. Um, Appreciate you still watching. The fact that a Cloud None and Kazuki collab exists is very cool, but unfortunately, I'm not coming back to it. Dude, same. But I will say, there's a very good chance we get another Cloud None and Kazuki collab. There's a good chance we have a lot of Cloud None and Kazuki collabs because, well, Cloud None, Mr. Fijiwiji, and Kazuki, if you didn't know, have their own Patreon, the 3 of them, where they have like an extra like Patreon Discord server and they do production streams. Like Cloud None does production streams every morning for the Patreon Discord. So I'm kind of I've been thinking of tapping in for a while, but we'll see. I think there's going to be more Cloud Nine and Kazuki collabs down the line, though. I just realized they have a collab on Lost Tapes. Still haven't listened to that album, but hopefully I enjoy that one more. Yeah, hopefully. Kazuki, I think, makes some really nice music. He's always been a little samey, but every once in a while he'll release something that's just like so different from anything else he's released. So that's always hype to see. But yeah, Fall is going to be in good tier. Spring. This one was probably the most like, when I think of Hole in the Wall, this is the one that falls most in line with what I would expect from the style that comes to mind. So this is above I'm Sad to See You Go by Geovoc. So this is going to go in good tier as well. Yes, it is. And I think that works to its benefit. I think that it is quite a good, like, really nice EP. It was the first one that I listened to. It was the first one that came out this year, I believe. And it was a good introduction to Hole in the Wall. Actually, it wasn't my introduction to Hole in the Wall. It was the first project that I think I listened to once it came out. But I had listened to a few of the tracks and gotten the vibe, and this falls in line with the vibe. So, yeah, just sounds really nice. Next up, we've got Summer by Hole in the Wall. Unfortunately, I wasn't as big a fan of this one. I do appreciate the experimentation that he takes with the production. On this one, he gets a little like out there and a little weirder with this production, and I like that he's doing that. I like that he's experimenting, even if it doesn't really hit as much with me. Especially, I think the kind of there's 1 or 2 tracks that are kind of like stylistically auto-tuned in a way that I feel like doesn't really work with the track. But I think it was really just 1 track that kind of brought it down for me, and the other 2 were just like kind of weaker than I might expect, especially from a project like Fall or Spring. So yeah, overall, I'd put this in no thanks tier, unfortunately. But he did come out with 2 solid EPs this year. It's just that this one wasn't as much for me. So I'm really excited to see what he's got coming up with, though, because I really like his style. All right, next up, Hyperspace Remnants EP. This is one Mastrina recommendation that we listened to together. It's a real nice chill out album, real solid. It sounds, it's the kind of sound you get like lost in, and it doesn't do anything to like bring it over the edge of up to like a 7.5. But it does sound super nice. So it's kind of going along with those EPs that don't do a lot to like amaze you, but do what it does very well. Haha, I said do. But it's a similar situation to Glitch Boy's EP or Cloud Cage's EP. So yeah, it's going in good tier. All right, next up, Entangled by Imanu. Imanu once again takes a darker sort of style with this one, and has some like, he goes a poppier route than I might expect. A lot more kind of pop, like a darker pop style. But this is good tier. I think that this is a really solid EP, and I really liked the vibes of it. I think the vocal performances did very well for it, and I have very little, if anything, to really complain about this EP for. It's just a really good one. All right, next up, Walking Distance by Jonah Walker. This is somebody that's in the Mostrino server, and he's got a 3-track EP that I quite liked. I wasn't, I guess, expecting as much of like the vocal driven pop direction, but he really went that direction in a way that I enjoyed. So this one was in the lower echelons of like a 7 out of 10, around where Sable Fable is, just above Sable Fable. But I really have less to complain about with this one than I do with Sable Fable. I think that this is a stronger track list, and so love to see it. Jonah Walker is going in good tier with Walking Distance. Next up, we've got 3 parts to a what's supposed to be a story, but doesn't really, like, it only really seems like a story with certain tracks. But it's Shadow Song: The Lost Saga by Cage. So Cage, I enjoy his house style, and there are a couple of artists here where I enjoyed their style. Well, back in 2023, I took Matroda, who I enjoyed his style of house, and I just really didn't like he was my least favorite EP of the year. And then last year, Matroda came out with an EP that was like 5 out of 10 for me. But Cage, I think, stays consistent here. I think Cage stays as good as I've always thought he was. And so that's a strong decision for him to stay that good. But yeah, Act 1, I think, was out of the 3, it was kind of in the middle. I'll spoil it. I think Act 1 was kind of in the middle of the 3, and then Act 2 got a little worse. It wasn't like bad, it was just kind of like more mid, and then Act 3 really picked it up. But all of them stayed pretty consistent as to what they like, the level of quality that they had. So all that's to say, Act 1, I also didn't really get the story. Like, I kind of got a little more when I listened to all 3 of them together, but yeah, it was just like a lot of what's happening. What does any of this thing that the narrator is saying mean? Glad you enjoyed the Cosmilk EP. I did. There's a lot more of like Mostrino server people on this list than there normally is. So I guess there's, Cosmilk, and there's Jonah Walker, and I don't remember if there's anybody else. But hey, 2 is more than 0 or 1, so it's got that going for him. 171. This is going in all right tier. Shadow Song Act 1. It's got its moments, but it's also, the moments are not all over the place. Next, we got Act 2. That's going to go in, 188, just below the leftovers. So at the bottom of all right tier. Thankfully, Shadow Song never gets below all right tier. In fact, it could be that Act 3 gets good tier? Maybe? Where's Act 3? It's just below Rebirth, so it sneaks up into good tier. But Shadow Song as a whole is really just all right. on average. All right. So that covers Act 3. Next up, we've got Nemesis by Company. This one, I don't think he knew what he was really trying to do, except for come out with a series of tracks. It seemed like sometimes he was trying to, this is going a no thanks tier for me. It seemed like sometimes he was trying to be funny, but he wasn't committing to the humor. So he was just trying to like be serious and like making bangers. I don't really know what he was trying to do. I don't know that he knew what he was trying to do, but there were parts that I liked, parts that I didn't, and ultimately that just kind of gets it kind of what averages out into just a real and that's my description of that. Hey, what's going on, Jeremy? You might see a familiar face twice up there in best of the year tier. But yeah, we've got Jeremy in the chat. Say hi. We are going through a lot of albums and a lot of EPs. We are on EP 53 of 109. And I appreciate you hopping in. I know it's late. It's late for me too, but it's later for you. So yeah, Company just didn't cook with this one, unfortunately. Next up, we've got somebody who did cook with this one. This is In the Middle of It by Kylie Odetta. Real feel good sounding, real just like solid catchy melodies with even some like production ear candies for that like kind of bubbly pop sound that I'm a fan of. This thing is great, and I might talk about this more. I think that this is number like 9 or 10 on my ranking, so I may very well talk about this album more, or this EP more. Kylie Odetta definitely cooked on this one on a runway in Turkey. Woo! Oh, so I guess it's early for you in that case. Or I guess just in the morning. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you hopping in from a runway in Turkey. Yeah, Kylie Odetta cooked. Next up, we've got Lazy's EP, Workaholic. This is the debut from Lazy, which is a collaborative work between Xander Sallows and Ben Lawrence. Ben Lawrence, of whom I had on the ranking last year with his album Benny. This one, it's like 8 a.m. flying to Saudi. Okay, nice. Yeah, this one's a nice one. This one's a good one. I enjoyed this one. I think that there are certain tracks that there's one track that for me is way above the rest, and that's Black, White, and Gray. I guess not way above the rest, but I think that it's solidly the best track. But it's got a real nice vibe to it overall. So yeah, this one I think is a solid debut from the Lazy duo. So this is going just below K-pop Demon Hunters. Boom, in good tier. We love to see it. All right, we've got a real interesting pair of EPs coming. First of all, Magnified VBS 2025 Music for Kids. That's right. The thing is, when you start working for a church, you hear a lot of VBS music. So I figured I might as well take both of the EPs, the one for kids and the one for preschoolers, and do a full-on, like, include them in the ranking. Honestly, because they kind of cooked with this one. Like, I feel like sometimes VBS music cooks harder than, like, adult worship music. Sometimes. Like, you get some, like, I'm a big Phil Wickham glazer in the studios, like, versions of it. Big SEU worship glazer. I like City of Light as well. But like, yeah, a lot of the others have kind of been like not really carrying their weight sometimes. VBS, it just keeps carrying its weight. um, so so yeah. That being said, uh, it's it's VBS music, so it's not gonna like be crazy, but it's gonna be good, generally speaking. So this is gonna be in good tier, just above Jonah Walker. Um, I did not get tired of this VBS music while hearing it all the time during VBS season. Kind of facts, actually. Yeah, they just really they cook. They go a more electronic pop route most of the time in Magnified, but honestly, there was one time there was like a straight up just like rock song with like a driving like guitar riff and bass line and stuff like that, and I was like popping off in the congregation during VBS day when the kids were singing it, um because it was a banger. Like sometimes they just really cook. In this case, they cooked. The preschoolers, unfortunately, they I think got the shorter end of the stick. Like, it's kind of the same vibe, so it's not like it can deviate that much from the quality of the kids' version. Or actually, funnily enough, I actually have preschoolers where I just put kids. Um, so this is actually where preschoolers goes. This is going in good tier. Kids actually goes just below SEU Worship. Songs we've been meaning to release. Okay. 3 spots above Set the Sky. 1, 2, 3. This is where VBS goes. I felt like the preschoolers didn't have as good songs. But honestly, I don't think the preschoolers cared as much as I apparently seem to care. I just felt like the songs in the preschoolers section were not as strong. But hey, it be that way. Honestly, it's still good. It's just that it's not as good as the kids one. So if I were to go back to a VBS 2025 project, it'd be the kids one. Next up, we've got Stream Friendly 3 by Mama Yadufu. This is a collection of stream-friendly songs that you can use on stream that I guess I could have probably used on stream here. And Mama Yadufu just like cooks. The thing is, this I think is going to make honorable mentions for top 10 EPs of the year, and it is a series of stream-friendly beats. So like that shows you just how cracked Mama Yadufu is. So this is going in great tier. Yeah, I don't really have any complaints. I think that it's bangers all around. There's one house track that in particular kind of stuck out to me as pretty catchy. So yeah, Mama Yadufu cooks. Next up, it's good Jeremy's in the chat. Our boy Marmar, and actually Forever Royalty as well. Our boy Marmar released an EP called The Other Side, and it's a vibe. I think it's a great EP. It's going around where, let's see, it's just above Nature Tech, so it's gonna go. Where's Nature Tech at? Convexity and Kiro. What's the number? 66. So it's going right here in upper good tier. The track You're My One turned me on to Arnie and her vocal performances on her songs. Just such a like great voice, and Marmar is such a great producer as well. He has some like an ear for some great like melodic house and garage styles that I'm a fan of. Marmar does a great job, and the other side is a bop of an EP. Marmar, yeah, let's go. We've got a I was gonna say something, but I don't know if I should spoil it. You will figure out what I mean by we've got and our boy Marmar in about a month. And that's what I'll say. Your Spotify Wrapped must be so wacky, haha. The thing is, my Spotify Wrapped kind of levels out by me latching on to particular albums and therefore latching on to particular artists. And so it would probably look similar on a surface level to how it would if I didn't listen to as many albums. What changes is the amount of listens in my top songs playlist is very small. Like my number one song, I had 32 listens on it. And I think once you got to about number 10 or something, you had like 18 listens, 17 listens, 16 listens. Like the one that made number 100 and number 99 both had 8 listens each. So my Spotify Wrapped is wacky in that way, but in like the top artists and stuff like that, it's not that wacky. But yeah, I don't like zone in on and hyperfixate on as many albums by doing this. So yeah. Did Dyadic hold back on this EP? He did. He did, unfortunately. Even when he told us don't hold back, he did. But no, it was good. Yeah, so Marmar cooked. I think I put Marmar in. Yeah. So next up, Melancholy by Matthew Parker. This thing, I think at first I was like, yeah, this is solid. And it didn't really like stick out to me as much, but I was like, yeah, I think that this is a really solid EP. After a while, it really started to stick out to me in a good way. And I'll actually be talking about this more because I think that this is making the top 10 of EPs of the year. I think it's really strong writing. It's really strong production, really like catchy melodies, and the storytelling throughout like it's not proper narrative, I guess, but the progression throughout the whole EP is it makes it probably Matt's most cohesive project yet, and most progressive project yet, in terms of how it progresses. So Melancholy is going just above More Like You in great tier. I'm a big fan of that one. Where is this guy? Okay, there he is. Boom. Also, just love that you're adding all of our pals on this list. Thanks for doing this. Oh, absolutely. I think that's sometimes for better or for worse, because I have somebody who the Villager in JK was genius. Yeah. Okay. Here's some lore about the Villager in JK. So that was a competition that Matt actually held in his Discord where anybody could send in a soundbite of them doing a villager sound, because he couldn't use the actual villager sound. So he just had somebody like impersonate it. And we had several people do it, including Allery, who was a previous What About Stranger, as I know you know, Forever Royalty, but for the lore for the others watching. Allery did a bunch of villager impressions. I actually did several villager impressions that I was pretty proud of. I felt like I had a good villager. But taking off, blessings, dog. Thanks, Jeremy, for hopping in while you could. I hope that you have a wonderful day. You've got a whole day ahead of you. My day's just ending, but yeah, thanks for hopping in. But I had several sound bites, and I think I was this close to getting in, and that would be the closest I've ever been to featuring in a Matthew Parker song. But unfortunately, he chose one of Jake's, so unfortunate. But I mean, Allery did a fantastic job on his villager impression, and so I don't think that really a lot of people could tell the difference if they just listened to the track. So that's the lore dump for you. All right, next up, Milk Blood's Altar Part 1. I did not get to Altar Part 2, which is another reason why I'm never doing the Part 1, Part 2 EPs again. I'm just going to wait. If they're even of interest. But yeah, this one was good. This one was really hyped up by Bowtied Media, where I discovered this EP. And I just wasn't I didn't think I wasn't as amazed by it, but I thought it was good. I thought it was solid. It's a 3-track EP, so it's got to do a lot to do a lot, you know what I'm saying? For instance, Grabbits really dazzled me with his In the Dark EP, which was 3 tracks long. But Milk Blood just had some pretty groovy tracks on it. So yeah, this is going in all right tier. Okay. Next up, we got somebody who released 2. Let's see. We almost had a no. Wait, hold on. You got to go back to the Moonlight Rose song on this Exo Worlds comp. I remember really liking the melody in that track. Yeah, I forgot that there was a whole kind of old school electro vibe to it, or a 2010s electro vibe to it that I really liked. So I've got to go check out that that Worlds compilation. We almost had a No Matter X Matthew Parker collab. True, that would have been insane. That would have been cool. So, yeah, maybe one day. Did I put Altar Part 1 somewhere? I did. All right, let's move on to somebody who released 2 EPs. One of them is Andy by Mun. This one, so Mun generally makes really good stuff, really catchy stuff that comes from a really honest place. But this one was just kind of all right to me. Nothing really stuck out to me about this one. It was just kind of the most kind of, I don't know. Nothing really stuck out to me about this one. But it was all right. It had a couple of kind of catchy moments and kind of sweet moments. The other EP, on the other hand, Lament, this one is a great EP. And this one I'm going to talk about more because it's in my top 10. But I was really impressed with this one. This is going just above Melancholy for me in great tier. This one is a lot more about religious doubt and being kind of dissatisfied with the behavior of Christians when you look around at just kind of abuse in the church and church hurt and people being hypocritical and stuff like that. I think that it treats the church hurt topic very well. And I think it does a great job of kind of treating it with sensitivity, but also providing some sort of redemption arc to the topic. So I think Mun does a great job with this one. Not to mention the music is just great. The melodies are catchy. The instrumentation is really full and really nice. This is just a really strong EP. So this is going to be in great tier. I'm going to get some water as we move on. Every time I gulp, I'm seeing the audio input go up. So clearly you guys are hearing that. These intermissions are actually so clutch for helping me catch up. That's true. Very true. All right, we're probably about to have another intermission, and it'll be the last one of the night, but we'll see. We'll feel it out. Next time. Whoa, not next time. Next up, we've got Existential Crisis EP by Michael. I think it's his kind of attempt to like um talk about different kind of niche, kind of obscure sorrows, I guess, niche mental health struggles of sorts. And he's got, so Dunning-Kruger is a banger. Imposter Syndrome is a fantastic track. And Existential Crisis, I have like a personal just problem with. I don't like that one. It's not like it, like the lyrics are fine, I guess. I think that the combination between that he's going for between the like it's a really ditzy way to treat having existential crises. It's just like, let's have an existential crisis, and I don't know, it seems very unserious to me. But also he doesn't really like lean into the unseriousness on that EP or on that track specifically. So it was confusing to me. So I didn't like that one, and that's why it kind of brings it down. So it kind of has a similar problem to Exposition, where it had some absolute bangers and songs that I loved, and also songs that I thought were kind of weaker, and some songs I just didn't like. So yeah. I was about to say that I should probably check it out, and then you immediately said it was really weak, talking about the Faint EP. Yeah, which is tough because I think it makes sense. I really enjoy OG Faint, but it's been a long time since a Faint track really hit for me. Yeah, I mean, feel free to check out Undertow. I can't imagine if you're that like sold, or if you're not that sold on modern Faint, that you would enjoy that EP very much, but I don't know. I just wasn't as big on it. Yeah, but for Existential Crisis, those first two are great. That third track is kind of what brings it down for me. But not by too much. I still think it's a good EP. Let's see if the tier list agrees. So where's Undertale? It's one below Undertale. The EP says it's all right. But those first two tracks, if they were just a double single, it'd be a great double single. All right, next up, we've got Field by Mern. This one is like very kind of runway style house. And it's kind of in line with the like least that I might expect from Mern's current house style. But I mean, it's fine. Where do I have this? I have this between Paradox and Champo 3. So right here. So it's all right. All right, we're gonna do one more and then take the hopefully last intermission of the night, and get through the rest of these after that. But one more EP, because we gotta do the other Mern EP on. I think both of them were on This Never Happened, the label, but this one is Heal EP by Mern. This one is fantastic. I think it's really. He came out with a fantastic EP last year called The Four Stages. I don't know if that quite reaches the highs of Four Stages, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I keep kind of almost talking myself out of it, and then listening to the EP again and realizing, no, this thing is really beautiful. This one's going at top of great tier. I can't talk myself out of this EP. It's just so good, so vibey, so nice. And we are getting the great tier is getting full. We only have 2 more songs to put in great tier. Everything else goes in good or below. Um, so we may peter out the stream on a bit of a low note. I hope not, but yeah. All that's to say, let's take a little. Wait, hold on. Also, yeah, shout out the Glitch Cat EP. That was such a cool listen. That was a fun listen to in VC as well, because it's such a crazy ride. But yeah, let's take a little intermission, and then we'll be back with some more EPs and hopefully finish this thing out. All right, we are back and we are going through the rest of these EPs. Um, I'm just making sure everything's okay, and everything's okay. So we are going through, starting with EP number 67. This is an interesting one to start with. This is Y2K10 by Net. Um, this one tries to, let's see, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but Still in Love just grew on me with every re-listen until the point when it finally made the rotation after like the 8th listen, which is fire. Um, I don't remember which album or EP or which EP Still in Love is from, but you can tell me later. I still don't really care for the rest of the EP, but either way, big thank you for sharing it because at least that one song has grown on me a lot. Oh, I guess I shared this one. Oh, we're talking about Embody, I think, EP by Hex Cougar. Yeah, well, I'm glad. I'm glad it's made the rotation. Um, yeah, especially if not for any of the other songs, then at least for that song. Yeah, Y2K10 Net. We're getting another No Thanks tier here. Net tries to like have a really wacky kind of like nostalgic style to it, but it doesn't really it just seems really haphazard and really noisy and just like, yeah, it just wasn't really my thing. Uh it had some interesting ideas. The sound design was kind of crazy on it, but like as songs, I didn't feel like they really like had that good a structure or really anything like that. So that's going pretty solidly in no thanks tier. Unfortunately, I kind of was expecting better from this. All right, next we've got Fear by NF. Wasn't expecting an EP from NF, but generally I like his stuff. I think he's really overhated. But I was expecting just like real middle of the road. Does Visions by Hex Cougar have any melodic cuts? I should probably give them a listen if so. 100%. I think that Visions actually, like, whereas Embody gets a little like wacky, like it kind of does wacky trap and then it has that one really heavy song. I think Visions does kind of a, if like if Hardwave and Color Bass had a baby, something like that. It has actually a more melodic bent to the whole EP, but has one heavy track to it. So yeah, I would recommend. I think that Fantasy might be one that would appeal to you. But yeah, give it a listen. Fear, I was expecting a lot of what I would just get from NF normally, and actually he doesn't really rap much on this one. He actually sings a whole lot more. And I think that's a really cool kind of pivot for this EP. I don't know if he's going to continue to do that, but I think it's actually a really interesting, pivot. I'm being told this is below. Yeah, so right here, I think this is in good tier. I think this is a good EP. It's not like gonna, for me, it's not gonna like make a mainstay. Like it's not gonna really make it into my rotation or anything. I don't particularly have a rotation, but there are certain sort of hyperfixations I get into, or I'll think of I'll be feeling a particular vibe and know where I want to go for it to kind of fulfill that musically. And this EP I don't really foresee making it anywhere to fulfill like a particular vibe that I've got going on in my heart. But I think that it is a solid EP, and I quite like it. Oh, my throat is really starting to feel it. I'm filming a music video tomorrow for a song I've got coming out in a couple months actually, called Nonsense, and it's going to be colder outside, and I'm really hoping that this doesn't affect me. But yeah, it definitely wasn't his best in my opinion, but there were still some solid songs on it. I agree. It wasn't his best, but I do feel like he kind of set the bar high. Like I do think he's made some truly great stuff. And Fear wasn't like great, but I think that it did have several tracks that were like that were good, and I think overall it was a good project. You guys get to hear that motorcycle while I pivot to the next EP, and that's Lawless by Night Punk. Night Punk generally makes some like really nasty stuff in the like dubstep and trap sort of scene. So I was kind of expecting that. I didn't really get it. We're gonna get a No Matter music video. We are. I don't want to spoil too much about the like rollout that I've got coming out, but let's just say it's gonna be real hype. There's a lot of stuff coming earlier in the year that I'm super proud of and super like excited to show you guys. So so get ready for that. Lots of No Matter stuff coming earlier in the year. um, but anyway, Lawless was kind of a lower key sort of style for Night Punk. Kind of focused on like a groovier style. It's almost like a bit of a Half Blood era for him. And it was like it was all right. It had its moments on either side, moments of mid and moments of it was pretty good. But yeah, overall, I enjoyed it. Just didn't like it didn't blow me away, but I enjoyed it. So this is going in all right tier. I just want to say while I'm putting this in all right tier, I'm really grateful that Photoshop didn't get destroyed on me from earlier. This is my only plan for doing the stream. I'm glad the stream is working. I'm glad that Photoshop is working. We'd love to see it. I was just thinking that as I had a little bit of like had to click something twice, but yeah, appreciate the excitement for Ever Royalty. I'm excited too. Next up, we've got Odyssey Sound System by No Mana. I want to say that this is making like an honorable mention for top 10 EPs of the year. Yeah, it is. Because I did enjoy this one quite a bit. There was the last track I wasn't really that sold on. I didn't like it very much, but it was such an interesting pivot for No Mana's style. Like there wasn't a lot on this EP that was similar to what No Mana normally made. So this is upper good tier. I really enjoyed this one. It was in kind of I think a hit and miss sort of era for No Mana. This really was a highlight for me, especially in those first 3 tracks. But yeah, No Mana cooked. Really interested to see how this style develops and if it kind of refines and becomes more hits than misses later on. All right, next up we've got Love and Dust by Noland. This was a bit of a later edition, and they had an EP, I want to say, that was called Pick Up Stones. That came out on November 30th, 2024. If it had come out on December 1st, 2024, we could have had 2 Noland EPs in this ranking, and I didn't discover their EP last year. So this year, we still get an EP from them, and honestly, I think it's a step up from that first EP. It's got a real nice, like, kind of almost folky, like acoustic sort of indie style that I'm a big fan of. I really enjoyed this one, especially the track Love Lose is growing on me a lot with every listen. So big ups. This is going in great tier. And this is going to be one of the two that we have left to put in great tier. So go Noland. Okay, what do we have up next? We've got Digital Notes by Noted Company. I think you reached Nemesis by Company. So Digital Notes by Noted. I think pretty much anybody I've talked about this EP with has like really glazed this EP. I just felt like it didn't. I just felt like it did what other artists have done better with its house style. Like I've heard Noted like really cook. I feel like most of the time it was just kind of like, I don't know, right there with expectations and even a little bit below. It sounded nice, but it didn't really like stick out to me much. But I know that Noted can. They've made some really great stuff. But yeah, Digital Notes just didn't like do it a crazy amount for me, but it sounded all right. So this is going in all right tier. Kind of near the bottom of all right tier. Where are we at? There we are. Okay, all right tier is also looking a little like we don't have much left to put in all right tier. We got 4 more EPs to put in. 5 more EPs to put in all right tier. Anyway, next up, we've got Garden by O2 Solace. So this one, there were some really I think I mentioned this earlier, but there were some really crazy cool sound design moments and like musical decisions that he set up tracks with that I was really hoping he would really lean into, and then he kind of pivoted to like a more standard hyperpop style once he had already established those like atmospheres. And the songs ended up like good anyway, but I really feel like this would have been even stronger if he'd have taken those intro and outro and interlude style, or not interlude but breakdown styles within each track that like were really really strong, and just really built out those, especially for tracks that only generally run about 1 minute 50, 2 minutes. So yeah, ultimately it was a good one. It had a couple of really strong tracks as well. I think Livalence is still one of the best O2 Solace tracks that I've ever heard. I think it's fantastic. So yeah. Ultimately, it was a good one. I did enjoy it quite a bit. It's just that I think that it could be even better. I think there are things that he could have leaned into further that would have really set it above the threshold that it's currently at. So it's just below See the Hallelujahs Roar. So it's in good. Where's it at? There it is. Okay. It's in good tier. Also, yeah, the Mama Yadufu EP was fire. IMO, especially It All Starts Right Now. I didn't know that you were tapped into the Mama Yadufu EP, but yeah, that thing is fire. It's crazy, as I mentioned, that a just collection of stream-friendly beats that Mama Yadufu made is better than most EPs that have come out this year. Like, it's nuts that Mama Yadufu is so cracked that he can just throw out stuff like that. So yeah, all that's to say. Oh, also, you actually had much more listens on your most played songs this year than I did. My most played song this year has only 22 listens, and my number 2 has only 18 listens. Interesting. I guess I would have thought that you would have had more listens on them because you have a rotation. But I guess the rotation can sometimes get a little, like the playlist can get a little long when you add more tracks. So maybe so. All right, we take a sip of water. Okay. Next up, we've got Tired Of by Obsess. This is a drum and bass EP that didn't really stick out to me much at first. And upon second listen, didn't particularly stick out to me, but I remember understanding it more and having a greater appreciation for it on second listen. It does have some really interesting like sound design ideas and stuff. My most played song has 34. Okay. I was talking to Andre. His most played song has like 80 something, maybe 100 something. I could be spreading misinformation, but I think that that's true. And that's crazy. That's crazy to me. But yeah, Tired Of has some really interesting sound design decisions that I think are cool. And overall, I think it's a pretty good EP. But yeah, it's I think that it had the potential to really like dazzle, and just kind of fell below that potential. But honestly, still a good EP in its own right. So fun EP to listen to. It's going in good tier. Next up, we have Where Did You Go by Encore. This one sounds real nice. It's, if you're tapped into Encore, if you're tapped into Conroe but not Encore, basically you take the Conroe style of like house and you just make it melodic house. And you've got the Encore style that it kind of sticks with. If you're tapped into Encore, this EP is pretty much just the Encore style. For better or for worse, depending on how you feel about it. I think it sounds really nice. So it's, if I'm not mistaken, going in good tier. It's around where Workaholic is. Yeah, let me check to see that that's actually Workaholic. That's a very dark cover art. Yeah, it is. So it's going in good tier. There it is. If you're interested in some nice melodic house, you got it with that one. Speaking of some nice house, we've got some nice house and maybe a little bit of garage, I think, with Opadan's Hello, My Name is Ope. Or Op. I don't know. This thing is not as... it's a bit of a step down from the Untitled Signs EP. I really was a big fan of the Untitled Signs EP. This one was nice. It had some cool moments, but it wasn't... I don't know. It felt like a little more basic of a style than Untitled Signs. So this is going... I want to say this is probably going in all right tier? Question mark? No, it's probably going in good tier. Wherever winter season is. There it is. It's going to go in the bottom of good tier. Yeah. Moving on. We've got Orionic and Feathervane with Unrequited. I forgot that, Orionic is yet another Mostrino server EP. This one was probably the most consistently like 7 out of 10 EP that like in this list. Everything was like so... It sounded so nice, and it was so vibey. Just a real solid EP. I want to say that it just barely fell out of honorable mentions for top 10 EP of the year. But whenever these two come together, they make really vibey, nice stuff. So I'm not surprised, but I am impressed. So this is going just below Entangled. This is going very solidly in good tier. So good job to Orionic and Feathervane. You guys made a great EP. Or I guess according to the good tier list, a good EP. But I enjoyed it a lot. Next up, we've got Freefall by Overblur. This is one I'm going to talk about more because this is one of the top EPs. This is going just below Glitchcat, and it is one of the last ones I'm giving great tier. Where are we at? Overblur, Freefall. So we got one more album to put in great tier, but the Overblur EP is some real like kind of nostalgic electro house vibes that I always love. I was talking about this whenever we were talking about that Moonlight Rose track on the Exobolt Worlds Volume 3 compilation. I'm a big fan of that style, that throwback electro style from like the 2010s, and this has it in good supply. This one is full of bangers, and fire recommendation by, I believe, Mostrino. Yeah, this thing, big fan. Okay, next up, we've got Canvas by Paper Skies. I actually just recently did a mashup with a track on here called Bounce. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this yet. So instead, I will just say I made a mashup of Bounce and another track that is kind of takes a more comedic route. I think it's funny. You may be seeing it later. We'll see. But yeah. All that's to say, this EP, contrary to how I like chose Bounce for a mashup, it kind of had some similar problems with Wireframe, but I think anything that I enjoyed about Wireframe was kind of not committed to on Canvas. There's sort of similar projects. They just take a little bit of a different direction philosophically, but yeah, I feel like any of the things that I like, if I really enjoyed a part of this EP, he just pivoted to something that I enjoyed less. So that was kind of unfortunate because I know that Paper Skies can really cook. It's just that as of recent, he hasn't been really cooking for me. So this is going in no thanks tier, unfortunately. One of the last 4 I'm putting in no thanks tier. Now that I'm talking like this, we are getting to the end, and it's exciting. We're getting to very few of these spots filled. So we're getting there. We're plowing through. Next, we've got A Visit to Wintry Shirobetsu by Fritz and Tai Hirose. I think that this is a really vibey, kind of ambient album. And I would expect nothing less than just pure vibes from Fritz. Fritz does a fantastic job. And I don't know much about Tai Hirose, but when they worked together to make this, they made a really nice project, and this is going in good tier. There's one track that has this kind of drone that I'm not a big fan of, and it serves as the foundation for the whole track, so it kind of takes points off of it. But ultimately, this track, EP, is just a real vibe, and I'm on board for it. Next up, Overthinking by Arshand. This one is gonna make honorable mentions for top 10 EPs of the year. It just does what it does really well. It's a real vibe. Um, it really like is it's just a real vibe. There's one track that uses a piano in a really interesting way that's like really groovy and fits with the beat well and fits with the vibe well. I'm a big fan of that one. Um, this one just does what it does very well. Big ups to Arshand. I didn't get around to the album, unfortunately, so that will not be in the ranking. But yeah. Next, we got One Man Army by Rusko. Um, there were a couple tracks where I was like, okay, I'm kind of expecting something really good, and then it had a couple tracks that kind of fell below what the tracks that I liked established. There's one that I remember just thinking is real mid, but everything else just sounds like pretty nice, pretty cool, but it's and pretty like, I guess, catchy and groovy in terms of like the vibe that they're setting. But yeah, ultimately it's just kind of all right. Um, so this is going to go at near the top of tier. Yeah, that's that. I think I'll add it to the after you describe Visions, I do think it would be a cool listen. I think I'll add it to the wheel. Yeah, that'd be cool. I would be down to listen to it again. All right, next up we got Exit 9B by Sam Hauge, who I mentioned earlier was the punk rock artist that I discovered through Instagram. And Out of Isolation, his debut album, topped my list. Made like number maybe 6 or 7 album of the year, I think. Fantastic album. Exit 9B didn't do as much for me. Felt like it kind of took the yappiest parts of Out of Isolation stylistically and kind of leaned into those. But like it was generally all right. It's just that it wasn't. It's just that it was a bit of a diet Out of Isolation and didn't really like carry the punch to it that I would expect from Sam Hauge. So that's going to be in lower good tier for me because like I did enjoy it, but it didn't come up to the expectations that he had set with his album. So that's that. Next up, we've got Reasons to Call You EP by Sarah Kays. Sarah Kays, generally I really like her stuff. I really liked Struck by Lightning EP. And she has like a really catchy way of writing that I'm a fan of. This one just didn't really stick out to me. I didn't feel like the kind of narrative that it was playing out was that interesting to me. Felt pretty in line with just like all of Sarah Kay's contemporaries, and I felt like the writing was relatively weak on it. Like there's one that's like I will only think about you on days that end in Y or something like that, and I was like, okay, or days that end in AY, something like that, and I was like, yeah, that's real corny. I'm a little too corny for me, but yeah, not Sarah Kay's best, but I'm always interested to see what she's got going on and if she will improve. I'm sure that she will. Just this one wasn't really for me, so that's going in A tier. Shout out Odyssey Sound System 2. Yeah, I think Losing Focus is probably still my favorite MC song this year. Heck yeah, either that or Arise. Okay, Odyssey Sound System was also one of the most diverse EPs I listened to this year too. Yeah, definitely for Monster Cat. That was a really diverse EP for No Mana's contemporaries. So big W for Odyssey Sound System. All right, next up we got Heartbreak Hysteria by Sawyer Hill. more of a like it's a bit of like a soft rock or like a pop rock type style um, that uh, is like real angsty and heartbreaky. But I think that the writing is actually pretty solid. I think that the melodies are quite catchy. I think that it actually holds its own quite well. So uh, this one I quite enjoyed. It is going to go in, I want to say, good tier 122. Just below onsen. So yeah, that's going in good tier. All right. Next up, we've got songs we've been meaning to release by SEU Worship. This was the precursor to the A Forgiving God album that I have ranked really highly up there. I think up in Best of the Year tier. Maybe? Am I tripping? I think I have it up there. I can't find it, but no. There it is. It's right next to Andre Delaney and right next to Low Swimmer. So yeah, Best of the Year tier. This one's not gonna make Best of the Year tier, but this one I do think is a real solid EP. You Are is a bop, and I think that was the first SEU Worship song that I had ever heard. It's cool that they're taking a like stronger sort of pop route with it. I think that it's really strong for them, and they're really kind of, I don't know if they're like making waves in the worship scene, but they're gonna go in good tier for this EP. I think they're making really strong stuff, and that's no exception with this album. So yeah, solid EP. I used to call it an album. I mean an EP. Next up, let me take a sip of water. But I believe this is 25 Spring by Shallow. Water is the absolute savior of this stream because my voice is dying. Also, I think, yeah, the rotation is exactly the reason why the listens to individual songs aren't that high. It's because the streams kind of get distributed across all the songs. That's true. That's makes sense because I see that happen with the albums that I listen to and like hyperfixate on. If you look at my top songs on Spotify Wrapped, most of them are like just the entire track list from an album that I have rated really highly because I listen to it all the time. So yeah. I think after a certain point, we're going to have to do another intermission, but it's going to be the last intermission of the night. I guarantee it's going to be the last intermission of the night. But also it'll help Mostrino clutch up and get live. So that'll be clutch. I think I have maybe 700, 800 tracks in the rotation. Dang. So assuming that the tracks that play are random, it actually takes a lot of plays for a track to even get like 10 listens if I'm not. Well, that's manually coming back to it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this one is this one 25 Spring? Yeah. Let me check, just in case. Shallow 25 Spring. It is. So yet another person, Hole in the Wall was doing a whole like seasons situation with EPs, and Shallow is doing that as well. So I've got two of these, one for spring and one for winter. And if I'm not mistaken, I liked the spring one more. I am mistaken. I liked the spring one less. I don't remember much about any of these, but I guess I do remember the winter one. Like, I like winter vibes more than I like spring vibes in music, so it makes a lot of sense. but I, I really don't have any notes for this one because I don't remember it. But evidently, this is an all right tier. Um, and actually, because the next one is from Shalu, I'm gonna do 25 winter as well, and then take an intermission. So 25 winter. This one sounded nicer, evidently. Unfortunately, I don't remember much from it, but I did like it. So and I like the other one as well. It's just that this one I think stuck out to me more. So this is gonna be just below. I'm sad to see you go in good tier. Shalu 25 winter. Okay, one more intermission, and we will be done after another like 20 EPs with the longest stream I've ever done. I promise. Uh, this is I can't promise anything. I have no idea what I was even gonna say. So I'm gonna go take a nap. Probably not, but I'm gonna go refill my water, and we'll see ya in a little bit. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. I bet Mastrino likes that we just took an intermission because that's going to help him clutch up. But yeah, we've got just a few EPs, about 20 to get to, and then I'm going to go straight to bed after a 7-hour stream. Goodness gracious. But yeah, let's get into this thing. I just want to make sure that I put 25 winter somewhere. Okay, I did. I did not neglect to do that. All right, we're getting into sharks with panic attack. I would say like any return from sharks is a welcome return. I wasn't expecting sharks to come back so soon, but I'm glad that sharks did. Um, that being said, this one was like I wasn't as impressed with this one. I like that sharks returned. I wasn't as impressed with what he did here. There were 2 tracks that I liked, 2 tracks that I didn't really, that I thought were pretty mid. And that's kind of where I stand with the EP. It kind of just averages out to just like, all right. I think I might have it at around though. Yeah, I have it in tier. But I do enjoy 2 tracks on it. It's just that there are 2 tracks that I just didn't really enjoy. But interesting direction that Sharks is going in, and I'm interested to see how it like develops. Trying to catch up, but you keep talking about so many EPs that I want to hear about. Orionic and Feathervane to Overblur to Paper Skies brutal combo. That's true. Lots of EPs of interest. Honestly, seeing Paper Skies in the same tier as Riot 10 is wild, but honestly, it's kind of understandable. Very disappointed by that EP2, as you know. Yeah, the thing is, the gap between Riot 10, the gap between Requiem for a Riot and Dr. P and Flux Pavilion is actually huge. And like the top of No Thanks tier, I would rate Wave Priest, which is at the top of No Thanks tier, a 5.5 out of 10. Whereas I would rank Riot 10, Requiem for a Riot a 1 out of 10, and Dr. P and Flux Pavilion a 3 out of 10. So like, most of the albums and EPs in there are like 5 to 4, like 4 to 5. But yeah, it is kind of crazy that they're in the same tier. It's kind of crazy that some of these are in the same tier above Paper Skies, like that Wave Priest is in the same tier as Riot 10. But yeah, really Riot 10 is in its own tier. But nah, it's technically at the bottom of No Thanks tier. That's where I've got it. Okay, so Sharks Panic Attack. I think I've already given it a place. Yeah, I have. So next up, we've got 4x140 or 4x140 by Shopkeeper, which is an extra, or it's the debut of a different alias of A Cloudy Sky, who is at my number 3 album of the year. Well, this one was a good one. I thought it was a good introduction to the Shopkeeper sort of EDM style. But yeah, it wasn't crazy, but I did enjoy it. I thought that it was a fun listen. And I do think that the Shopkeeper single that came after that was much better. But yeah, I thought it was all right. So it's going in all right tier. No way you're still streaming. I am, unfortunately. This took way longer than I was expecting it to take, and I was yapping way more than I was expecting it I was expecting to yap. So I'm hoping to be out of here by 1. We'll see. We'll see how much I yap. Next up, we've got Noise 24 by Similar Outskirts. This one, the more I listen to it, it's like, yeah, this one has bangers. I think this is one of them that's up there with like Cloud None, Glitch Boy, and Hyperspace, where it's very consistent, very consistent album or EPs. And so for that reason, it's going up there with them in good tier. I think it's pretty consistent. As a similar Outskirts fan, I think that is pretty satisfying. I'm a fan. Just got back from work and searching the streets for a lost drunk man. Oh goodness. I'm glad you're home. 6 hours so far. Even more. We're approaching 7 hours. But yeah, much longer than last year. Next EP we've got is Operation Overload EP by Slushy, who, if the trained eye / the person who was watching at the time will know that Slushy was actually up there in great tier, and I don't know why Slushy. Oh, because that was an album, and this counts as an EP. That's why there was such a large gap between the two. But Slushy is actually in great tier with Chrysalis, with Sapient Dream. This one wasn't as. This one was more polarizing to me. There were certain tracks that I felt were just weaker and had weaker decisions, when other decisions, stronger decisions could have been made, and I thought that maybe he was going to make them. But there were a couple tracks where I was like, okay, this is nice. And I think for some of the tracks, the mixing was just kind of like a little bloated to me. So this one is like, this one's all right, but not anything crazy. So this is going to be at the very bottom of all right tier. There it is. Next up, also, yeah, that intermission was big. I'm only 6 minutes behind now. Let's go. So close. Next up, we've got Alien Pop 5 by Snail's House. This one had bops all the way through. I remember enjoying this one quite a bit. So this one is going around VBS tier, right here in good. It had a couple of couple of cool moments that were a little crazy, but I like crazy. And it was good. Good EP. Next up, we've got Liminal EP by Sport Mode. I'm a little surprised that Woodwind's EP by Sport Mode was not in the Speckled segment, but we're going to discuss it after this. I discovered Sport Mode through Woodwind's EP, and this was Liminal EP was the one that he released earlier in the year before. And it was a little more of a Liminal was a little more of a mixed bag. It had a track that I wasn't as big on, and two tracks that were cool. So this is going right here in all right tier. Not a whole lot to say about this one. Which means we just have one more in all right tier. Let's go. Oh, and I just realized, oh no, never mind. I just realized we filled great tier up, but we actually have one more. Also, yeah, I need to catch up on chat. Monstrino Cat, you can put the playback speed at 1.25 and catch up with Seth, only speaking slightly faster. True, big strat. Also, yeah, I was also pretty underwhelmed with the Sharks EP, sadly. Yeah, because Sharks I know can really cook, but yeah, he cooked at some points in the EP, but really didn't cook in other points. So yeah, bit unfortunate. Woodwind's EP, this one was a lot stronger. I thought that it was a lot cooler of a lot cooler of a project. I'm glad that this was the one on Monster Cat, because Monster Cat kind of needs it. I feel like they just aren't what they used to be. Why is this open? Something else is opening on my computer. This is at 79, correct? Correct. 79, just below Orionic. So this is in good tier. I did quite enjoy this one. This was a fun one. Sport mode has a really cool style. And I am really interested to hear how it develops. I like it. So I was satisfied with this one. Bangers all around. Next, we've got Fibonacci Part 1 by Subtronics. I did not get to Fibonacci Part 2, and I did not listen to the entire Fibonacci album because I didn't know it was a thing until it was too late. But yeah, I wasn't as big on this. I don't know that I was expecting to be huge on this. I didn't really know much about Subtronics' style, but yeah, it wasn't my thing. This is gonna go 2 spots above Nemesis in no thanks tier. There were a couple interesting ideas, a couple parts that I even liked, but there were a couple parts that I just really didn't like. So ultimately, I feel like it just kind of ends up in a mid area, but that's gonna land it in no thanks tier just because of the caliber of albums that have come out. All right, next up, we've got Diario by Suéter Siete. This thing is probably going in great tier. This is probably the last one that's going in great tier. Because actually I can guarantee you it is. Because this thing is an absolute vibe. Just bops all over the place. Well worth the great tier. It's all in Spanish. But I was able to kind of, I guess, Google Translate the lyrics and give my best guess as to what he was kind of trying to go for with the lyrics. And I thought it was really well written and really like poetic. And the subject matter, I guess, was not like that unique, but honestly, doesn't have to be. It was just a really great EP, and I'm gonna talk more about it later when I get into my favorite EPs of the year. But just know that was one of my favorites for sure. Maybe I need to re-listen to Noise 24 because I did not care for it on first listen, but I don't think I ever went back to it. I think I went back to it a couple times, and I'm more sold on it the more I go back to it. But I guess I didn't go back to it enough times for it to like really grow on me to get up into great tier if it had the potential to do that. But yeah. That being said, we've got Chaos Will Bring Peace. Every other EP, by the way, is good or below. This one was like, I don't know. I've gotten to a point. Sullivan King was kind of like kind of promising at first, and now I don't know. Every time Sullivan King releases something, I'm just like not that sold on it. So this is really no exception. I felt like it was pretty weak at parts, especially at parts that weren't supposed to be weak, like the main drop of Fury. The song is called Fury, and then it gave me a weak drop. And I was like, really? Like, I know that you can really, like... And then he didn't really on that track that is called Fury. But the beginning is a banger. And I know that Andre is a big fan of a particular one that involves Nightmare and Grabbits that I am not a fan of. Low-key, the Slushy one placed higher than I expected, but to be frank, I didn't actually give it a listen, so maybe it isn't as bad as I think it is. If we're talking about Operation Overload, feel free to give it a listen. I don't know that you'll be that impressed by it. Chrysalis, I was really impressed by, but I can't imagine you would be too impressed by it. But I think you would like Chrysalis more than Operation Overload. So yeah. Chaos Will Bring Peace in no thanks tier. Unfortunately, just isn't my thing except for the beginning. Yeah, execution wasn't really there for me. Next up, we've got Communication by Sultan and Shepherd. This one, I guess I didn't know what I was expecting, but this one like pleased me. I liked this one. Um, I thought that it was a real solid vibe. This is going in good tier. Um, I think that they built well in the songs. I was kind of just expecting some melodic house, but I think that they really built up, and the progressive house was like, um, it really kept me going the whole way through in a way that sounded really nice. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm kind of rambling, but yeah. Even though I don't remember much from it, I think that it's real nice, and I I think it's well worth returning to, even though unfortunately I haven't returned to it. So maybe I will eventually. Um, so go Sultan and Shepherd. That was real nice. Next, we got Two Turntables and the Mic by Tesseracts. Um, it's so cool to see drum step kind of uh, making a bit of a comeback with some artists, Tesseract being one of them. I really like the like real vibey sort of um, not vibey, the real groovy sort of style that Tesseract has. This being my first project listening to them. Um, it is, I don't know, I just really enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. It's up in good tier. Um, and I think it might be around no, it's not honorable mention. It just barely misses out on an honorable mention for top 10 EPs of the year. But um, but yeah, I quite enjoyed that one. I thought that it was really fun, and I think I got nothing else to really say about that one. Next up, we got Factory Reset by Tokyo Machine. Tokyo Machine is a very strong producer, and I think that Tokyo Machine makes real good stuff generally. I feel like once he started getting into like that percussive dubstep style, um, I feel like he just kind of turned into a less good Xylent, which Xylent is Tokyo Machine is another alias of Xylent, who uh, has been in the dubstep scene a lot um, for a lot longer. It's weird to speak in these terms because they're the same person, but yeah, Tokyo Machine has generally been like more electro stuff, and bre- has breached a number of different genres, and has recently been doing a lot more like percussive dubstep stuff. Uh, and I've just not been like as sold on it. Sometimes Tokyo Machine cooks with it, but I don't know. This one was not it for me. So this one is going to go in no thanks tier, and it's going to be the last track we have in no thanks tier. So thankfully, we have no more no thanks projects to talk about. We do have a couple projects. We have one all right project, and the rest are good. We are really getting to the home stretch. Yo Suéter Siete appearance, indeed, indeed. We have to include that guy. Like the EP is fantastic. I think that was my number 2 EP of the year. So yeah. Next up, we've got Core by Vorso. At first, I didn't really know what to think of this one. I enjoyed it, but I was like, it feels a little kind of disconnected um, and I don't know, not very strong. But upon second listen, no, this thing is a banger. It's a bit of like a sound design fest slash a bit of a whip fest, but like whip being work in progress. But I think that the sound design is super cool in it, and I think the songs have a stronger structure than I gave them credit for. So, so yeah, this is going in good tier. I think that it's a solid album. Okay, I've got it how I like it. Next up, Sullivan King, my goat. Indeed, indeed. Next up, we've got another Vorso project, Fizzbuzz EP by Vorso. This thing I enjoyed more. It is also kind of a work in progress fest, but I do think that it's a strong project. I do quite like it. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted because let's see, 2 below 20 something is Atlas in motion. I'm having a little bit of like cognitive dissonance. Oh, I put Atlas in motion in the wrong place. Did I put all of these in the wrong place? What is in place 113? Okay, it's one that we haven't done yet. I'm having a bit of a situation. There's supposed to be 2 albums below 20 something. And in between that and whatchamacallit, Atlas in Motion. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them both the same spot because I do not want to have to like track these down. So I'm going to put Fizz Buzz in here. So Fizz Buzz is right here. And I'm also going to go ahead and talk about, since this is also this is like in a similar place, Grace by Will Moeller. Fizz Buzz, by the way, groovy. I like it. I think it's a good project. And the sound design is cool. Grace is a real like vibey melodic house project. Let me put this up in OBS. Boom. Let's go. Sullivan King is my 3rd favorite album, with only me and Alan Walker higher. That Tesseract's EP cover art is actually so fire. It really is. Tesseract's cooked with the cover art. Yeah, so Grace was a real nice, vibey, sort of like melodic house project that I don't remember much of after first listen, but I remember just really vibing to it and really liking it when we were listening to it. So that was one that me and Mostrino and VC with several other people listened to. So that was a fire recommendation. All right, next up we've got Caroline by Whipped Cream. This one, so Whipped Cream released one of my least favorite projects of the year with the EP last year that I don't remember the name of, but I didn't like it really at all. Well, there were a couple tracks that I liked, but other than that, I disliked most of the other tracks. Caroline, I think, is actually a step up. I did like this one. I think that I guess I don't really know what she did differently other than she did better. I don't know, but that's going in good tier. I just liked the way that she executed the techno style better. Andre says, I really like your mom. Hey, me too. Big fan of my mom. Big ups to my mom. Yeah, I think Whipped Cream just did better on this one. The songs were more consistently bangers, and I was a bigger fan of just the project than I was of the previous project. So thought it was good. It was a pleasant surprise after the project last year. All right, next up we've got Wink by Wink. Wink, the artist is Wink, and the album or the EP title is Wiink because it's the 3rd EP, solo EP from Wink. okay. This one was just not as memorable and not as like cool and fun to listen to as Wink normally is, but this one had its moments. It was all right. It's going just below We Rise the Collection, so right here in all right tier, and I think that's what it is. It's all right. I feel like he um, leaned in to some of the styles that just like didn't work for him as well. So that's my thing with that. Next up. Wait, I must have skipped past it. What's up with the two projects being in the same box? Oh, I lost track along the way, and I didn't like I must have put one project in the wrong box, and it threw off like everything else, and I can't figure out where it threw it off. But it's only going to be relevant for the next like 10 minutes, and I really just need to go to bed. So I just decided to put them both in the same box rather than try and track down which one was incorrect. So yeah, that's kind of what I get for placing projects in relative to other projects. But yeah. All right. Next up, we've got Wiley Hopkins's Desire Path EP. This was an EP that was released by Modern Art, which is an album that Jaren often releases on. And this one takes a more like sort of shoegaze direction. And I think that this one is a really good one. At first, I thought it was like a really great one, and it was up there in my top 10 EPs of the year, and and now it's not really there. I think it might have an honorable mention. No, it doesn't. I think upon second listen, it kind of grew off me. I kind of realized some of the flaws of it, but I think it does end very well. I think that the progression throughout the EP works well, and there's one track on there that's like straight up house, if I remember it correctly. That's really cool. So Desire Path EP is going to go just below Woodwinds, right here in good tier. Solid EP. Okay, I think that the one in 96 was the one that I messed up on. Yeah, I put Exobolt Worlds in 96. That was my problem. So I'm not going to fix it. But just know that everything here, from like here all the way to here, is supposed to be one to the left. Not that it really matters, but all that's to say, we have all the tiers filled up except for a tier. So that tells you where the last two EPs are going to be. I still can't believe that the second EP wasn't called Wink with two eyes SMH. Yeah, that's true. Circles by Zorro. The thing about Zorro is he's like, his artist name is way late in the alphabet, so if he doesn't cook, we're unfortunately just like streaming, like the end of the stream is just him not cooking. But that being said, I feel like Circles just didn't really appeal to me. I think it appealed to me the least out of any project that he's released ever. Like I think it might be my least favorite project from him ever, which feels really harsh to say, but I mean, and I feel like it should be. No, I have it at 60. Okay. Like there are enjoyable parts about it. I do feel like he kind of leans into the styles that I think don't suit him as well. The more minimalistic style of like when he's more vocal driven and less instrument driven, and he just kind of gets real minimalistic with the instrumentation, I'm not as big a fan of that. I like when he really like lets himself fly with the instrumentation, and that isn't really what he does here. So, and I feel like the narrative of the lyrics like isn't particularly gripping to me, so it's gonna land itself in tier. And the final EP, heading out. Have a good night. Have a good night, Andre. Thanks for hanging. Okay, this is the final EP that I have listened to this year, and what a one to end on. It's called "Oh No, Oh Girl" by Zorro, and it is the sequel to "Oh No, Oh Boy" EP, and that "Oh No, Oh Girl" is making it an tier, but it's kind of another situation to the Car Sounds one, although I think I have more fun with the Car Sounds one. This is a very memey project, and I think it's funny. I enjoy it quite a bit, but mainly because of its like humorous appeal. I as a EP, like as music, I don't know that it's that like great, but maybe the best cover art on this list. Indeed, great cover art. Yeah, it just it is a funny project. So I'm glad we ended on this one because I did enjoy it. Yeah, as music, not as big a fan of it. Okay, that being said, we now have at this point I feel like I am like I'm up so late that I might as well just fix this issue that we have here, and move this box over here, and then take all of these and move them take all of these and move them one over, and then take this no, not that one. Oh, I guess I have to do that one. We're gonna fix this tier list, and then let's see, what's that one right there? It's Fizzbuzz and Grace. So get rid of Fizzbuzz, get rid of Grace, copy and paste this over. Fizzbuzz goes here. There we go. And Grace goes here. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Okay, here is my final album tier list for the year. Thank you guys for hopping in and joining me. Kind of ironic that this ranked above the serious one. Yeah, I will say though, Zorro does have an album called Snow Angel that ranks above both of these, and I think is a really good one. So he did cook on at least one of them. He got at least 1 out of 3. Also crazy that it ended up working out that I caught up right before the very last EP. That's true. So you didn't like have any pauses at all. You could just watch it all. Awesome stream though. Very funny that it was so long. I know I was yapping way too much. I'm definitely gonna do something else. Like I may just put stuff in the tier list, and then people can stop me if they want me to talk about a specific one. I think that could probably cut the stream to a solid 2 hours. And I feel like maybe I'm doing that next time. So, because I don't want to do a 7-hour stream again. But this was fun. I always enjoy doing this. Woohoo! The stream has been fun. Love getting to see all your top albums and EPs. Also, I had a bunch of art to work on and needed something to watch / listen to, so this was perfect. Well, I'm glad that I could be your entertainment / company for all the art that you've been working on. That's sick. So, all that's to say, thank you guys for joining me, In terms of what's coming up, you'll see a top 10 albums video, top 10 EPs video. I'm going to be like actually scripting those and like shooting them. And so it's not just going to be like text on a screen. So I'm excited to actually talk about these albums with you guys. And as I said, I may do an extra video specifically reviewing Saint Finnegan's The Inner Work, just because of kind of the implications of having that in my top 10. And if I make that video, then I'll explain it in further detail. And also, got new music coming as well that I'm super excited about. For now, feel free to enjoy the Christmas song that I've got going on. I just realized that there was a black strip above the stream. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, got a Christmas song out. Backup Santa. Feel free to stream. In the meantime, while waiting for the little more serious new music. Wait, I skipped over that one. Can you give a really quick rundown on what's special about that album? Yeah, so that album I think is a like absolutely gorgeous album. I'm a big fan of the different styles that he takes, and he does super well with that album. That's the one that is between Nettie's album and Fox Stevenson's album and Best of the Year. Love that album. But it's what he calls a non-denominational spiritual album, which means that he takes from a bunch of different religions and kind of presents some things as spiritual truths and that aren't necessarily. And so just because I'm pretty outspoken about my faith, I feel like I do need to qualify my inclusion of that album, because it seems so like syncretist, meaning that it just takes a bunch of different truths from a whole bunch of different religions, depending on basically what kind of conveniences the person building a spiritual philosophy around their life. So I feel like I need to qualify putting that up there, but I do think it's an absolutely gorgeous album. And it'll actually give me a chance to talk about it more, and talk about its strengths more. So I've been thinking about making a video for quite a while about it, but I think that having like a specialized video, kind of like I did last year with the why I disqualified certain albums, this is one where, since there are no disqualified albums that I would consider top 10 best of the year, would even really get close, except for maybe Snowblind Legacy, which even then is a little bit like kind of, I don't know whether to disqualify it, but I'm just kind of disqualifying it to be safe, because I don't really know what the lyrics mean, So all that's to say, that's kind of what I'm thinking with that one. That being said, it is 1:20 in the morning over here, Central Time. Thank you guys for hopping in, checking out the EPs and albums and talking with me about them. I hope that you guys have a wonderful night, and I will see you. I was just about to say on the shelves. I'm so tired that I almost jumped back like 5 to 10 years. But you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. Every time I catch myself doing this, I just become chill pill. So I will see you guys on the shelves. Chill pill out.